A pre-show?
It was a pre-show. I shared the link accidentally in the book review rather than it must be. So when I
should have
started,
checked.
no one was here. I was like, where's everyone gone? So I went to politics, and they've been chatting quite cordially with me in the meantime, Neil. So here we go. You like talking about microphones with me? They're all right, yeah.
I should have checked because I was thinking the last thing you did get a link for was the book review.
Yeah. So just for the politics server that I was just chatting to, I've been helped by lots of people writing a book, and I've got a little extra chat section in Skype for those particular participants. And when I share my link to the 100 or so people in Skype each day for my live show on my panel, G+, as I call it, I didn't get to any of them today. So there we go. That's why there's no one there. That's why I'm here. Surprise, surprise. Was had Boyle in the pre-show though, Neil. We were talking about zealotry, defining how everything runs parallel with the horizon if it's horizontal.
Good stuff. I was just in a spot where they were saying that I'm part of a dead show.
Well, okay, that's a description of the show. So again, you cannot draw infinite. You cannot. So don't ask somebody to draw an infinite thing on a piece of paper. That's not fair. That's disingenuous.
River,
Let me just get it down. Don't tell people to draw infinite on paper. Got it down. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Please.
River, you asked to find something which describes the horizon as being a straight line, and I did. I posted it at 1 past the hour in the side chat from study.com. If you'd like to have a read of that, you asked for someone to find you something. I found you something. There you go.
Yeah, don't lie about it this time, Robert.
Okay, no problem. I didn't see it. Let me go read it. That says the horizon is straight. Let me go read it. Let's just check it out.
Do you really need a citation for this?
Are you having
Why,
trouble?
does he see a curved horizon anywhere?
The horizon is curved.
Trouble with horizontal line.
That's
in your
curved.
view? Oh God.
Go ahead, John.
The horizon appears horizontal to the human eye. Okay, but it's not straight. It's not straight.
The Earth from the sky. You need a citation that's horizontal.
The guy that said he was going off to do something decided that when I said go ahead, John, he would talk after saying he was going to go away and do something. I'll try a third time, John. John, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see why you would need a citation for the horizontal line that bisects your view. We call the horizon.
No, the horizon.
Show somebody a picture of a horizontal line that bisects the Earth and sky in our view.
Again, I asked for a citation that says that horizon line that we see is straight, and he just gave me a citation that horizons are straight. What horizon? On a box? The horizon on the end of a box is straight.
Hold on, John.
I want one that refers to the discussion 24/7 flat Earth. I want one that says that horizon that we see at the beach is straight.
Do you want me to read it out? Can I read it out, please? I want to read it out.
Dude,
what is a horizontal line? A horizontal line is a straight line that is drawn from right to left or left to right, as opposed to down, up, or up, down. The horizontal meaning comes from the word horizon, in quotes, because the horizon is the flat line that divides the earth and the sky to an observer on Earth.
That hurt. Yeah, it hurts. It comes from. It didn't say the horizon on Earth is straight. It comes from. It's an etymological reference point. It is not saying your horizon on Earth is straight. I would like you to put a citation that tells you that the horizon we see at the beach is straight as an arrow. No, in any encyclopedia.
Guy, stop flapping your gums. I urge you. Repeat yourself 3 times, and you've had citations, and now you're demanding further ones. I mean, we've given you what you suggested was only possible on a globe. Now, what's actually happened after you suggested that horizons would affirm your globe faith after me suggesting zealotry, I might add, irony much. Well, you haven't cited anything that suggests that they'd be curved. Several people around you have corrected your incorrect nonsense and zealotry. In the face of all those, you're still insisting on more and defying what you've been presented thus far. I'm pretty sure we're done with you. You could go away and try and cite what you thought was correct but wasn't. Challenge that which you've been corrected with, given it was you making the claim of a ball-shaped horizon only. Wrong. You were wrong. How can you shut up? I'm done listening to you because you've got the least value when you're wrong when you open your chops. Okay? Oracle, don't need to hear an answer.
He's a high energy failure.
Indeed. Meanwhile, horizons are flat, Earth only. That's what they are. They don't exist on a curved Earth that's believed in by many. It doesn't exist. There is no horizon on a globe. Pretty much the sentiment, incorrect though it was, that was given to me by my globe-believing zealot friend that suggested that they only worked on globes. Fanatical zealot that he was. He was wrong. And that was proven to him multiple times. In the face of being proven wrong multiple times, he insisted on more citations, suggested that the horizon at a beach would be completely horizontal. Lost. Leading zealots. Dealt with you for 10 years. You tell me off for not calling you a zealot, but suggest that you call us liars? Okay, well, where's the acknowledgement? Where's the, oh yeah, I got that completely wrong. That stupid idiot nonsense that I asserted, nay spewed, as a ball-believing clown. Who was wrong? Clown, like idiot that goes around making people laugh with stupid nonsense. Metaphor for you, clown. You were wrong. Completely wrong. Utterly wrong. Horizons only exist on a flat Earth. Dude, you were moaning at me. Moaning at me that I shouldn't be doing this and shouldn't be doing that and should be taking this stance and that stance and be polite to my opponents. Yet my opponents, we call them wankers when they behave like this. They start telling us how horizons can only exist on a ball. That was you, a wanker. And then when we correct them, the wanker, they don't even reply. They don't thank us. They just spew garbage at us and demand more when we correct their nonsense. No thanks, no apologies, no acknowledgement of their idiocy. Dumbass idiocy. No acknowledgement whatsoever.
We won't have any ball measurements. We'll have ball Earth measurements.
You were told horizons only existed on a ball. And we took a giant steaming dump on that nonsense that was spewed by a zealot who took the opportunity when talking to me to tell me how I should address him. Not call him a zealot? Demonstrate you're a zealot 3 minutes after telling me that I shouldn't call you that.
Horizon that you used to establish horizontal at sea level, is that what he was talking about?
Yeah, I tried to tell him that. He wouldn't have it. He was like, nah, man, brethren, these horizons ain't on a flat Earth, man. It's only on a globe. It's like, no, wanker. You've had 3 citations.
Are you talking about Robert Utah?
You haven't actually summarised how wrong you were. You haven't thanked us for correcting your dumbass nonsense, clown. Where's the thanks? Where's the applause?
Nathan, are you talking about Robert Utah?
I don't know his name.
Are we really mocking where people are from? That's pretty childish. But
answering you. Just answering you. Is it childish to talk through the answer? Addressing the person
I think it's childish to mock people, yes.
The time I'm being interrupted. Is this childish? Is this man being childish? I'm answering him. He's accusing me of being childish while he chants through me. Oh, chatting 2-year-old. Do not control your flapping gums while I answer a question you put to me.
You just used that one before with the flapping gums, bro.
I'm addressing what you said about him and how I've talked him down, called him a zealot, based on his performance here. He suggested that horizons were only possible on a globe, and he was corrected about how flat Earth must be for them to exist. At all. He didn't acknowledge me or thank me. He didn't pay me my time, did he? What a wanker. Performance assessment, sir. I like it.
That's fine. Just address the point. You don't have to mock where someone's from, though.
I will do exactly as I choose.
All right, you can be racist if you want, Nathan. That's fine.
Racist? I'll describe him however I damn well choose. With his
You're not describing him.
Garbage.
No, you didn't do that, Nathan. You didn't do that. No, you can't walk back on this. This is recorded. You just mocked his accent, bro.
Broadcasting live, clown shoes.
Yes. We know. That is that not what requires?
Do you think you've got a gotcha? Maybe you could address the facts that this Rasta told us we had a curved horizon. Rasta, what's wrong, brethren? I pointed it out to him. You think that's racist? Nah, I'm afraid not. I grew up surrounded by black people. I can talk like them. To mimic them when they're stupid. Black people who talk like that. I'll mimic him. That's what I'm doing. Humorous effect. Not because I've got any to say towards black people who talk like that. Just the ones that are clowns that tell us horizons bend. Now you see fit to interject about how I've been, racist towards my fellow black man? I am also black. I can talk to him like that because I'm black too. Okay?
Nathan, we don't know that he's black, actually, do we? You're just assuming he's black. And what does being around black people have to do with that?
I'm black. Treat me with respect. What's your point?
This gentleman seems racist.
Yeah, this gentleman seems very racist. He certainly seems to have obfuscated the non-curved horizon that black man asserted had. And now you're talking through me again for the fourth time. I'm going to ask the moderators that this man be removed from the discussion because every time I address him, he starts flapping his gums straight through the top of me. You haven't addressed the actual argument. You've told me that I was racist. You wanted to have a little pop at me for being racist. I'm not racist. Yeah? What I did do was point out how he hasn't got a curved horizon, as he asserted, in a Rastafarian accent. And when he wants to demand that I talk to him in a certain way, I'll use his own accent to demonstrate his own stupidity. You mind the horizon ain't curving, brethren? Don't like that. I don't give a shit. Did you hear me?
I'll tell you what.
I don't care.
Until they start citing.
Just speaking to that guy. I don't care how you feel about my addressment of that man. And what I was demanding, up until the point you stepped up and called me a racist, was that he acknowledged his incorrect assertion that the horizon's curving. Did I get an acknowledgement? Did I get stony silence from a wanker? I'm pretty sure I got a stony silence from a wanker who didn't thank me or pay me. Did he?
No, he did not.
About the geometric horizon.
One we see out our window.
Oh, the other guy, the guy you were mocking, was he talking about the geometric horizon?
Said it bent. It doesn't. That's what he was talking about specifically. It being only possible on a curved Earth because it's bent. We pointed out that by axiomatic principle, utilization and definition, it is not. Don't know if you were listening to the actual conversation that took place. That's what actually took place. We didn't get an acknowledgement from him about how non-curved the horizon must be by axiomatic principle, definition, and citation. That didn't happen.
I'm wondering if he was presuming it was geometric.
Presumed it was curved. Second time I've said it to you personally. Now, I just speak to the moderators again. It's the second time I've addressed what actually occurred with this gentleman who's asked specifically about what was going on with that gentleman. He hasn't acknowledged me. It's the second attempt. So I would suggest that he's going to ignore me a third time when I now put it to him for a third time. The guy said the horizon curved. It doesn't.
I heard yesterday refracted curvature said that the horizon could not be used geometrically.
Moderators, I'm trying to have a reasonable discussion with this gentleman, and he's ignoring me entirely, and he's done it 4 times. I'd ask that I just don't need to talk to people like this. Why would anybody engage in a conversation where, on one side, I address something that's put to me, and on the other side, they entirely ignore you? That's the behaviour of a wanker. And I just don't like talking to wankers. Either acknowledge what I've said, I'll say it a 5th time, and presumably if I don't get a reply, we'll just do it indefinitely? He said the horizon bent, dum-dum. What are you scared of? Addressing what the actual conversation was, you've got to turn it into something else. No, the actual conversation that just took place was a Rasta telling me horizons bend, man. I don't. He was an idiot. I took the piss out of him. How he sounded with his stupid dumbass assertions and his stupid dumbass voice. That's what I did. Then I got called a racist. Yeah? Meanwhile, horizons are not bending. Hope that's clear. It's only been the 6th time I put it to this person who presumably will ignore me entirely for a 6th time.
He's not just a wanker, Nathan. He's a globe-believing wanker.
A globe-believing wanker who cannot actually address anything that's put to them. Yes, that's correct. Would you like to tell me that I'm not allowed to assess the performance based on his wankery?
I didn't actually hear him saying the horizon was...
Did you hear me 6 times? Filling you in? That'll be total silence, ladies and gentlemen. That'll be a complete acknowledgement of what I said, or total silence for a few seconds. Yeah, that'll be total silence. Presumably now me pointing out that he's had it put to him by me personally in this discussion 7 times is met with, I didn't hear him say it. Mods, I'm just done with him. It's been 7 times! Reasonable? Horizons aren't bending.
He was looking for straight.
It's the 8th time. It seems I'm being chanted through. Now I'm now getting chanted through by him. Yeah, it's just when I'm talking now, because he's managed to obfuscate it 7 times. This will be the 8th. What the discussion took place was horizons must be on a flat Earth. That's what took place. Would you like to address that? Or did you need a 9th obfuscation attempt? Hello? No bent horizons, dum-dum. Stupid.
I was muted. I was muted. I couldn't speak. I was muted.
Not be coping. Now you're flapping your gums while I'm talking. There was a silence. Then I started shouting at you for not addressing it. It's been 10 times. So I'm going to start shouting at you, stupid clown. How am I sight you're a stupid waste of space? You can't address me after 10 times, me putting to you our horizons aren't bendy. I just get a little silence each time, and then an attempt over and over again to take it somewhere else that it isn't. A horizon that's straight and flat. Horizontal, with all parallels being lining up with it. That's what will always be the case, as was put to that gentleman. It was the discussion we just had. Earth's flat for a horizon to exist.
Oh, I'm not here to justify somebody else's claim.
Why did you talk about him then, you stupid idiot? You brought him up because you weren't here to talk about. Now you're flapping your gums through the top of me. So you brought him up, but you don't want to talk about someone. Man, this guy's infuriating. What's the word that people who say, I'm going to talk about this third party, and then when at the point after 10 times of not acknowledging the discussion with that third party that just took place, say you didn't want to talk about the third party. There's a word for people like this. Wanker.
Wanker, I think it is.
Yeah, wanker. You're a wanker, sir. Don't like talking
to you. I was just asking if he was presuming a geometric horizon, that's all.
Engaging, you're a wanker. I don't want to engage with you anymore. Wanker.
Do you
Any non-wankers want to engage us, where they actually address the things we put to them, like Earth being flat, a plane, measurably so, utilizably as such, fundamentally and axiomatically flat. It's Earth, the one you inhabit. Perhaps you thought it was a ball. Or perhaps you'd like to tell me how you don't want to talk about a third party you bring up, like a wanker does. Anybody else? Just the wanker, right? Just the wanker ball believer.
Well, they could cite planar surveying, say that they don't survey a plane. That's
You're still got a salty taste in your mouth. When we were doing the book yesterday, John joined and he's like, I just lost my temper with people. If anybody ever tells you that you're wrong for losing your temper with them, they're wrong, because you do lose your temper with these wankers and they ignore you entirely and defy a principle that they just meet with silence when you put it out to them 10 times. Yeah, it is infuriating because they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear anything that defies their all belief. That's what happened, John.
Yeah, they can't hear it, Nathan, because they have to say things like perpendicular to a vertical. They can't use the word horizontal.
Perpendicular.
What's perpendicular to a vertical? But that's what they'll say without actually using the word.
Yeah, they don't get to, not anymore. They're our words. Yeah, John.
That's right.
I couldn't find curvedicular in there, or curvizontal. I couldn't find it. It didn't.
Curvendicular? That's a new one.
Yeah, I couldn't find it. I was trying to help Robert out. I couldn't find that word.
Those concepts don't exist. Like, I was talking to Omnivore, and he told me that I was scared to go through the planar surveying manual because he knew it wasn't a plane. and I wanted to choke him. I don't know. There's a level of just insanity that entails. It's like somebody walking up and saying, words don't exist, and they pull out a dictionary and say, you're scared to go through this with me, aren't you?
You did well, John, because you don't only have stupid omnivore in your case, you had Zanuck on your case, and the total nonsense they're both coming out with. They know what they're doing. They know they're talking absolute garbage, and it's gonna wind people up. That's all they're here for. Obviously, got no globe proof.
We can test that they're just like, or I can test that they're just like us. I won't project this out onto all of you lot, but I would suggest that frustration, maybe in the case of John, might not be true, but we'll find out in a minute if he agrees or disagrees. It's born out of your own, I think it'd be a good word for John, ineptitude, recognition of the planar surveying that up until you became a flatty, you would have also just accepted as planar, but also being on a ball. When they brace against you and want to mock you for being a flat earther, it's because they don't want to accept that awful truth when they've recognised it. So rather than internalising it and recognising the awful truth that Earth is being measured flat, they project out the "you believe a flat Earth, do you, clown?" onto us. It's actually their own ineptitude they're starting to recognise, and it's embarrassing to them.
Yeah, I can see that completely, but I still don't have to like it.
We were told on yesterday's after show that Craig McNeil of Fight the Flat Earth is having some mental issues as a result of the stress of fighting a flat Earth that we all measure. And I'll be honest, I've said this for years. Yeah, eventually on the ball side, this is going to cause them some mental handicap. It will cause them some damage. You're not talking about broken arm where you can perfectly, but you can certainly fix it to a degree. Some of this mental anguish that is being caused on the ball side, you're not going to rectify that later down the chain. You're going to break mentally yourselves if you carry on doing this. Now, when I say I don't lose any sleep over this subject, I know it's measured flat. There's a fact. There's a whole effort to create an illusion of a group of people that only believe in a flat Earth. Certain culty type leaders of that group can walk away from it and say it's still a ball. Won't mention any names. Terra Campanella! Excuse me. Without mentioning any specific names, there's a perception that there's a belief in a flat Earth. Earth's measured flat. Everyone, always, including ball believers. That means that the stress that I get is directly as a consequence of people projecting out their fear of that onto me when they become anti-flat earthers. Telling me that horizons bend, and then telling me I'm an idiot, or that I shouldn't speak in a certain way, when I axiomatically define what that horizon is and how it's used practically on Earth to survive in some instances, to avoid death. Serious business. That'll mean I have to suffer the ridicule, and that's the stress I suffer. Mentally, our opponents know it's flat. That's the stress that they have to overcome because they think they can get rid of that feeling. It isn't a feeling, it's a fact. Earth's measured flat. I'm trying to brace against it by suggesting that idiot flat earthers are the reason that Earth's measured flat. When you use it in all practical application of Earth always, that'll just lead to you destroying your own brain. And it sounds like Craig McNeil of Fight the Flat Earth channel's feeling that pinch as we speak. Apparently he was distressed on a stream or something. And I empathise. Yeah, when I first did not know what Earth was, it was in that interim period, about split second, maybe 1 second total, it was a really unnerving feeling about how wrong I could be. And I recognised how Earth was actually flat, and I knew it all along, and it felt like a massive relief. You might go through the rest of your natural-born life fighting flat earthers, only to find yourself in a bleeding mental asylum. And I'll say, told you. You just accepted how Earth was measured rather than accepting the societal standard you had imposed on you at birth. You were told it was a ball. Believe in that. Trust in the measurements. Earth's measured flat. You have to believe in anything.
Tells you in the planar surveying manuals. The horizontal plane is used. Measure flat Earth. It tells you in the books.
Tells you in the definition of an elevation angle measurement. Tells you that you've got to stand on a horizontal plane to measure them. And measure them we do. Earth's flat. Deal with it. Project and
Craig needs
spew
to just
pain onto us. Sorry.
Craig just needs to get down to the beach and just yell at the horizon. Just let it all out. Like
They need to figure out what elevation is and what, like that they're not dropping rocks 45 degrees or at a chord or at an angle. They're not dropping rocks through water from the surface to surface. Nobody's shooting anything through the surface of the water and having it pop out the surface. No submarine. There's nothing that ever in the world's history and time wouldn't tell you have some curved water in front of you to where you could poke your tip out and still be in the water hill behind you, or that there's a little lake you can walk up and smack the bottom of. That doesn't exist. Where's the 10-foot high lake or pond? Where's that at? Meniscus ball. Come on.
Just the tip? Open your bottom out.
No, yeah, I'm saying if you have a curved portion of water, right? Like say in your aquarium, just imagine a curved amount of water to where one side of it doesn't have, all the water in it. It's curved, to meet the bottom. Now, if you had a little toy, you could just stick the tip in that curve and the rest of it would be dry. Or you could be in the water and stick the tip out of the curve to where your tip would get dry, but you would be in the water. If it's curved water. Yeah.
But before we get anywhere near that, and you're correct before I go any further, yes, absolutely. They aren't going to be using down, though, for a ball. They don't get to use that. Or up. That's ours. Only ours.
Yeah. And have gravity.
And down it changes everywhere.
Well, the easiest way to say is left isn't up and left isn't down and left and right aren't up and down. That's what they don't get. See, if we were on a globe, point in any direction would be up, away from this thing that we're from to space. It would be considered up in elevation. It would have to be.
It wouldn't be up. It would be out.
Well, it would be an increase in elevation. Forget the semantics about the words. Like in reality, you would be able to demonstrate bit by bit by bit by bit that every direction is up from its point of reference, from a focal point of anywhere you start. Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, for us, up is perfectly viable, axiomatically sound. Them, they can't use up, ever. Balls don't have up, they have out. Only out. There's no horizontal plane to be perpendicular to 90 degrees with respect to. So they don't have up, they don't have perpendicular, they don't have horizontal, they don't have down. None of those work on a ball. They're ours.
Yeah, like you said, they can use up and down, but they can't define it.
What it is, really, up and diverging down.
Use it.
Yeah.
They will.
It's truly
when they use it, they're using it with respect to a plane of reference. Always. If you hear them using up or down, they don't use our stuff. That's with respect to a plane. You don't get to use that.
Right, and it's confusing me that they haven't been taught that.
Gravity.
Then John, go ahead. Or John first. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Demo. Whenever they say gravity is changing the direction of down, depending upon your position of Earth, what they're really saying is the plane of reference is becoming out of phase with itself to point at the center of a ball. It is insane. That's what's being said. Because gravity only applies.
It's insane.
Gravity only applies to inertial planes. They're using down. Go ahead, whoever that was.
Yeah, just real quick. I want to say, it's truly a willful rejection of horizontal, level, and vertical, which give you the perpendicular aspect. Right? It's a willful rejection of that.
Sort of. It's not rejection. It's hijacking. They're using our flat Earth measurements when they say those words. Not rejecting it, they're hijacking it. Hijacking our flat Earth is ours only.
Well, that's why I was saying they can't define it because it changes. It's not definitive answer. I can't
No, it
talk
doesn't.
right
Axioms don't change. That's what an axiom is. In terms of its principle, it's sound, solid, not changing. Say, well, this axiomatic principle of horizontal changes because I believe that down moves with respect to the centre of a sphere. No, that's defying the axiomatic principles of horizontal, perpendicular, up and down. Definitely not for a baller. Only for a flat earther will that get used.
Yeah. You just say it better than I do.
Oh, thanks. 81 people watching. Please share the show if you've not done so already. Very warm welcome to all of you who've just joined us. There's a good chance you've only joined us because somebody who's in the show already shared it. If you haven't done so already, click that share button. It's a couple of links. Hopefully we'll get over 100 people watching as we are in the politics server. Hopefully one of my YouTube mods can stick a link to it and you can join this fantastic server and participate with all the wonderful people of the politics server in the array of different subjects that they do have in this server. It's not just Flat Earth, also all sorts of other things. So feel free to join the link or join the server via the link that will hopefully be in the next couple of minutes be going by in my YouTube live stream chat. Politics is the name of the server. Flat Earth 24-bit is the bit we're in. Called Flat Earth 24? This room called? Yeah, 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, I figured out a warning bell the other day. It's the moment they start trying to get you to agree with them, right? Form the agreement ladders. That should be a warning bell for anybody that's discussing this topic. Because to establish what is, it's not an agreement ladder. Ever. You don't have to agree to know that dogs exist.
If you suggested dogs didn't exist, we start from that premise.
Here's an example of an agreement ladder. Not to count, I'm not trying to push back on what you're saying, but just a thing that's been reoccurring like the past 24 hours. They just can't get off the final experiment. They're stuck. They're stuck in the mud. So now their new thing is to say Nathan lied in was it Robert? Some guy you interviewed lied. So I'm like, which one is it? A, you can trust witness testimony. B, you can't trust witness testimony. Let's go up that ladder. Where are we at when we finally found the truth? The first rung. Is witness testimony included? Is witness testimony not included? And they'll be like, witness testimony is included if they agree with it. If they disagree with it, it's a lie. And I'm like, you need to fix that. You need to fix that epistemology. Because you really don't care what the witness says. You just think you can use it as some kind of weapon to make another claim about what somebody else did or didn't do.
What we really need, rather than an assessment of Robert Shortman's perceived lies in Antarctica, which at first I was like, yeah, maybe Robert Shortman was lying. If we accept that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica and he did not observe one or report one, in fact denied that that would be one because he'd remembered it in his own testimony, that would suggest that if there is a 24-hour sun, there must always be a 24-hour sun every single year? Not necessarily. It doesn't imply that, but for retroactive continuity, Robert Shortman must be lying. He could have experienced exactly as he experienced, reported back as he experienced it, and then a separate, either faked encounter or encounter that doesn't meet the expectations of the perceived patterns to date that we have documented. If that's the case, maybe he is a liar. Maybe it was just the experience he had wasn't the experience that the people who went down there, if we are to trust them, had. That's not the right question, though. It's not about whether Robert Shortman's a liar. It's about whether or not we are on a flat plane or not. With respect to the sun observed in Antarctica and measured with respect to the same flat plane we argue for here, they're measuring a flat Earth the same as everyone else when they watch and observe the sun above the horizontal plane 24 hours. Who cares what Robert Shortman said? Did it change the Earth that's flat and being measured as such in Antarctica? No.
Nope. And correct me if I'm wrong, but did the timeline of the northern 24-hour sun, you know, was it the same as the southern 24-hour sun? Wasn't the southern one like a lot shorter the duration?
I honestly don't know the answer to that question.
As far as relevance,
Yeah,
gonna
that's the
as
say-
far
part.
as relevance, what would it matter if it did?
Yeah, that's the part that's
Only
is irrelevant. Is irrelevant
Well, no,
because
it's relevant.
Yeah,
if it doesn't
yeah,
match
I understand that.
where that's going, right? You're saying, does it match the heliocentric model in terms of how their paradigm describes the northern sun in a 24-hour rotation versus the 24-hour southern rotation? Should it match identically? Does it not match the heliocentric model? I think that's where the question's going. Am I right?
Correct. I agreed with you. I was just throwing it out there.
Sure. I mean, but the problem with it, and it's not your fault, is that so long as there's a perception that there's an argument worth having, there's a notion that it could be a ball left in the mind's eye of anybody having the argument. That's measured flat in all instances, always. So, but for us arguing about it could be a ball because you believe it and can potentially argue it, you personally, for that perceived argument, that just be everybody accepting the Earth and how it's measured as a flat plane without just ridiculing me for saying it. Oh, you stupid flat earther! What, pointing out how Earth's measured flat?
Totally agree. I just can't help but to point out the fallacies.
You want to undo their belief in a ball, which starts with the ball. I get it. I think that's part of the problem. People arguing about how it might not be a ball keeps the debate, which is not the case. It's not a debate. Earth is measured flat. That's how it's practically utilised. Therefore, it's not an if question. If Earth was a sphere, no. Earth is measured flat. There's no ifs about it. I only intended to toddle along here for a little bit, and because we're normally here for a couple of hours on a Friday, I'm actually going to bid the politics farewell today, because they've been so accommodating for the first half of the show. Let's hope I'm capable of leaning on my own server. Thank you very much for having me, impromptu visit that this was. I'll see you guys on Friday.
It was a pleasure, Nation. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming by.
Cheers,
Yeah, take care, guys.
He definitely doesn't muck around.
Yeah, it's interesting how there's like the second drive of the final experiment. Like they're trying to remain relevant because it's taken them so long to get to this documentary that they're trying to make. They're not sure how to make it, just enough flat Earth, but with also not flat Earth at the same time. They got to make it seem like both sides are represented equally, and there just isn't enough content there to represent flat Earth equally.
Right. Because they've already got 2 interviews, one with Jaren, one with Whitsett, where Jaren's, throwing in the towel and Whitsett's saying, well, there's got to be something else, right? So, it's conflicting, right? They got to try, because they really wanted it just to be this single, 2-party dichotomy versus each other. Now there's 3, 4, 5, all these different, viewpoints coming out of the woodwork. Oh, wait, this wasn't even an experiment to begin with. Are they going to represent those people that are saying that it wasn't even an experiment?
Well, the fact of the matter is that opinion only is one-sided. They can't even come to terms with the fallacies, and the outcome, it doesn't even have anything to do with the Earth. So
Yeah, another thing is how much young Earth creationism do they throw in there?
Yeah.
On the run, do they want to run away from the stuff that McDuffie says? They want to run away from the dehumanization. Like, hey, this is, McDuffie. He used to call people flurmen, flat Earth vermin. Are they going to run from that? How much do they're trying to think of a way. How do they present it in a way that makes it seem like it wasn't this really scummy social experiment? And maybe they can't do it. So now they're out there driving more content about the sort of second push. They got people running around social media talking about it again, trying to get content for the documentary. And it's not working like the way they did. So now they're upset again. They're angry. Flat Earthers are liars. Dude, like, all you had to do was stay on topic and talk about your experiment, and they can't do it because they know they're holding a nothing burger. This is really nothing at all.
Yeah, the way they went all quiet was a bit of a mistake, eh?
Like, even inside their own epistemology, this did not give them any answers. This gave them more questions. And now they're confused. And you're like, well, yeah, when you look up the sky, you don't get answers, you get questions.
And the people who want to question isn't around.
You know what? What will probably happen is a documentary that focuses on how the flat Earth community, and I'm doing air quotes, right?
Yeah.
Has come down on Jaren, right? And how like they're doubting the veracity of the journey, of the trip. Were they really there? Were they in a studio? Like all that stuff, right? They'll probably focus on that. And poor old Jared being ostracized and thrown out, right?
Comes with the name, doesn't it?
Poor old Jared, his journey from beyond the curve, behind the curve to now, right?
Yeah. I don't know who I'd hate to be more, Jaren or Whitson.
I think apart from whatever's going on in his personal life at the moment, I think Whitsett's okay, right? I don't think he's going to suffer too much from all this.
I think he's stuck in between a hard place and a rock.
That guy who's been stinking up text chat and lobby on the main server, that Star You, he's been DMing me. He wants flat Earth proof. I'm like, okay, go to the additional information section. He can't find it. Okay, I type in evidence, can't find it. Type in sunset, can't find it. The search bar, mind you. He goes like, where's the evidence? Same answer as before. Over and over again, he can't find it. And I'm like, dude, if you can't find text channels on the Discord server that I've pinged you in, directed you towards, told you where they were, you're hopeless, dude. You're anyone I've ever done this to, I told them, hey, page down to the bottom, additional information, A through M or A through L, M through Z. No one's ever had a problem finding it. See, the issue.
Give him a bit of leeway, mate. He found a search bar.
The issue is that he his idea was there isn't any flat Earth evidence. So then when he was faced with tons of flat Earth evidence, enough to last him the rest of his life, he can't see it all of a sudden. Because the problem was, inside his worldview, there wasn't anything to show. Nothing. Zero. And he's like, holy shit, they got tons of things to show, categorized, alphabetical, sourced, cited, all of it. And he's like, now what do you do with that? You just call the other person mentally ill and they should be in jail. And I'm like, no problem. Now I direct you right back, additional information A through L, M through Z, and start reading the content. I don't see it.
Yeah, if that doesn't provoke their defensive reaction, I don't know what would. The fact they got nothing.
Staryu. That's not. Who is that? I know that name.
Yeah, if you look, if you look in lobby, he filled the lobby chat with like just inane garbage all day last week, or all day yesterday.
I'm going to hit Zaxias.
Cheers, mate. Have a good one. Yeah, Robert Spiral, that was classic. I don't think I've seen him spiral like that. and he'd already like set the standard that he doesn't insult, and he wants to have a reason. But you could tell he was wanting to let loose and just call us a bunch of names. He was like, it was classic. That was so good. experience or an observation, something, right?
I agree.
Can't be just willy-nilly out of your imagination.
I totally agree with that. I mean, I don't think that indulging in foolishness is wise. I agree with that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, and for the look, if you identified that you've got a hypothesis, it can't be tested, but you're going to go ahead and guess that you're probably right. Okay, that's your personal prerogative. If you want to do that, that's fine. And there's no need for any. It's personal. That's a personal, subjective thing that you've chosen to do. Yeah. It's not a requirement for anybody else to take that on board. You could express your belief to somebody, and if they concur, then that's on them, right? As well, like, and if you got 1 million or 1 billion people concurring, it doesn't mean that it's right, doesn't mean that it's wrong, doesn't mean anything. Just means that a billion people have, like, thought that sounds, pretty cool.
Yes, I totally agree with that, and I don't believe that you should force those hypotheses upon anyone. I totally agree with that.
What we often get in here is people come in and they think that hypotheses are proof, right? Without having been tested. They think that is, like, explanations are good enough. And if it's an explanation that tends to make sense and it has a consensus belief behind it, then there's this automatic requirement for anybody that challenges it to present an alternative, right? And we say, no, your explanation must stand alone. If you're declaring its knowledge and it's true, right, then it stands alone on its own merit. It has to be supported by some sort of form of proof, right? And you don't need to hold it up in a dichotomy against anybody else's viewpoint or anybody else's alternative explanation or hypotheses or model or anything like that. Right.
It's better just to reduce it to absurdity, right? That idea, right? Because, like, people will come up with arguments and they almost sound like, I don't believe air exists. You know what I mean? But then in order to make that argument, they have to assume the air exists. And it's like, that's how I feel with some of the globe arguments, is that it's like, okay, so now we just have to reduce this position to absurdity and show where it contradicts itself,
Isn't it that thing Whitsitt always says, falsification is independent of replacement? So it's like, yeah, we've shown the radius value is not what we've been told, and the response is always, okay, well, how does X, Y, and Z work? What about this, and that? And I'm like, dude, I don't know. I'm just showing you that your thing is wrong here. I don't have to explain everything in the universe to show you that this is wrong.
Well, the thing is that heliocentrism depends upon assumptions. The burden of proof is not really on you to disprove heliocentrism. The burden of proof is really on the one claiming it because it contradicts observable reality.
Exactly.
It's very simple.
Wow, finally some cohesive content.
Yeah, everyone's free to walk away and have their own belief system. Nobody should knock you for having your beliefs. Right? If you've identified if it's a belief, you're honest with yourself about your belief system. That's fine. Everybody's got beliefs and things that they can't, that they feel might be true, right? But they can't prove it. Right? That's a belief. But if you're going to go ahead and demand that others accept it is true, and you can't provide evidence, then you're being a zealot. We just talked about this over in the other server, actually. Yeah, that's zealotry and being dogmatic and religious, and it's not very very respectful to your fellow human being.
It's a form of sophistry, like whoever's most confident wins. That's not how it works.
Dude, it blew my mind when I first went down the rabbit hole of, say, geocentrism, and realizing that every other theory that was accepted was just a band-aid. Like learning about the Michelson-Morley experiment.
You got a bunch of ad hoc rescuing devices thrown in there. I love the one like when they're like, "Yo, Marconi sent this radio signal 3,000 miles or 2,000 miles or whatever, line of sight," and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's because there's a dome over top of us called the ionosphere." Like, what the heck? Where did you get to?
Dude, it's like we're taught all of these the things that the conclusions that they've come to. We're taught all of that as the baseline fact, and then everything else, it's like when you see the process of how they came to these conclusions, it's like almost laughable.
Right. Yeah, like in the case of Marconi, they specifically told him your test will fail because of the curvature of the Earth. And it worked, and instead of considering the possibility that the curvature doesn't exist, that the Earth's flat, like was pointed out by Tori, they had to invent an excuse, a reason why it worked.
That documentary by Robert Sungenesis, the principle, really lays it out in such a clear way, and it just becomes so obvious. Like, I don't think I'm an idiot. I think I'm following it pretty well. I don't know. Like, it just seems like it's like band-aids on bad theories.
What's the other documentary I haven't seen anyone talk about? Oh, it's called Heliosorcery. Have you guys seen that one too? That one's crazy.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Mm-hmm. Dimensional Madness is another good one if you haven't seen that. It's really good.
Yo, guys, what do you guys believe about the 4 guys who went to Antarctica and supposedly saw the sun for 24 hours up?
Well, I would say that lights in the sky don't change the horizontal horizon, and it doesn't matter. It wasn't an experiment anyway, because there's no variables involved in it. It's just a group of dudes who went to go and look at lights in the sky.
Interesting.
I could give you a quick breakdown of the problems behind that, right? So there were some flat earthers that were claiming that a globe projection map was the official flat earth map, which is the AE projection you've probably seen in a bunch of videos, right? And then these certain flat earthers on YouTube and whatnot, right? Like Jeranism, one of the guys that went there, they were claiming they knew exactly how the sun operates above that particular map, which the map is flawed, and making claims about how the sky works is a bad argument, right? So these anti-flat earthers, right, who make flat earth debunking style content, along with this pastor Will Duffy, who apparently has a lot of money, right, they got together and took advantage of a poor claim made by some specific flat earthers, right? And then they went to Antarctica, right, and proved these bad arguments wrong, right? So we'd been telling these flat earthers to stop using these particular arguments for years, right? So it's not necessarily something that debunks flat earth. It debunks poor arguments that were being made on a map that should never have been claimed to be an official flat earth map, and these flat earthers shouldn't have been claiming to know how the sky works, right? Jeranism has now gone back to the globe site, right? It wasn't for flat earthers. It was Jeranism, right? And Whitsitt, who went there, and some random girl called Lizbeth. They were the only 3 flat earthers that went.
Interesting.
I mean, it's going to make you wonder, like, what were these people thinking? Like, did they think that, did they Did they actually think that the Earth was mapped out like that, and then to trick everyone, they projected it into a sphere? Because it's literally a projection of a sphere. The AE map, the AE north-centered projection, right?
Also, I didn't. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Sorry, go on. No, you're right, mate. Go on.
I interrupted you.
Yeah, it just boggles my mind. Like, what were they thinking, or did they think it just happened to match? You know, like it just makes me wonder what the thought process was. You know?
They got set up by the United Nations.
How did they know that they were in Antarctica? Is there any evidence that suggests that they exactly knew that they were that they have been to Antarctica? Did they track it or something?
Well, I think they did do that, right? But there's footage of them flying there, right? They have the stamps in their passports. Well, some of them do. What was interesting, some of them didn't have the Antarctica stamp in their passport, which was kind of random, right? But that's a different issue, right? But there's particular base they went to, right? And there's pictures of the base that you can find readily available online. And there's countless amounts of footage of them flying drones around, riding bicycles around, walking around, live streaming from the location. Too much footage that I think is possible to fake.
There's even a skydiving video.
What was the location? Union Glacier?
Yeah, I think so.
Called Union Glacier. Yeah, they definitely went to Union Glacier.
Yeah.
They have even channels that do like skydiving there, and there's this one video at the very end of the skydiving. This is not a big channel by any means. There's not that many subscribers, and at the very end they do the 24-hour sun like in their credits. And so it's been documented before by like people that are just complete amateurs. So it seems that it is an occurring phenomena that actually does occur, and we understand this already happens in the north.
So that's okay. I get this. Okay.
And don't forget as well, not that everybody cares what Samuel Rowbotham says, but very early flat earthers agreed that there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It didn't stop them from writing books and declaring to the world that the Earth's flat. This doesn't have any effect on the arguments of the flat Earth.
Okay, so it was okay. Understand. So there's the footage of so there's lots of footage from Antarctica, right? Lots of amateur footage from there as well, right?
I don't know if you could say lots.
Yeah, I don't know about lots, but there is.
Okay,
enough that was sufficient for myself, at least.
So that
they hold a marathon. They hold literally a marathon there every single year, where heaps of people go and do a marathon. So it's definitely a real
year. So it's the same time of the year as the 24-hour sun as well. Yeah.
Okay. So the marathon. How many people joined there?
I don't know, but sure. I think it was happening when they were there, when the flat earthers and the globers were there. The marathon ran through the area. Apparently,
I think it was. I'm not sure about that. I think it might have been over just before they got there.
Are there any people who claim that this is not that they weren't in Antarctica, but they were somewhere in the North Pole or Siberia or something like that? Is there anyone?
Some people have made a claim, but it's not 24-hour sun at that time of year in the north, so it's a dumb claim.
The thing is, a 24-hour sun in the south doesn't prove that there is a south pole. And actually, nobody in the flat Earth claims to know what the sky actually is. And if you go back to ancient models, the Egyptian model, they claim, pretty much claim all sorts of mysterious things in the sky, especially in the southern hemisphere. So it's not really any claims that flat earthers should be making about the sky, because there's no way to verify, God's handiwork, let's say. And I'm not religious, but it doesn't take a overzealous belief in a creator to understand that the sky
may not be what we believe it to be, which is what the boundary between a vacuum and the Earth. I mean, you've got to justify space exists in the first place before you can get into claiming it's because of the globe.
Look, it's all well and good to have like an explanation for why things in the sky appear to do what they do, right? And that involving the ground to be curving, but particularly into the shape of a sphere or a spheroid shape. But if the ground doesn't agree with your idea, then you've got to let it go. And that's what we've done, because the ground just doesn't agree with any of these so-called explanations for celestial motion. It doesn't. So it's planar. It measures. We observe. It looks planar. It measures to be planar, and we use it like it's planar. So obviously, it's not curving, and it's not a ball.
We leave that argument for the theory crafters. There is an element of philosophy that you can get into, and there are models. We just spoke about a couple of guys, Lindsay Harris, Joe Hanvey. They have models based on a parabolic sort of curve in the south with a container. And some sort of reflective properties. There's all sorts of different philosophical ideas. But we don't really entertain those. We don't need to, because we just want to keep the argument empirical. There are certain claims that have to be the case if we live on a ball. There has to be curvature, and there has to be motion. And, there has to be a vacuum in the sky next to an open system. And this is where the globe, has no empirical evidence. So the globers do really focus their attention on the sky. The problem is the sky literally was mapped based with the math from perspective, and the radius value is the same math as the rate in which things drop on your horizon. So this whole model of the sky has come from what we see in reality. So yeah, these models can have post-predictive properties. But the sky was mapped and modeled on a flat plane with predictive capability well before any globe came about. I hope you understand what I tried to say there. Did he leave? Maybe he was going to start a line of arguments based on that and realised that he was going to be going nowhere with it.
I don't know. Is he still here, or has he gone?
Unless it was Neil. Was it Neil? If not, he's left.
Definitely wasn't Neil. No, it was Muslim Martin Luther fan. Maybe he got a phone call or something. He seemed like a polite guy. I doubt he would just take off.
Hello there, Neil. Hello.
What's up, Neil? What's up, AJ?
Yo.
AJ in the house. What's up, brother?
Hey, how are you? Sorry, I can't really speak tonight. Everyone's asleep here. But how's it all going?
Good, brother. Good to hear. Good to see you, man.
Good.
Well,
Hey, welcome, AJ. I hope you and yours are staying blessed.
Thank you. Yeah, we're all good. Still away.
Awesome.
Traveling
So,
in this
Neil,
big flat country.
where are you, AJ?
Harvey Bay now.
Nice. You in the camper?
Yeah, yeah.
Nice. You get a lot of use out of it, don't you? That's good to hear.
Yeah, I do actually, yeah, but we're selling it now.
What, for an upgrade?
Something smaller, so we don't have to bring the kids. They're all growing up.
Don't blame me, mate.
Like, oh, we're going on holidays. Oh, sorry, no room.
I should do that with my house. I should downsize and tell them there's no room. Get out.
Right.
Genius. Got a few new people joined. Welcome, welcome. Nick Cat. Dakion. That's an unusual name.
Yep, I'm probably going to join a different VC.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for passing by.
Yep.
Stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Come back when you have time.
Flybys.
So, Neil, are you there?
What up?
Word up. All good, mate. Is this your first time in the channel, or have you been here before?
No, I'm usually here. I just changed my profile, so.
Okay. Yeah. Well, good to have you back.
Yeah. Neil's, FE, been around for a while.
Yeah, it's the display picture threw me. I'm better with display pictures than names.
Yeah, it's usually my face, but I just got this truck the other day, so.
Now I've got the face to go with the truck. I can just see you now in that truck sitting there,
Yeah, money. Ran it out the ass. I did, my buddy's like, rev it. So I revved it, and then, flames came out the exhaust. It's pretty funny.
Bad gas.
You got to work on the accent though, bro. Because you sound too refined to be driving that truck and wearing a cap and having a beard.
Yeah. I need that Flatsy Clown accent, right, boys?
That's it. That's the one. Yeah.
Give us a yeehaw.
Yeehaw, motherfuckers!
There it is. He said I need that Flatsy Klein. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I'm a city boy, but I mean, my first year in the countryside, so I'm getting used to it. I still don't have a pair of overalls or a flannel shirt yet. I just wear like a tracksuit every day still. Maybe if I wear the tracksuit and then put the overalls on top. Yeah, a little city country mix. That'd be a good idea.
And you'll have to grow a mullet.
Oh fuck! I mean, I got the beard. I mean, I could just shave that. But every time I do the mustache, I look like a pedophile. So I digress.
Pickup trucks seem so cool to me as a UK guy because we just don't see them. I don't think I've ever known anybody to ever have a pickup truck in the UK.
They don't sell Fords in the UK? I mean, I guess not. It's American.
Yeah, they sell Ford, but we don't sell. I mean, you won't see pickup trucks in the dealerships. Nobody buys them.
That's wild. So, how do people like carry their tools, and do they just drive vans? I guess I see a lot of vans in the UK.
Yep, that's us, mate. Transit van.
Yeah. Sprinter van, transit van. That's cool. Yeah.
I guess it's because with the pickup truck, you've got an open back, and with the weather we have, we need a cover. We need a van.
Well, I mean, I'm in Vancouver, so I mean, I'm in a rainforest, so we get the same weather as you guys.
I mean, the fact you said rainforest leads me to believe you don't get the same weather as us, but maybe you're right. Maybe it's just a woods.
Yeah, rains here 70% of the year.
But what about the climate? Do you have high humidity?
Nope. I live right next to the ocean.
Okay. So your stuff gets wet then a lot, I guess.
Oh yeah, super damp. We get like in the winter we get like a damp cold mist, which is apparently, according to some people, colder than dry cold. Interesting to me.
Yeah, we have that sort of climate where just weeds and grass grows everywhere, bro. It's just constantly, it's just really de-weeding is a big part of our lifestyle.
Man, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to break down. I got like 10 acres, and I'm trying to break down like 5 acres of bramble bush. That's like 10 feet tall in some parts.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, all the videos I see are all from the UK. I'm like, how to get rid of bramble root? It's like all people from the UK. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, hedgerows. That's our thing, man. You'll see hedgerows everywhere, bro. I have one for my house, like literally on my front garden. I have a hedgerow. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've been on Facebook Marketplace trying to find one for a decent price. I've been just using shears lately, just getting a workout every day. But I'm getting tired of it. I'm like, I need a freaking electric tool. I can get it done in like 8 hours if I got it with a power tool.
Oh yeah, you can't do a hedgerow by hand, bro. It's crazy.
Or you just buy a goat.
I was gonna say, yeah, like if I buy a herd of goats, like 5 or 6 of them, they eat that shit. It's funny, on my property I have goat sheds. I have like 3 of them on the property. They got like water lines going to them. I kind of like inherited this property. Not inherited, but the last person that was there, they got sick and they couldn't upkeep it for the last 3 years, and I took it over, and so now I gotta bring it back to life.
Apparently owning goats as pets is a blast. Like, I don't know. Like, so I've heard, especially from, what's his name? Owen Benjamin.
Yeah, I follow him. He's cool. Bertaria. Yeah, I got a couple chicken coops too. So I think I'm going to start with the chickens next year. And then go from there, get goats. Should be fun. Just getting settled into the country life. So as a city boy, I'm freaking just learning slowly and getting my hands dirty in the mud. Yeah, I got no power either on the property. It's all solar panels, generators, and yeah, it's fun. I like it. And there's a river. There's like a small little river, ravine, creek thing I'm going through the property. So I get all the water from there, and then there's hoses that goes all along. So
nice, man. Nice. Have you looked into generating power from that? If it's running, it's a running creek.
that would be pretty cool, man. I haven't yet. I mean, what would I do? Get like a little windmill thing, a little turbine.
Yeah, like I think I don't know if I could find it again. I seen it on YouTube. I think it was some New Zealand guy. He made it. It generates enough to like run some lights and shit. I think he made it out of an old washing machine engine turbine thing or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to definitely dig not on YouTube, right? To dig on the deep web because every time I search some free energy stuff, it's just like can't find anything. It's just a bunch of Mr. Beast ads comes up and like freaking Dude Perfect stuff, like just trying to trample your brain with autism, right?
Man, I get hooked on those shorts. Like, like since they've had shorts on there, I'll just be like, I just wish it'd automatically play because I have to actually I'm lazy and I have to actually like use my finger and scroll to the next one. I wish it just like automatically go. But I love a lot of them shorts.
Yeah, they get you to drain your energy with your finger into your soul.
I'm always looking for good stand-up comedy on there though too. Like I look for all sorts of shit. Like Ethergrass points me to some really good educational stuff and that. But yeah, I love the stand-up comedy, but it's really hard to find one that really makes you laugh. Like, so when I come across one, I'm just like, oh yeah, this is the shit,
You know Mitch Hedberg, T-Dub?
Mate, he is one of my favorites. Like when I first saw him, I was just in stitches, man. In stitches. He was brilliant.
The comedian's comedian for sure.
Yeah, there's a recent joke in the shorts. It was like, do you guys know the age of consent in India? And they're like, it's 18. And they're like, yeah. Like, do you know the age of consent in Canada? And they're like, it's 16. So they're like, so the Indians must have been like, we must go to the great land of opportunity. Bad joke. Oh, goody, goody. It used to be 14 in Canada. It's still kind of messed up at 16. But.
It's kind of the same in Australia, but I think it's not so black and white. It's still iffy. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's weird.
Don't you guys have a law that like you can't have a smartphone till 16 or something too, Tito?
Not that I'm aware. Or maybe you can't actually like have it activated, but I'm sure lots of parents like work around that and they just activate it for their kids. Like send lots of kids in like primary school, they're sending their kids to school with phones and shit. But if they get caught using them at school, then they get them confiscated. And then the parents have to go to the school and talk with the headmaster and whatever, blah blah. But lots of kids have got devices. Yeah, iPads, iPhones, all sorts of shit. Yeah.
The iPad babies. Those are. I was talking to one of the parents, one of my friends. I'm like really, like, do you really give your kid the iPad and just like disappear? And they're like, yeah, man. I'm like, bro, isn't that like brain rot for your like baby and kid? And they're like, yeah, but I can't just handle being a parent 24/7. I gotta live life. I'm like, bro, like that's the whole point of being a parent, to raise your kid.
Like straight child abuse, bro.
But I guess my parents did the same thing, except like I had a PlayStation 2, right? And I guess the internet, but it wasn't as brain rotty back then, 2001.
Wasn't as brain rotty. You're a flat earther, dude. I'm just kidding.
I
Sometimes.
grew up with computer games, like and handheld, like the old flip open Nintendo games and that. But then when I hit adulthood, I sort of like backed off from that a bit. But then like the younger generation around me were like getting back into it. So my kids would like say, "Oh, can you help me with this game?" And I'd be like, "Oh, yeah, what am I doing here?" Next minute, I'm the one playing that. I'm there for hours. Everyone's gone to bed. Like I'm still trying to get through it.
Yeah, like freaking RuneScape, right? Or like old games like that. Oh, dude, that's so funny you say that. I remember coming home like when we first got the Nintendo 64 and my dad and his friend were playing like Mario Kart. I was like, what the heck? We want to play.
Right.
Yeah, Mario Kart, Super Smash Brothers. I feel like those are the games you can just pick up and still have a blast at any age. Yeah, Super Smash Brothers. I feel like every video game I just troll people, except for racing games. Yeah, okay, I crashed. But, anyways, I digress. In Super Smash Bros, I'm always Kirby, and then I just like eat people, just inhale them, and then I just jump off the edge with them, suicide bomb.
Oh, Kirby! What about Kirby's Dream Course? I loved that game, man.
Yeah, I was a Sony. I was a PlayStation guy. I was never really Nintendo. GameCube. My friends had GameCube. We go over their house. All right, I'll be back. I gotta go to work and do some shit.
I never really got into what was it? Well, I didn't mind. What was the one that they brought Banjo and Kazooie out on? Was that 64? Nintendo 64. Yeah, I never really got into like the 64 stuff. Although, like, I didn't mind Banjo Kazooie, but yeah, I was more into the Super Nintendo stuff. That they were good games. Like. And Sega Mega Drive. Yeah, the PlayStations were awesome, man. Up until like, I think they like the 4 was all right, but I think that they didn't improve really on number 3. 3 was just the bomb. Loved PlayStation 3, man.
Yeah, my parents got divorced and like before the PS3 came out, so like I just had PS2 and then nothing else after that. It's funny.
Yeah, I've got the PS3 console in there that plays the 1, 2s, and 3s before they discontinued that, but it's busted. I think it needs a new power unit, so I just got to get one and install it. But yeah, no. For a couple of years there, I was a Battlefield freak. Loved all the Battlefield games on PS3, and you mentioned RuneScape. I was a RuneScape addict for I don't know how many years, man. It had me so hook, line, and sinker, man. And I know. I think I went through some spiritual experience, and just for like, I think it was about 3 or 4 years, just didn't barely touch technology at all. Yeah, didn't watch TV.
Yeah, me too, brother. Me too. That's wild. I did the same thing. I got back into Pokemon cards when I was like 18, 19. I collected for like 4 or 5 years straight. And all of a sudden, I'm just like, what am I doing with my life? Like, I'm collecting cardboard, shiny cardboard. Like
what am I doing? This is like nothing. This is gonna light this cardboard on fire. Like, I ended up selling all of them. Thank goodness for Logan Paul making them worth money, but yeah, been there.
He was a sucker. He got ripped off.
Yeah, I think you see nowadays see all the adults running into the Costco's and freaking fighting over the booster packs and boxes. It's like, oh my gosh, so glad I got out of it.
It's insane. Yeah, I've seen some footage of people doing that, man, with the Pokemon cards. It's like, these adults, they're not getting them for their kids.
I know. And I was really into it just for the collecting aspect. Just like I wanted to complete this set. I didn't care about the money. I just liked these cards. And nowadays it's all about gambling, right? It's just like, oh my gosh, I gotta open the packs and gamble to get these cards and blah blah blah, raffle. It's like it's just become adult, and then gambling with kids too. Like, oh, we got the hardest worker in the world, Overlord.
Speaking of hard work, I have a side gig. So if you are having a new release of a card or a game system, you can hire me to come and kick everyone's butt so you can get it. It's $500 flat fee. It doesn't matter how many opponents, you will get that new item. You'll get the Pokemon cards. You'll get the PlayStation. I'm going to kick everyone's butt. And it's going to be legit. And I'm free on Tuesday. Next Tuesday.
Well, nowadays they hire people. You can actually, there's like a sensor or like a magnet. I don't know. There's some sort of sensor that people have that they can go over the packs, and they can, when it beeps, that's when you know there's a shiny card in the pack. So it's basically like card shops, and you can weigh the cards. You can weigh the packs too, but they kind of but they kind of fix that. But the new thing where they get the sensor. So card shops are just so corrupt because they get the booster boxes, the pack with 36 packs in them, and then they just get all the good packs out and they just sell the crappy ones. So it's like, no way of knowing anymore. You actually have to buy the full 36 pack, which costs you like $200-$300. So, anyways, I'm in flashbacks. Let's just stop talking about it.
One of the best gaming moments, since you guys were talking about gaming moments, was when GoldenEye came out for N64. So that's when you used to have to go over to your friend's house to play. And it had 4 controllers, so you could play 4-player split screen. But you had the thing of people looking at your screen. So what we would do is we'd get a splitter, and we'd split the video to 4 TVs, and then we'd tape off the other screens. So we couldn't see each other's screens. It was awesome. Dude.
That's big brain. Wow.
Do you still know the invisibility code? Do you have it memorized still? LC up, LRC left, R up.
I don't even remember that. I don't think we ever used that. Then there's the big fight over auto aim, whether you were allowed to have auto aim on or you had to manually aim. That was the beginning of Globe-Tardian logic. Be like, well, I'm aiming at you. Don't you think that in reality I'm just going to flick the gun a little bit and then hit you? Be like, no, dude, you got to do that to play the game, bro. You can't just have the computer do it for you.
Right, now they've got aim bots.
Well, GoldenEye actually had something interesting that a lot of games don't have, which a lot of people didn't notice because they didn't use the control style. Is that if you use inverted stick, the pitch of the stick matches the pitch of the gun. It's not just like you're tracking a cursor by putting input on the directions and then your character just moves. No, like the gun instantly matches the pitch you put on the stick. Like no other game that I've ever met has that.
Is that pull down to lift up, push forward?
Yeah.
Look down. Yeah, I love
Yes, but it's not. Yes, but it's not as.
Dig at me for that.
It's awesome. It's awesome, but it's not as simple as you just push up and then you just track down and just track your character center point down. Like it pitches the gun itself without actually moving the camera. So you can zip around a corner and do a quick pitch correction, your gun will aim at the dude's head and you can pop him. Like, there's like times where we were sliding around corners. There's a guy behind a door, and the doors had the little windows about head height. You just pop out and just pitch and go shoot right through the window and hit him in the head. You could do that all with no auto aim. It was awesome.
You ever set up the game only golden guns and grenade launchers, right?
Yeah.
You play this game anymore? PC or is it like Nintendo only?
You can get it. You can get it on Xbox Arcade re-released it, and because Xbox bought Rare, which is the company that made it, and so it used to be a Nintendo company, but now it's owned by Microsoft, I believe. But either way, it's re-released on Nintendo Switch and on Xbox. But there are actually people who've remade the game for PC with enhanced graphics.
If I'm going down that path, I'm going down nostalgia alley. I played when I was 8 years old with my cousin.
You want to hear something weird? So here's how they dicked everyone over. Everyone wanted GoldenEye to be remade, right, for years, and they always made these like fake remakes where they called it GoldenEye, but then it was some like other weird game. It wasn't just like the original game enhanced. And so finally they made a deal between Nintendo, because they kind of had like split rights to it or something. And then so they made a deal, and here's the deal. This is how weird this deal, man. Here's what it was. Okay. The one system gets to have the super enhanced HD graphics, and the other system gets to have online play. So if you want to play with your friends, you have to buy a Nintendo Switch, and if you want to play it in full HD, you have to get it on Xbox. You can't do both on one system.
Oh,
isn't that a dick move?
It's like an economic power move between all the gaming systems.
I'm pretty sure GoldenEye is what set the multiplayer first-person shooter trend. I mean, there were others, but that was like the real tipping point. Until Halo came along, and then that's when it went online.
yeah. Well, then I remember it was so much fun. Yeah, it was different from any other games I've ever played, I think. Will this link, would it work, do you think?
The what?
This link. That's the first link I found on PC.
Oh, that might be the one that they did in Source Engine.
Nah.
There's a few of them, but there's a really good one that's got like all the stuff and it's got the full online support. But I just don't remember which one it is.
Okay, I'll search some more then.
AI, you remember that argument? I remember hearing you give an argument once before about how like Newtonian gravity could work with the Earth being flat based on like the way the lines would be like almost parallel to one another or whatever. Do you remember that argument?
Yeah. Yeah, the main reason why they assume that a mass attracts mass style of gravity wouldn't work with flat Earth is because they assume that the flat Earth is very thin. And so the mass is distributed in a disk shape, basically. Right? So then they show you this disk floating, and they show you a person walking on it. They say, oh, as you walk away from the center, you'd be diagonal because the majority of the mass would start to become, diagonal line to your vertical line. And so, like, we don't experience that, so it wouldn't work. But if you have a surface underneath you, right, that has a different distribution and a different depth or whatever, it worked just fine. It completely works just fine. You just need a different permutation of the arrangement of the mass underneath you. For example, a super easy way to solve it would be you just have a flat Earth where the surface is a certain density, right? And then deep down underneath it is something that's way more dense. I mean, it's so easy to solve. Like they really don't do any imagination or hard mental work at all to try to debunk this. Like they imagine essentially the Earth as being like a flat piece of paper, and they say, "Oh, gravity would work this way if the Earth was a stupid, retarded flat piece of paper floating in space." Like we're retarded.
Right, but like so on an indefinite or an infinite plane of like unknown, indefinite or infinite depth, wouldn't the gravity remain constant at any altitude? So it wouldn't be a gradient?
Why?
I don't know. That's just how it was explained to me. For some reason, it wouldn't gradually decrease. The gravitational force or field wouldn't decrease in intensity as you got higher. It just remain constant for some reason. I don't know why.
That doesn't make no sense. The only way I could imagine that is if the person was imagining that the gravity works like a light, with the inverse square law. So if you have an infinite amount of intensity of the light, then you wouldn't have the problem of the inverse square law. Which, by the way, that was the reason why, one of the reasons why the Newtonian view of the universe was abandoned. Because of the inverse square law, because of Olber's paradox. If you don't know what Olber's paradox is thus that if the stars are filling the universal sky and they're sources of light, and there's essentially a near infinite amount of stars out there, and they're all sending light out, then it should be daylight all the time.
Yeah, I love that paradox. That's hilarious. Yeah.
So they had to abandon the infinite universe, full of an infinite amount of stars, or approaching infinite or whatever, because then they would get rid of that paradox, and that's where they came up with the expanding universe, because they realized that Newtonian gravity in that sense applied to the universe can only work if the universe is infinite. And if you're not aware of that, now you are.
And it's expanding and contained all at the same time because you have particles, right? So the whole entire universe would have to be contained in order to have this non-vacuous situation.
Right, but you noticed as well how, like, the argument that was presented to him, that the flat Earth would have this problem, it was actually a problem that the heliocentric model has. Well, the expanding Big Bang cosmology type model, the evolution of it, because part of the expansion was to solve that problem. But yeah, it works. It works just fine if the Earth is flat, and Einsteinian gravity also works just fine if the Earth is flat. Like gravity is neither here nor there. Any conception of gravity you can think of works just fine if the Earth is flat. So, like for example, if it's not mass attracts mass, and it's the Einsteinian bending and warping of space-time, based on the uneven distribution of mass, which creates a dilation of space-time, which is essentially a density gradient of space-time around a mass, correct? You follow me? You see what I'm saying? You capiche?
Yep.
All right. So
yeah.
All as you have is you have a density distribution. That's it. And if you think of space-time as an inverted density distribution to mass, right? Then a lower concentration, when you have a density tower, like a lower concentration allows something else to occupy it, and so it moves towards it, vice versa. So you could have the bending and warping of space-time creating an inverted density tower of energy that displaces mass in the other direction. The same way you imagine a density tower working, just take it, flip it, call it space-time, and then you end up with a gradient, and you end up with the same thing. So you end up with space-time actually being the functional mechanism of why buoyancy and density would work, but from a buoyancy and density perspective, just in the opposite direction. And that works just fine. Now, then they may say, oh, well, that doesn't work with some of our quote-unquote observations of how the universe works. To which the reply is, no. That doesn't work with some of your claims about how the universe works. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Because the observations are the observations. Your claims about what's causing these observations is something entirely different than just the observation itself, right? Like, for example, it's not necessary that what occurs on the Earth is the same type of thing that occurs everywhere in the universe. That's just philosophy. That's not validated in any way. Assuming that the physics of what happens here in the Terra must happen in all celestial areas, like that's just really a philosophical assertion.
Yeah, I think even the mainstream abandoned that with the second law of thermodynamics, right? In certain areas of the universe or something.
Yeah, there's all kinds of those things where it's like, okay, here's these things, but here's these observations, and we need exceptions for these other things we already said are true. So, this is a special case where there's super things going on, exotic energies, dark matters, dark energies, all these weird, hyperinflation of space-time that allows the violation of the speed of light, even though we already told you the speed of light is constant and can't be violated. It's like they're always talking out every side of their mouth to maintain their stupid paradigm. So they can appeal to differential exotic locations, environments, and changes to what would normally be considered laws. But if a flat earther even says it in any way, shape, or form, like they're instantly called retarded or stupid or crazy. And there's so many of those types of instances in the standard paradigm. Like the average person in the standard paradigm believes in wormholes, right? They believe that you can enter into an energy conduit that will cause you to displace yourself through space and time and arrive at a different location without actually traveling through space. They believe that. But if you say maybe the sun, just goes on a circuit and then teleports back to where it started, they'll laugh at you. But they literally believe the exact same thing. It's possible. Right, so like, who's that guy? Matthew McConaughey can go through a wormhole, right, and arrive somewhere else. But if the sun does it, that's crazy.
Well, that was Einstein's whole shtick, wasn't it? It was like you can think of it any way you like. You can think of it as the Earth is motionless and everything else is going around it. You could think of it as the other way around, where the sun, the Earth is going around the sun.
Yep. So here's another problem with Einsteinian versus Newtonian is that mass attracts mass by virtue of mass being present, has a at least a causal claim. So if you have a mass with no mass, so just imagine a mass with no mass, right? Around it. Now you introduce a second mass. Those two masses will begin to move towards each other, okay? Now, take all that, put it on the side. Now take the Einsteinian conception that an object is moving through warped space-time, right? And therefore it takes the path of a geodesic through the altered space-time, which is altered by a present mass. Now, if you take a mass, the same setup we had before, you have it there's no masses around it. Now introduce another mass next to it. Both masses are stationary. Now here's the trick question. Will either mass start to move?
Yes, they will.
No, they won't.
Of course, yes, they will.
No, they won't.
And then this is why.
What's that?
Well, I imagine you're going to say, and this is why.
Because it's an even distribution.
Why? No, it's because based on the explanation I just gave you, there was no causal power for the mass to begin moving. There's only to be redirected in its motion. Because the concept is that the uneven distribution of mass causes a bending and warping of space-time in which objects moving within it are relocated by taking a geodesic through space-time. So they already must be in motion to be affected. It doesn't affect static masses, which is one of the reasons why they need a relativistic constant motion of everything. Everything's in motion at all times. They can't have stillness in their paradigm because then it wouldn't work. So in that paradigm, they don't have an initial cause of first motion. Their conception of gravity cannot cause things to move. It can only cause things that are moving to move. It can't cause motion in the first instance. Do you follow that?
No, I didn't get that one. So in Einsteinian, a mass, you're just saying, imagine we have two masses and, poof, here they are. They're in space-time. They bend and warp space-time, so they move. But you're saying no.
No, they don't move. So it's just like a train tracks, dude. Train tracks steer the train. The train doesn't steer itself, right? But train tracks don't move the train. The train requires its engine to move. So the train tracks can affect a moving train. They can't cause a train to move. So yes, the train tracks can cause a train to turn left or right, but it can't cause the train to start moving in the first instance.
All right. Now, if we bend the train tracks and the train just starts sloping down, what's the cause? Was what?
Gravity.
Exactly. Which is why when they do
direction.
Correct, but when you do so, this is why when they do the stupid space-time demonstration with the bed sheet and the balls. Right? And they say, oh, look, this is how you have the bending and warping of space-time. And it causes the balls to move towards each other. No, it doesn't. They're appealing to things falling down, right? Because to do their demonstration, when they put the heavy ball in the center of the space bed sheet that they're using, what does it create in the bed sheet? A slope. And the objects are being moved because of a slope, because of the thing that makes things go down, not because of the bed sheet itself. So, and even in that instance, they already need a vector of down to cause the motion. And the slope is just the track for the motion to play out on. So Einsteinian paradigm does not have a cause of the first motion in the first instance, whereas the Newtonian paradigm, so-called, would.
Why does there have to be a cause to the first motion? Couldn't it just always be in motion for infinite regression?
Not according to the laws of physics.
I thought
So you have
something
to
would
make a
stay
choice.
in motion. Wouldn't something stay in motion forever until another force acts upon it? So if it was infinitely in motion, wouldn't it just stay infinitely in motion unless there was a larger force to overcome that infinite motion?
Well,
Yeah,
that's the
I
kind
really
of
didn't.
philosophy that they hate.
I didn't see the issue. I mean, if you grant that, we have some sort of we don't know the beginning. We just know that there was an uneven distribution. And once you have that uneven distribution, then you have their space time. But there's, I mean, they don't have
That's all well and good, but that doesn't cause anything to move, dude. That's the point. That's why they need the universe to be set in motion via the Big Bang, and then the uneven distribution of mass can cause things to be relocated.
Yeah, that's what I see. Yeah.
Yeah, I was in an argument with a guy in here the other night about Einsteinian gravity causing things to form into spheres, right? And my argument was that if you had a mass just all alone within free space, it's what is going to be the determining factor of it having to form into a sphere? I mean, if it's of an asymmetrical shape to begin with, what's going to make it? What's going to determine that it has to be forced into the shape of a sphere? And he was just saying basically that it's its own uneven distribution of mass, and it is going to even itself out to form into a sphere. Because I don't know why. What his reason? I really couldn't understand his reasoning.
Oh yeah, this is the guy I threw a stick at. I remember.
Because my head's a sphere.
Yeah, you had the stick example, right? But if you've got nothing, because the mass itself, because he's saying it's that's right. He was saying it's the amount of matter, right? So it's its size, and I'm saying what's its size relative to? Since Einsteinian, general relativity is reliant on relativism, it has to be relative to something. So if you just got a single mass there, it's of uneven proportions, and it's of there's nothing to compare its size to. So what's going to determine that it has to be a sphere?
So I've asked this question before. How much matter do you need for gravity to come into effect, right? And in their own model, they actually admit that it starts off with electrostatics and intermolecular bonds and stuff like that. And so then I asked, well, how much matter do you need to coalesce before gravity comes into effect? And you won't really get a good answer. They'll go go ask ChatGPT and come back with you need 100 miles of matter before gravity before you have enough dense matter for gravity to come into effect. Until then, it's just pure electrostatics. And even then, they can't explain exactly how it works. Like Overlord was saying, the whole bedsheet demonstration is just retarded, because it's not even a good equivalence, because it's the bending and warping of space-time that's actually making things move. The object's not even moving. The object's on a geodesic. You know what I mean? It's moving in a straight line. It's not actually moving the way that we think of it. It's the space around it that's moving around the object, dude. It's completely inverted. It would be the bedsheet that's moving around the object, dude, not the object. Because the object's actually, in their own model in relativity, it's at rest. It's not experiencing any acceleration. It's in an inertial state.
Yeah, the best one is where they try to explain an object being set on your table, like your cup. So your cup is accelerating at 9.8 meters per second downwards, while your table is accelerating at 9 meters per second upwards, and they're both standing still all at the same time.
Wait, but then you've got the floor, which is accelerating upwards, and the table accelerating downwards while it's accelerating upwards on the cup, which is accelerating downwards. Like, I think no wonder Einstein came along and went, hang on a second, wait a second, guys. But then he just, I don't know, I feel like he just confused things even more. Well, he basically gave it an out, didn't he? He gave it an out. He said, look, you can look at it any way you like. As long as the math works out, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Yeah, I remember once upon a time I brought the argument to Bacon about these Lagrange points where there's all forces are there's a net zero, so that should be like the place for gravity that acts. So go throw something up in that Lagrange point. Let's see some spheres form. It's like no, the answer is I don't know. The answer is no, just for whatever reason.
The thing is, even if we granted them that matter tends to coalesce into a sphere, that could be explained with electrostatics, dude. Like
it wouldn't.
It would be exclusive to gravity, the way that Einstein describes it.
Yeah, even if you grant, it would be just a cohesive bonding of molecules. But then would it be from the pulling or pushing vector? I mean, they used to say that the only exceptions to pushing was gravity pulling. Then they changed gravity to pushing also because, in my opinion, you can't have a pulling force.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
And now they changed. Yeah, so I would say electrostatics is probably a pushing force, a resistance to, a resistance and a. What's the opposite of a resistance when you just let something through permeation, I guess?
I mean, I love it when they talk about like liquid forming into spheres in a zero-G environment, right? Because their original claim is that things are forming into spheres because of gravity, right? Well, okay, now you're saying it forms into spheres where there's no gravity. So which one is it, right?
Yeah, it's kind of silly.
Yeah. Right. Do you need a
other micro laboratory
or not?
Sorry.
Sorry, man. I continued on when I didn't really need to.
Well, all their microgravity stuff is set for short periods of time in a non-inertial reference frame. Like they're all falling. So, and droplets of water turn into a freaking spherical form as it's falling, and then it goes flat when it stops falling. But all their microgravity stuff has to do with the reference frame of falling.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. Oh man, this is so confusing. So to experience no gravity, you need a gravitational environment, right? You need to be falling, which is because of gravity, but then you're not experiencing gravity, but you are because you're falling.
And it's not even that it's confusing, like it's not like something we're being incredulous about. This is actually incoherent garble. This is incoherency at its finest.
Yeah. So what say ye? Is these there is a force or there is not a force? And then, I mean, how do you define force? Just an everyday activity. The buoyant force, is this a force? I mean, and what is a force?
I mean,
To
I'll give you a
be or
formula.
not.
To be or not to be. F equals ma, dude. Mass times acceleration. But it's just a formula, dude. Doesn't really
Yeah,
explain
but
what it is.
that's the exertion. That's the exertion force, not the causal force.
That's the force of the force, not the actual force, huh?
That's just a description, you know? It's a convention.
Yeah, I like to break things down to like the reductionist, the most reduced way. I would say a force is just a convention to describe an interaction between two things that are not the same. One's resistance, one's giving way to the other thing, and that's what's required to have what we call a force: is two things that are not the same. These things that are emergent properties of or must always exist fundamentally, that they appeal to, just couldn't be the case because I've never seen that. And then the force vector is always in the pressing, which is whichever one is, is least resistant is the vector, that direction. And that's it.
That's a good definition, dude. I like it.
Yeah, that's why I take them to, I say something like, all right, imagine you're in a fish tank of water. It's just all water. It's all the same throughout the water. Where's the force? If I just add another drop of water, which direction is the force? Say, there is no force.
Yeah, Dr. John D actually has a good series on force and energy, man, that makes you think. And he says because what is it? What is force? What is energy? What is energy?
It's chi.
Because he says, oh, you give yourself food and it gives you energy, right? And he's like, no, you give yourself food, right? And then there was a conversion of sugars into other, breaks down and forms chemical, blah blah blah. He's like, where's the energy part come in? What's the energy part? That's in the form of motion, right? Because you're able to move and do work, right? But what is the energy part? Where's that? Where is it? Is that in the form of motion? So just motion then. Motion is energy, is it?
I think it comes from the creator, dude. It comes from Yah.
Yeah, they needed a G. Exactly. They needed a G like God, right? So they came up with energy.
Through him.
You need a first. You need a first motion. That's what you need, because energy is motion and the ability, quote unquote, to cause motion, which means you need motion in the first instance. So you have to have the first motion.
There's this verse I like to reference in Enoch. Forgive me for the non-theist in here. It says, in Enoch,
already.
In Enoch 18, it says, I beheld the four winds which bear up the earth and the firmament of heaven. I beheld the winds occupying the exalted sky. Now, remember the word wind is a type of force, right? In Hebrew, ruach is the same word for wind, the same word for spirit, the same word for breath. And if you look into it, it's like an exertion of force. Like when you exhale violently or inhale violently, right? It's pressure mediation. It's, expansion and contraction. And it says here, I beheld the winds occupying the exalted sky, arising in the midst of heaven and of earth, constituting the pillars of heaven. I saw the winds, the ruachs, the forces which turned the sky, which caused the orb of the sun and of the stars to set. But get this, this is phenomenal right here. It says, over the earth I saw the winds which support the clouds. The same force that propels the luminaries in their circuits, including the wandering stars, the sun, the moon, and the regular stars that are fixed, is the same wind that holds the firmament in place and keeps it, stable. And it's the same force that also keeps the clouds, the condensation, right? The overcast. And if you look into like what overcast is, why clouds, like why you have millions of pounds of water just seamlessly floating in our atmosphere, how is that possible? It all comes to Archimedes' principle, right? The buoyancy and density principle. But what is that, right? It's according to Enoch, the same force that is why we have buoyancy and density is the same force that's propelling the sun, the moon, and the stars, dude. It's one.
Was that chapter 18?
Yeah.
I used to say that to Whitsitt when he would give like the dichotomy. He would be like, "Oh, it's either it's either the Earth is moving or the sky is moving." I said, "Well, there's a third option." I said, when you say sky, you mean sun. I say maybe the sun's not moving. Maybe it's just the sky. Literally, the sky is moving and the sun's not. But and I say just because I've seen these, I haven't seen enough evidence at high altitude that they don't have, enough long. Time lapse videos of the sun at high altitudes moving. I haven't seen too many. Maybe like one or two from an airplane, stuff like that. But yeah, real high up in the sky, it doesn't look like it's moving at all.
So because it's at a different distance, it just has the different time periods that we portray, because they say like the sidereal day of the star is different from the day the sun takes. Of course, the moon is traveling at a different speed as well. Would that be based on the distance it is? Is that what you think?
Maybe like up in a toroid, maybe, yeah. I just haven't seen enough. Those are three. Those are just three options. It doesn't have to be two, is all I'm saying. It could be the third that Lion just described.
Ultimately, it's the same force. It's energy. It gets transferred. There's different forms of it. But it's the same force that keeps all things alive, dude. Plants, animals, insects. It's the breath in our lungs, dude. That same breath in your lungs, that same breath in the plant, dude, is the same breath that's propelling the luminaries, dude. It's turning the sky.
Well, what is that? There was a philosophy long ago that there is no other reason for motion but life, right? Because they'd look around and inanimate objects, lifeless things, didn't move of their own volition, like rocks and things. So anything that moved obviously was being made to move by a life force, right? Or it was its own life force and able to move itself.
Sounds like it has the potential to move, but it doesn't move itself.
Yep, only sentient agents can cause motion in the first instance. Physical things must have something affect them.
So they're like contingent things?
Well, yeah. Like the first motion can't be physical. It has to be supernatural.
Why you assert such a thing?
What are you talking about? I just explained it.
He's just trolling.
I'm just trying to get you to explain it more. Really.
There's no reason to explain it more. Either you get it or you don't. If you don't get it, then you don't get it.
Why couldn't it be just some other physical thing?
Because then you violate the laws of physics, which would be supernatural. So you always end up with supernatural.
They don't like that word, paranormal, supernatural. What's the other one? metaphysical.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess they say they don't like it. Yeah, they don't like it. But like is a metaphysical claim.
Yeah, you're right. I think it's because it according to the scientific method, right? You can't really go beyond the boundaries, right, of the physical or the natural world, naturalism. But you have to, or you'll be stuck in a stagnant state. You don't consider what's beyond our senses. But they do it anyways, They act like they don't. They do it.
Dude, the sheer fact that you have to caveat the scientific method in the discussion is the problem. Scientific method is a limited tool set that only applies to certain categories, and it doesn't arbitrate all truth propositions. It's just a portion of coming to knowledge. Like, the people have the science and the scientific method propped up on a pedestal it doesn't belong on.
Yeah, you can acknowledge that there must be a reason for a certain thing, but and just accept that you don't know what that reason is, and you have no ability to be able to test what it is. So therefore, it just has to remain unknown. I see nothing wrong with that.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? How do I know what?
No, I'm getting drawn in with these little metaphysical like drops and getting sucked into this this other way of arguing.
Like, how do I know that I don't know?
Correct.
Is that what you mean?
Oh, by the way, the mainstream dudes, they're coming to that conclusion that when you research the smallest matter, time, and energy states through any type of real experimentation and analysis, you end up with sentient agents being the causal reason for those existing, and they concede it. That sentience must exist in the first instance before you can have temporal matter or energy states. So in other words, sentient agents are the fundamental unit of reality, not matter, energy, space, any of those things.
You referring to
So they're
the double slit stuff or quantum stuff?
I mean, that's part of it, but the point is that throughout their endeavors, they started out with this idea that stuff doesn't exist because of quote-unquote science, and they get into this actual science and they find out, wait a minute, this actually proves that not only does this stuff exist, that it's actually the source of reality. So the fundamental forces behind everything don't actually exist in the physical. They exist in the supernatural, and they affect the physical. And the physical is a sub-tier from the supernatural. It's not so much that the supernatural is above the physical, because that gives the idea that you could be natural and then get to supernatural. It's actually the other way around. The supernatural exists, and the physical is lesser.
I got a guy on the other server for that for you. You ever talk to Objects? Smart guy.
Nope.
If you see, he calls it the tripartite wholeness, top down ontology. Wolfgang.
Yeah, that's why you have to. Yeah, you have to look at it that way because, well, especially if you're like a specific theist, it's not like God is above us. It's that we are lesser. Like God is a whole, and everything He creates is by categorical necessity lesser. So not as complete or as great. So like when you look at it from that top down perspective, a lot of things make more sense. But a lot of people are. Yeah, I was just going to say a lot of people are stuck in this paradigm where they want everything to begin from the physical and then eventually ascend to the spiritual, because then that gives them the apotheosis, or I'm going to become God. So like God is a level you reach rather than the first being.
Right. He's been working on a like an analogy to use, and the one that he gave recently was the physicalist. They want to describe this bottom up ontology as if one thing becomes greater to this achievement. And he says that would be like saying that the Mona Lisa created the artist. And that would just be an absurd way to think about it, But the artist is what creates the Mona Lisa. The sentient conscious agent is what creates the beauty that we find. How do you rate that? I gave him an 8 for that analogy.
Yeah, it's not a bad analogy. The problem with all those types of analogies is that humans generally have an intuition that they're a sentient agent and that sentience is special, right? And so they're always fighting against their own intuition, where they try to say, like, everything started dead and then I became sentient later on, as the universe developed and evolved.
Yeah, but that would be like saying that the Mona Lisa, the stuff, just the paint, the canvas somehow created the Mona Lisa.
Well, the dumbest one I ever heard, dude, was it was something like Jesus lived a perfect life and earned ascension to godhood, and then when he transcended into deity, he transcended time and space, and therefore could go back in time, quote unquote, become eternal, and then create the universe. Which would later give rise to him, for him to ascend to godhood, and then go back in time and create the universe.
What?
They watched a lot of movies.
Well, it's part of people that believe in exemplar theory, where Jesus was just an example of how we could attain perfection ourselves. Just more apathetic, self-deification, satanic nonsense, basically. Those types of people don't believe that Jesus actually was deity in the first instance, or that he actually came to atone for sins, or any of those things. They think that his reason for being was to tell us to follow some rules, and if we follow these rules really good, then we'll get the prize. Which he got, sort of like, eternal God deity. There's some religions like, I can't remember if it's Jehovah's Witnesses or the Mormons, but they kind of have a similar thing where they think that all of us have the potential to basically become gods. Of course, they never explain the causal mechanism for how the quote-unquote universe you're existing in gets to decide or arbitrate whether you're good enough to ascend to godhood, and like how that actually happens. It's like, I don't know, maybe like magnesium and sulfate, when you mix it together, turns people into gods or something. It's like, these people are so stone cold retarded, it's laughable.
Adamantium.
The only way it works is if you have an eternal, infinite being in the first instance. He can't be something that comes later, where other things exist prior, and then he is a summation of those parts exemplified into a emergent property. Like, that violates all the rules of causation. Like, it has to be that the being, whatever the being is, it just exists eternally outside of the outside of those rules. So that's the only way.
The contingency argument comes up at like every turn for just common sense and God. Yeah.
Right, which is why he's the only entity that can name himself I am, because he's the only entity that it actually applies to. Everybody else is a subordinate to his being in the first instance. So if he ceased to be, everything else would cease to be. If we cease to be, that wouldn't affect him in the least. So there's a lot of people that make the fallacy of believing in specific theism in that sense, but then demanding that everything that occurs within the physical and natural world requires forces that exist within these dimensions. But, for example, if you believe in the Bible literally says that what actually sustains the world comes from outside the world. It comes from God himself. So God is actively supporting the existence of the world. Without his active presence in sustaining the world would not exist. So it's not just the forces within the universe that cause the universe to do what it does. It's what he's putting into it.
It brings us right back to the cup on the table.
So like, to explain gravity, quote unquote, I don't need a physical natural force to explain it at all. It could just be God's will causing it to happen, and the objects are simply obeying. Like, that's perfectly coherent. Whatever's causing them to move might not exist in the dimensions that we have access to.
It's funny you say that, because you know how they keep looking for this elusive matter to explain the motions. Because why aren't galaxies like spinning off, centrifugally, like away from the center of the galaxies? And how come like the motions can't be explained? There must be like this dark matter. We don't need that, dude. It's Yah, dude. He's the center. He's the prime mover of all forces. But that's not going to be sufficient for them, dude. You know what I mean? Like that's
getting there, bro.
Mathematics.
It's getting there, but the problem is, like the guys I earlier mentioned who are conceding that it is the case that the sentient agent must be ever presently acting for reality to exist. They're not going to concede that that's a specific theistic conception of that agent. They're going to say, it's a multiplicity of sentient agents that are experiencing reality together in some type of monistic new age mumbo jumbo.
Some people say that somebody's hot micing like crazy. I don't know. I'm about to mute you on.
Overlord, man, he's drywalling like a
oh, he's drywall. My bad.
Yeah.
Yo, turn the crisp on that. Usually crisp fixes that. But I was gonna say, at the center,
he's on stilts. He can't get to it.
Like if we are at the center of the cosmos, what's at near Polaris, right? Apparently, some people say that near Polaris. I'm not saying Polaris is the throne room or the tabernacle, but people talk about this mountain at the north, right? Mount Zion, Mount Meru, Shambhala, Rupes Negra. You got many names for this place at the north, at the navel of the earth. That also just happens to probably be the center of the vortex, the center of the whirlwind. And at the very, very top, like he's known as the Most High, El Elyon, right? So he's the Most High, and from him all forces are emanating, right? So all the planetary motions, the spinning of the galaxies, the spinning of the whole cosmos, it originates at the very center of the vortex, which he just conveniently happens to be located in throughout, across the board, whether it's Hindu cosmology, Buddhist cosmology, you name it, Nordic stuff. There seems to be this elusive mountain where you have the creator of all things. He's located.
How can a non-spatial being be located anywhere?
What do you mean? You think he has no? You think he doesn't have a singularity?
Well, if he's non-spatial, then any apparent singular reference point would just be a manifestation, not like his specific location.
I see what you're saying. I don't think that the Father and the Son are pure spirit, as in like immaterial, or
well, the Bible says that's what the Bible says. They're spirit.
Right. Contextually, I understand. Like in Colossians, it says that the Son is the expressed image, right, of the Father, and people use that verse to state that the Father has no form, right, that we may behold. But I don't think that's the case at all. There's plenty of scriptures describing him sitting physically on a physical throne in a physical temple. Like he actually described his vestment and his hair and all of that.
Right, but that's not the totality of his being, right? Because then if he's located in the body and confined to a body, then he can't be non-spatial, which is one of his qualities.
Yeah, I think that he has the ability to manifest from a single point of reference, i.e. a singularity, but he's also tethered to everything and all things through the spirit, right? Through this ethereal force. Because he can't, like, you have to also understand that there's no unrighteousness in him. There's no wickedness in him. There's no darkness in him. So he can't both be, the prostitute on Main Street selling herself at 2 a.m, or the crack dealer or whatever. You know what I mean? Like all the abominations that are going on in the world. He can't be that and also be the creator. There's something that's tethered to us that still keeps him from becoming blemished. You know what I mean? Or basically, we can't.
The Bible says that the Bible says that when you're redeemed, the Lord dwells within you. That He takes residence inside you.
Yeah.
And
through the Spirit.
We also know that people who are believers still sin. So it is the case that people prostitute while the Holy Spirit indwells them.
Right, and that's why there's a distinction between the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, because the Holy Spirit is what tethers us in all things, all living things, to the Creator. But it's like a tether, right? It's a line directly to the Creator. But the Creator set apart. There's no darkness in him. There's no wickedness in him. So, there's pantheists that think that, they believe in Gaia, they believe in nature being God and the universe being God, and that God is all around us. And, that's partially true, right? Through the Spirit, right? Because through him, all things consist. But at the same time, he himself is set apart from all darkness, all wickedness. So there seems to be like a dichotomy there, or a contradiction, but it's not a contradiction. In my opinion, I mean, I'm not trying to be dogmatic, dude, but in his presence, we can't survive, dude. We'd all be dead. You know what I mean? So he's still tethered to us remotely.
Can you hear it now?
No, dude, I don't hear nothing. It's perfect.
I think the last time that I redid Discord, I forgot to turn Chris on because it doesn't come on automatically. You have to manually do it.
No, you turned it off so everyone can hear all your hard working. We know AI.
It's kind of funny. I can definitely imagine him doing that. Like, oh, well, I'm going to lift these weights real quick. Let me just turn this setting off.
But yeah, I'm talking about like spiritual beings. I think that even the supernatural or the metaphysical is still physical. It's just not, we can't perceive that realm, right? So to us, it's metaphysical, beyond our physical capabilities. It doesn't mean that because it's beyond our physical capabilities and beyond our senses, that now all of a sudden they're reduced to nothing more than wispy air with no form, with no solidity. There's still solidity in those realms, dude. There's if you read the scriptures, there's still mountains, there's rivers, there's trees, the tree of life, there's temples, and these beings, the Melachim, the different classes of angels, allegedly, if you guys believe in all that stuff, right? I do. They have their own forms, and I would say that their forms are very physical. It's just that they're beyond our senses.
Can you imagine all these atheists? If let's just say, if God made the world where we're all just pure spirit, all these atheists running around, they'd be like, dude, I don't even exist. Look, touch me. You can't even touch me. I don't. It would be chaos. You would never be able to convince them they exist.
They seem to be made out of a different form. Like we're made out of the dust of the earth, right? All life in this realm is made out of the dust of the earth. They're made out of a different substance, but it's still substantive, right? It still has substance. And if it has substance, that means it has material. But it's a different type of material, right? So we get some glimpses in the scriptures that they're made out of spirit and water. We're made out of spirit and dust and water, but
yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine.
Where does it say they're made out of water?
Like I can imagine AIs like putting forth that you got to have this spiritual prime mover, which is just will, right? But I can't imagine like what that's made of. But that is what's necessary to get the motion is a prime mover that doesn't depend on the material.
So when Nicodemus is questioning Yeshua, Jesus, about eternal life and how I think it's in, I forget what chapter, and he's like, how can you be born of a woman again, right? And Jesus, in his typical way, he speaks very cryptically, like encoded, right? Like you must be born of water and of spirit.
Right.
He's talking about
from that alone. From that
There's more
alone,
than that.
there'd be no way to connect that logically to saying that your creatures are made of water at all. That makes zero sense.
No, there's way more than that. I'm just pointing to the New Testament.
Okay, that's fine. There's fine if there's other things, but that what you just said isn't one of them to include. That would be nonsense.
Well, no, because you have to understand the glorified bodies. He's giving you an insight to the resurrection, right? Because part of the elementary principle of the gospel is the hope and faith in the resurrection of the dead, right? And when you are resurrected, that immortal body, the incorruptible body, is not made of the dust anymore, dude. You get a body better than Adam, the original Adam, right, and even better than the angels. And then the question is, well, what substance is that body from? Because you're not going to be like a wispy spirit like Casper the Ghost, dude. You're going to have a physical body. So the question is, well, what substance is that physical body made out of? If it's not made out of dust, then what's it made out of? And we get a glimpse here. It's made out of spirit and water, dude.
But no, what you just read doesn't say that, dude.
Yeah, but he says
not at all.
The kingdom, right? Flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, right? So you and your material body made of dust, it's impossible for a being made of dust to enter into the kingdom, even right now. The only way you could enter in is if you're reborn out of a new substance. And that substance is going to equate to the same substance that Messiah's body is made out of when he's resurrected. And it seems we're getting glimpses all over the scriptures that it's made out of spirit and water.
No, dude. You gave me one instance that is not saying what you said it's saying. You say it's a glimpse of that, but I heard what you said, and what you said has nothing to do with saying that the bodies are going to be made of spirit and water at all. In fact, if I read the context, and I have multiple times, it's clear to me that he's drawing a parallel to what Nicodemus is saying about being born from a woman, which is often referred to being born of water, passing the waters, dropping the waters. This is what has been referred to as being born for millennia throughout all cultures. And then it says spirit. So being born of water is the physical birth, and being born of spirit is the other birth. This isn't saying that your body's going to be made of water. It doesn't make any sense from this passage.
Yeah, I'm trying to find more verses for you. But so there's beings that are made of spirit and fire. There's beings that are made of spirit and water. There's so many scriptures. I'm gonna have to look them up for you, but they describe the Father being like when he speaks, it's like running waters, right?
Right. So when he speaks, water pours out his mouth, dude. Get real.
No, dude, I'm not saying. Come on, bro. You being
no, I'm being serious, dude. No, I'm not being a Glover, dude. You think when he speaks, it's like running water has anything to do with him being made of water or water being part of his speech? It makes zero sense, dude. That's clearly what's known as a simile or a metaphor.
Yeah,
you know,
I understand that. So why would you reduce it to something like literal? Clearly, I'm not saying he literally speaks waters out. You know, I mean, he probably does.
You're the one saying that you're the one who set the stage that these were going to be examples of things are made of water. So why I would naturally assume that's what you're trying to do, right?
Well, we're already made of mostly water, anyways. Why is it such a big deal if we're still made of water?
Dude, I could care less whether it is or isn't, but you said that this is what the scripture teaches, and you've yet to validate that. So please do so.
No, I used a valid chapter that for you wasn't sufficient because you have your own interpretation, which is fine. But to then say that my interpretation is invalid.
No, I read it, dude. I read the thing.
Hold on,
I read it,
hold on, bro. Hold on. Because of 1,000 years of church history said so. You're appealing to the authority of church fathers, dude. That to me.
No, dude. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth right now. I never appealed to any church fathers. This is what I appealed to. I appealed.
Come on.
Holy crap, dude. I appealed. No, dude. This is why you don't accuse people of doing things they haven't done, like appealing to church fathers. I didn't appeal to any church fathers. I said I read the passage, and I equated rationality to what the passage said to these terms, and then I came to my conclusion. You accusing me of the church fathers means that you're operating in some kind of rhetorical script or apologetic against what I'm saying.
Dude.
So why don't you actually try to adjust what I said rather than tell me who I'm quoting?
You're arguing in bad faith. You literally said,
I'm not,
came out of
dude.
your own mouth, that because of the interpretation of 1,000 years that men understood this to mean that you have born of water and you're born of spirit. You literally said that, dude.
Wrong.
That was your defense.
Wrong. You're wrong. Wrong.
All right.
I'll tell you what I said. I said in antiquity, human cultures describe birth. I had nothing to do with church fathers. It had to do with people describing birth across cultures, dude. Nothing to do with church or religion at all.
My point still stands. You're still up. So you're appealing to the authority, not even of church fathers. Now you're appealing to even a lesser authority, men in general. Is that your defense? Is that
No, dude, pay attention. Nicodemus was talking to Jesus. He was using terms. Jesus was talking back to him, dude. I can read the dialogue. It's not a mystery, dude. It's clear from the passage that they're talking about physical birth versus spiritual birth, not about what you're made of.
He's clearly referencing the resurrection, dude. It's the only way you can enter the kingdom if you're resurrected, right? Through the Spirit. Doesn't mean that you're pure. You're past the ghost.
He said you can't enter. He said you can't enter unless you're born again.
Right.
And he goes, how can a man be born again? Can he go back into his mother a second time?
No, he can't.
He's talking about exactly. So he's saying unless you're born of water and spirit, so it's two different births.
That's you're insinuating that. That's not what he's saying there.
Well,
it's not what he's saying there.
What I read there, it's pretty plain. You're trying to insinuate that this means you're made of water, dude.
You're saying that he's talking about that when he's saying that you must be born of water, that he's talking about the physical birth. No, he's not. He's talking about the resurrection throughout the whole chapter, dude. He's not talking about your physical birth. That's why Nicodemus is all bewildered. Like, what do you mean? How can I be born of my mother again? Because he's not talking about any physical birth, like you're saying. He's talking about the resurrection of the dead, dude.
Whatever, bro. Point it out.
I mean, I'm not. I don't know why you're being so combative, dude. I'm just sharing my interpretation, dude. Maybe you don't agree with it. That's fine, dude. But to say that I don't have any valid evidence for my
dude, there's no logical necessity in that passage.
Proposition.
That speaking about what you're made of, dude. And the second one you gave me after I challenged this one was somebody speaking and it's like rushing waters. So I would like you to give me one that is unequivocal, or at least could be understood without being easily dismissed like the other two. Just one. I just like one example, dude. Just one. Give me one, please, for the love of God. Give me
referring to baptism.
No, from the passage, it's clear it's speaking about births. Nicodemus is talking about births, and he's struggling between spiritual and physical birth, and that's how Jesus is replying to him. Okay.
So baptism is a outward act, right, of our faith of the resurrection of the dead. So when you get immersed in the water, that's a representation symbolically of being born again. But what Jesus is speaking there isn't exclusive. Yeah, it's not exclusive to the symbol of the resurrection, which is baptism. He's literally talking about the resurrection, in my opinion. But a lot of people take this verse and they act like if you're not baptized in water, then you're not saved.
Show me in the verse where he's talking about the resurrection. That'd be great.
And in the meantime, if the disabled, retarded guy wants to chime in, he might have a comment to make. I left then. If you want to chime in.
Yeah, when you're baptized, you're submerged in water and you come out of the water again, born of water. That's it. That's simple.
What? How does that equate to being born of water, dude?
Because you're born again when you're baptized. You're born again.
No.
That's simple. No, it's literally that simple.
Well, show me in the Bible where it says when you're submerged underwater, that's when you're born again. Show me that.
That's not the whole point of it. It's the baptism.
Oh, so you can't, dude. That's a huge problem. Your claim is that the Bible is describing being born again is when you're born of water, yet you can't show me an example from the scripture. That's a problem.
Truly, I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Nicodemus said to him, how can a man be born when he is old? Can he enter a second time into his mother's womb and be born? Jesus answered, truly, I say to you, unless one is born of water and spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. Be baptized.
There you go.
Be baptized.
Yeah, so what did he say there? He said, when you're baptized, you're born again. When you go in the water, that's being born again. Is that what he said?
No, you're making it too literal, and you're conflating on purpose, and I think in bad faith. It's not that literal. Otherwise, what is it? It's clearly not literal. Born of water.
It's the resurrection, dude.
Makes sense as much as mine doesn't.
In this passage, the most rational conclusion about being born of water is the parallel between the two births. The born again. You're born once, then you're born again. The first one is born of water, which we all know throughout human antiquity is referred to giving birth. You're passing through the waters, for goodness sakes. If you don't know that, I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
How can a man be born when he is old?
That's what he said.
But you also have to include that part of it. That's part of the context.
Yeah, but Nicodemus is confused, dude. You're using his confusion on your defense. Dude, why would you do that when he's talking about the resurrection, which Nicodemus is completely oblivious about? He has no faith or hope in the resurrection of the dead.
To you, he says, Jesus answered him, truly I say to you, unless one is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. Jesus isn't talking about himself. He's talking about people who want to see the kingdom of God, that they must be born again. That's what he's saying to Nicodemus. Nicodemus, you need to be born again. And Nicodemus says, how can I be born again when I'm old? I can't get into my mother's womb. Jesus reiterates, unless one is born of water and spirit, he cannot enter the kingdom of God. It's simply referring
to... when you come out of the water, you are born again in the spirit.
And the water, literally.
It's a spiritual rebirth, not a physical rebirth.
There's a problem with that. There's a huge problem with that, right? And that problem is exclusivity of the cannot. So if it's the case that you must be born of water, and that means baptism, which means submerged in actual water in that ceremony, and you cannot, he says you cannot enter. Yet he told people by his own mouth directly that they will enter, and they were not baptized.
Yep, plenty of times.
There's lots of context. Yes, I agree. There is a lot of context, and it's difficult if you try to conflate all of them, yes. But it's by faith alone, okay, that God will let you into heaven. Faith alone, like no action, and your action should follow from your faith, not to prove your faith, but as
So we also have numerous examples of people believing and receiving the gift, meaning that they're then granted the entry, which means that being born again occurs other than being dunked in water.
And why would you say that and simultaneously say that you have to be baptized, which is an action, right? You're saying it's by faith alone, but yet you're saying that a requirement is actual baptism. That's an action.
I never said it was. No,
not you.
I never said that.
The other guy.
There's lots of context, and it does get confusing. And none of us can really know.
Get baptized. He didn't say don't worry about getting baptized. He said get baptized, be born again.
Yes, because it is a path. It is a path to show that you are of faith. It's like the faith would lead to the action. The action doesn't prove the faith, but if you have the faith, then you're going to be willing to do so.
I know. Like the dude next to Jesus on the cross obviously wasn't baptized, but he'll enter the kingdom of heaven. Yeah.
Exactly.
Exceptions. But generally, if you can get baptized, get baptized.
Plenty martyrs were never baptized and are still making it in. So clearly he's not talking about exclusive baptism of water, dude. Now, I'm not negating the importance of baptism by any means, right? I'm not reducing that. And you can have both. One does not negate the other. He can also be talking about physical baptism and also the resurrection, which is what baptism represents symbolically, dude. Why
we do have negation. We do have logical check this out, bro. We do have logical exclusive negation language, which means cannot. He said if you are not born again, you cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. Yet we know people have that weren't water baptized. Ergo, what it means by being born again cannot be water baptism. It can't. Otherwise, Jesus is a liar. I mean, that's the only way it could be.
I get what you're saying. That's a valid point.
Well, how
You
you
get
born
stuck in
again?
these binary forms of thinking, where like it's like a left and right paradigm. It's either black and white, when it's way more dynamic than that. The scriptures are way more dynamic than that. They have high dynamic range, and we just gotta, you gotta stop thinking like that, ones and zeros all the time.
So how did you become born again if not through baptism?
And in the spirit, it entirely occurs in the spiritual realm. Bible says it.
Yeah, I know. So does baptism. I mean, it's a physical representation, but it's a spiritual rebirth.
Oh my goodness, dude. All right, so then by your own admission, you don't have to be dunked in the water.
No, you do if you can. Yeah, believe in Jesus.
Oh, so you have to be if you can, but you don't have to be if you don't. But you must be born again, and being born again means dunked in water.
It's like the guy next to Jesus on the cross. Like, obviously, can't get baptized.
Dude, it's literally incoherent position, bro. It's logically incoherent.
I mean, it's just fine. If you don't want to get baptized, if you don't think it's important, then that's fine, bro.
No, hey, bro. Whoever said they don't want to get? Whoever said they don't want to get baptized? Whoever said they don't want to get baptized?
Being born again has got nothing to do with baptism, because it's got everything to do with baptism.
No, being born again has nothing to do with getting dunked in water. There.
Well, that's incorrect. It's not getting dumped in water. I mean, you seem to be being very, dismissive of baptism.
That's an outward act, dude. No, we're not, dude. I've been baptized, dude. He's been baptized. I'm not negating baptism, the importance of baptism. But when we're arguing a specific point here, what Jesus is speaking of is in this specific chapter.
When you were born again,
hold on, dude. Hold on. In this specific chapter, bro, he's talking about the resurrection of the dead, dude. That's your second birth, your second chance at life, eternal life at that. To then reduce the importance of the resurrection to just mere water immersion is a disservice to the truth.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. You're actually born again the minute you believe. That's when you're born again.
Now, proleptically, right? They use a lot of prolepsis in the Gospels. Is like we are priests in training, right? But Peter acts like we're already priests, right? We're children of God, but really we're children of Adam, right? In hope that we will be born again and actually be adopted as children of God. But we have that hope and faith. Right, we act as if it's already been accomplished, like we've already received our crowns, but we actually haven't received our crowns.
Yep. So let's wrap it up logically. No one's presented any evidence that you must be dunked in water, and nobody's presented any evidence that we're going to be made of water. So neither of those have been evidenced yet. And that leads you to the summation of the whole points, which people usually make with this. I'm not accusing anyone here of doing that, but that God himself is made of water or some kind of substance, which means he's consubstantial and co-eternal with a substance that he requires to exist, which means he's contingent, which means he can't be God categorically. So that God that's made of something that he requires to exist, that God isn't the real God. That God is the devil masquerading as God, probably.
I mean, you don't think that Yeshua is consubstantial? Co-substantial?
What are you talking about? Yeshua isn't water, dude. Like, that has nothing to do with what I said, bro.
No, I get it. But regardless of what he's made out of, let's just pretend we don't know what he's made out of, because I don't, for a fact, know what he's made out of, right, in heaven. He is made out of a substance, the Son is. And his substance is that of his Father's. He's co-substantial.
Okay, so whatever the sun is made out of is the same of what God is. So God and the sun are the same essence, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that has nothing to do with water.
All right, I already gave you that. I grant you that. Let's just pretend we don't know exactly what the substance is. We're completely oblivious. Fine, dude.
Yeah, it's not water.
I'm of the opinion.
Hold on a second. I want to do some rhetorical. It's not water. It's not cement. It's not sodium chloride. It's not nickel. It's not iron. It's not ether. It's not electrostatic. It's none of those things, because all those things are subordinate creation. He's not made of the stuff the creation is made of.
That's fine, and that's reasonable, right? But I'll say this, right? We have this assumption that certain things that exist in our realm were created, right? Light wasn't created. How do I know? Because his essence is light. Water wasn't created. How do I know? Because water is his essence. Spirit wasn't created. How do I know? Because spirit is his essence and he's eternal. So there are certain things that exist in our reality.
Right, so you said water isn't created.
Hold on. That contrary to popular belief have always existed. There's no evidence that you can bring forth that light was created or that spirit and water was created when that's his actual essence.
I mean, that's a cool claim, but you've got to demonstrate that he's made of water, dude.
You got to understand that he has an essence and his properties are described all over the place. Now I don't have all the scriptures in front of me to show you, but there's plenty of scriptures that describe him. You know, he is the light, right? He is the spirit. He is the water. Spirit, water, and light, dude. And those substances seem to have never been created. Like they've always existed, in my opinion. Now it's hard. Now how could I prove that? I can't prove that to you. That's based off of deductive reasoning.
In Genesis, it says the light was created by God. The light on earth was here before the sun.
Yeah, if you read it, it says it was brought forth. There's a difference. That's why when Messiah was brought forth, Messiah wasn't a created being, dude. He was brought forth from the Father. The light was brought forth from the Father. It wasn't created. There's a difference between created from scratch, right, and then to be brought forth, or like to let it out.
Okay, that's interesting. So now, where's any example like that has to do with water?
There's primordial substances that seem to have predated.
I mean, that's great. That's great, dude. That's great. That's great. I've been asking you for like 30 minutes now for an example from the scriptures, dude, and you still haven't provided one example.
I just told you, bro. Now I didn't quote it verbatim, but I told you that he is light. The Father is light. Therefore, light wasn't created.
Okay, cool story. I said that. Okay, here, check this out. I said that's interesting. Now give me an example like that with water. Water is what I've been asking about for the past 30 minutes, dude. Why is it so hard for you to stay focused on that? I asked you this, and I've been waiting for your examples. You said there's numerous examples, so I've been waiting for one. Haven't had one yet.
So, I mean, look, I know Peter has a verse regarding the waters being primordial, dude. Let me look it up.
And if they are willfully ignorant that the world that then was made but passed through water and destroyed by water.
Yeah.
That's referring to the flood.
No, dude, it's talking about the beginning, Genesis 1, dude. It's talking about chapter 1, dude.
Okay, so that's your claim. Show me from that passage that that's what it's talking about.
Well, hold on. I mean, I've got to find it first, dude, so I can read it. Let the audience decide. So in 2 Peter chapter 3. Now again, it's hard to prove this. I'm using deductive reasoning here, but it says for this they are willingly ignorant of that by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water, whereby the world that then was being overflowed with water perish.
Boom! The world that then was, having already set the stage that the water was already there, the world that then was perished by being overflowed with water. Sounds like the flood to me. It seems pretty obvious.
That part is referencing the flood. But the verse 5 is talking about like actually the beginning. You know how in Genesis it says that the crust came forth out of the water and then dry land appeared? Originally, what you have is a cosmic ocean, dude. It's not the vacuum of space. We're literally submerged.
Well, hold on, bro. Hold on a second.
All right.
So the cosmic ocean is made out of God? Because remember, in this paradigm, water is what God's made out of, right?
Yeah, so there's a big dilemma here, right? Either God created things out of absolutely nothing, or he brought forth existence from himself, right? I'm of the opinion that he didn't create things out of nothing, violating physics. He brought existence forth from himself.
Who cares about physics? Hey, by the way, before you go on, fair enough. But before you go on, dude, physics is the limitations and the rules of the physical and natural world, not the supernatural world. Physics doesn't go up entropy and apply to God, dude. That makes zero sense. So you don't have to worry about maintaining the laws of physics when it comes to creation. Okay, that would be making God subordinate to his creation, and I can't remember the name of that heresy, but it's a pretty bad one.
So when I think about the prime mover, the uncaused cause, the source of all creation, of all life, it's not just that he manifested things from nothing. It's that he used his own substance to bring forth reality, right? And we see his qualities, right? His invisible qualities manifest in nature, in all reality. And I think that water and light and spirit are part of his essence. Now, how I can't pull up a verse to actually say oh, look, it says it right here that reality was created from himself. But there's plenty of verses that insinuate that. Why, you disagree with that?
I haven't heard anything compelling yet. So far, the only compelling factor is you say, "Oh, when I look at the natural world, and then I look at it, then this is the way it is," which is fine because it does say in the Bible that you can understand God's eternal power and Godhead from the natural world, in so much that humans are without excuse. Meaning that even without Scripture, the natural world itself reveals the nature of God, to where humans are guilty of disregarding that fact. So that's how obvious God says it is, that the natural world instructs you about who he is. So it's not unreasonable for you to say, oh, I'm reasoning from this natural world, and maybe these processes require this type of thing. But what usually always happens is you end up with God is contingent upon substance, and that's dangerous territory. Like you said, you implied, and I'm not saying you necessarily meant this, but what you said generally gave off the impression that you were implying that God has to be beholden to the laws of physics, and that's dangerous territory.
I'm not. So there's there's certain things that the creator can't do, right? And contrary to popular belief, people use the word omnipotent, all powerful, as in he can do all things, he can do whatever he wants. Not necessarily, because he's bound by his own word, his own promises, his oaths, right? That he's bound to keep now, right? Otherwise, if he went back on his word,
that wouldn't have anything to do with. Fair enough, but that wouldn't have anything to do with power.
Well, I'm just saying that there are certain things that he can't do, contrary to popular belief, like lie, steal, right?
Right, but those aren't in the but those are not in the category of power, so they're irrelevant.
Well, I'm just using that as an example, not to say that he's completely limited either, but that he does have certain limits.
Yeah, you can't make a square circle because that's something that's illogical and power cannot accomplish. And since he's logical and all-powerful, the two qualities that he possesses can't accomplish that task because that task is not categorically accomplishable by those qualities.
So there's certain logical constraints that it's just logically impossible to violate. And one of those things would be creating something out of nothing. Because when we talk about logic, logos, the creator's computational. It might not make sense to us from our perspective, from our reference point, but he has all wisdom, all knowledge. He knows the end from the beginning, and with that position, he can make very, very logical decisions. That to us might seem illogical, but he's very computational. He's not going to violate logic, dude. He's not going to go do something that's completely illogical. It might sound like illogical to us, but not to him. And I think that's one of those things where he can't create something out of nothing. I think he is the substance. He is the source of all creation, of all life. And everything was created from himself. He's source, bro. Like,
okay, that's great. So why would that mean it has to be water? If you're saying he's creating everything out of himself, but you're claiming water is unique, but all the other things are made out of something else, how does that make sense?
It's so if you like look at the scriptures overall, right, comprehensively, you'll find out that like when you list all the properties of the Father, you'll find light, water, and spirit to be foundational, primordial, of his own essence, right? Of his physical essence.
Yeah, that's great, but I'm still waiting for one example of water being that, dude. You still haven't given me not one example yet, dude.
All right, man. Give me a sec, dude. Give me like 5 minutes. I'm gonna tally up these verses.
Just one, dude. One. I only need one, bro.
No offense, but it kind of sounds like the Bible predicts, kind of like the globe predicts. Anyways, sorry.
Yeah, so like, for example, let me give you an example of a claim. So here's my claim. Jesus Christ died for our sins, right? There's claim. Let me back it up in the Bible with a verse. Here's the verse. That Jesus Christ died for our sins. Verbatim in the Bible, written down. No unequivocation whatsoever. I only need that one point to prove my case. I'm done. I rest my case.
This is king.
Yet there are people out there who claim to be Bible believers, even in the flat earth community, who say Jesus Christ didn't die for your sins, even though the Bible has it written verbatim, word for literal word. Now, that doesn't mean anything about whether the Bible's true or not. So if any of you out there are butthurt about it, that are, might be listening, I mean, that's fine. You could be butthurt about it. I'm just saying what the text says.
But AI, you got to tally up the verses first. You can't just have one.
Well, an unequivocal is unequivocal. So you only need one. If it's ambiguous, then you need, a plethora of, them to try to like make your point. But if you just have a verbatim quote, I mean, there's no arguing with that. So, for example, the Bible literally says God is spirit, verbatim. So I know he is spirit. Whatever spirit is, that's what he is. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. I mean, this could be a fictional book for anybody cares. It just says in that book that that's what he is.
Damn, chat, we're going deep right now. Pause.
This guy. Overload, would you consider it knowledge or belief?
Overload.
So if you go with that, you will be a believer. And if you go against that, you will be a disbeliever.
That's good.
In the point of view of a Christian, so if you go with what the Bible is saying, so you believe the Bible and what it say. If you go against that, you're a disbeliever. But nothing of that just will be considered knowledge. Only the things that can be verifiable. Jesus died for our sins? Yeah, I'll just have to believe that. Can you prove it? Can I prove it for myself? No one can do that.
See.
The Bible says it. Yeah, exactly. Correct.
Going deep, chat. Should we go deep?
I'm waiting for my.
So I got a couple verses.
Turn that recording device on. I'll mess you guys up. See what happens.
Do what?
Jeremiah 17:13 says, "Lord, you are the hope of Israel. All who forsake you will be put to shame. Those who turn away from you will be written in the dust, because they have forsaken the Lord, the spring of living water."
Israel. Cha-ching.
Isaiah 55:1. Come, all you who are thirsty, come to the waters, and you who have no money, come buy and eat. Oh, that's not it.
Right.
If you knew the gift of God and who it is that asks you to drink, you would have asked him, and he would have given you living water. Whoever drinks the water I give them will never thirst.
Drink your water, folks.
Awesome. So he who drinks the water I give them will never thirst equals God is made of water. No.
Yeah, I didn't catch the translation.
It also describes God as a bird that is sheltering Israel in its pinions. Does that mean God has wings?
No, dude, that's not what I'm saying, dude.
Well, I don't know. I'm waiting. See, the thing is, you're saying that God is made of water. I'm asking you for evidence from the Bible, and I'm not getting it.
Oh, shit.
To the thirsty, I will give water without cost from the spring of the water of life, which flows forth from himself, dude. Right? From his holy mountain, from the throne, from underneath the throne itself flows this living water, dude. And it's springing forth
underneath the throne.
Yeah, it's springing forth from himself. And
read that passage. Read it.
Is he reading it?
I'm looking. Hold on. There's a bunch of verses here. I'm trying to find relevant ones.
Also, keep in mind, you said that God created all things out of his own substance, which means that some things aren't water, which means he must have transmuted that substance into a substance that's not water, which means rationally it's logical to assume that the primary substance isn't water, and that water is a secondary effect of the primary substance being transmuted, which would still make God not made of water.
Okay, fine. But, symbolically, he is the fountain of life, right? And from him...
there, you answered the question. You answered the question, brother. You finally got it, symbolically.
Yeah, but that doesn't reduce the fact that he also is made of light, right? But you have no problem with light and spirit, but for whatever reason, you have this problem with water, which I'm still trying to figure out why. So
I'll tell you why.
He's made of spirit, and he's made of light,
I'll tell you why, dude. I'll tell you why. Because the Bible verbatim says God is spirit. Verbatim.
Yeah, and it also says he's light.
Okay, so now show me where it says he's water. Go ahead.
Well, I'm filtering through the bunch of verses, but they're not sufficient, right?
I know, it seems to be a problem for your case.
It says he is the fountain of living waters, dude. But yeah, that's not, you're saying that's symbolic, but the other ones aren't.
Okay, perfect. So he's a fountain. Awesome. So I can go to the fountain, I can throw the penny in and make a wish?
Not like that.
Maybe.
Okay, so then
he's the source.
It's not a verbatim analysis of he is this. It's clearly not.
I'm not interpreting it like he's a fountain, dude. I'm interpreting that he is the water of life. He is the light. He is the spirit.
Water isn't light. So under Genesis 1:9, it says on the third day, God said, I command the water under the sky to come together. So he commanded himself?
No.
Oh,
I already mentioned that. No,
That's
I
what it
already
says,
mentioned.
though.
Well, it doesn't say he created water. He said he commanded the water. He didn't create light. He didn't create
Okay.
spirit. He didn't create water. How do I know? Because that's his essence. His actual
Doesn't
essence,
say
contrary to
that's his
popular
essence.
belief, is spirit, water, and light, dude.
It
That's his
may have
essence.
Well,
already
that's
been.
cool, but you've yet to validate the water part, bro.
The water may have already been here as a primordial substance, but that doesn't.
Oh,
that's
man.
not saying,
Yeah, you're in trouble, dude. You're in
that's
trouble.
not saying. That's not saying that he's water.
Fine. You don't have to agree with me. That's my opinion. And there's plenty of scriptures to defend the fact that he's light, spirit, and water, dude. Now you guys agree
Yeah, we
that he's
haven't
light
heard
and
one yet.
spirit, but the third leg, you guys, for whatever reason, are resisting. And you want
Because you haven't provided any evidence.
Even
You
though
haven't, dude,
it's all
not
over the
about
place.
dying on it, dude. You haven't bore your burden yet, dude.
Dude, his spirit is symbolized many places. His actual essence is described symbolically as flowing water, dude. It's refreshing. It's cleansing.
All right, okay, great. Read us one.
I've been reading them. You say they're not sufficient.
Why are you going to let Sonny get away with saying that God, that the water was primordial and God just used what was already there? But you're not going to let him get the fountain thing.
That's not what he said, dude. That's not what Sonny said.
Right, maybe I misunderstood it.
He didn't say water was eternally there. He just said water was there prior to it being commanded. Which I already conceded, even if that was true, that doesn't mean God's made of water, just because water precedes the creation of the earth. Because if you have a formless void that's covered in water, right, that doesn't mean that that's co-substantial and co-eternal or literally made directly one for one from God. So, for example, I've got all kinds of objects in my room right now that are not water, which means however God made them, if he's only light, spirit, and water, then that means he transmuted his properties into another substance. And since I have no evidence that he's actually made of water, it's perfectly rational and more rational to think that he made water in the same way he made the other substances. No, excuse me.
It also
Not to mention that you can chemically separate water, dude, into constituent parts. I mean, what are we talking about here? Okay, I just want to put this out there. If it's the case that through electrolysis or whatever the heck it's called, that you can chemically separate water and you can chemically bind water, then that means it's made of two things. So this entire claim that God's made of water means he would have to be made of those constituent parts. So this whole thing breaks down rather quickly.
No, because there's different types of water, dude. There's the waters above and the waters below. You're assuming that when we talk about water, it's H2O, dude. No.
So you failed to qualify that, huh? I get you now.
No, bro.
So we're not talking about H2O then. We're talking about something that's not water, dude.
We can't guarantee that the water that surrounds us, right, that surrounds the cosmos is H2O that we see on Earth, dude. The water above the firmament,
Right,
dude, we don't know that's
right.
H2O.
So then all of your claims about water in relationship to water that has anything to do with water on Earth is now thrown in the garbage can. Great, good job.
Dude, no, water has different modalities, dude. You already know this. It takes on different forms. There's even when you change the pressure and the temperature, we know that's.
I could care less, dude. I don't care. I don't care because here's the problem you made. You just separated terrestrial water from celestial water, and so celestial water is now something different than terrestrial water. So talking about the qualities of terrestrial water is now irrelevant. I want you to talk about the qualities of celestial water. So go ahead and give us those qualities from the scripture.
So what we're talking about is a fluid, right? Not necessarily H2O, dude. Okay?
No, it's not H2O. We already decided that.
There's a distinction between the waters on Earth and the waters above the firmament. The Bible makes
We already agreed. We already agreed to that. What I asked you for is the qualities of the celestial water, please.
I don't know. I'm not sure. It seems to be of very, very.
All right, so I'll give you a word of advice.
Sort of
in the future, cool story. In the future, what you might want to do is make sure you parse that out on behalf of your audience that you're speaking to, because you know for a fact from this day forward, with no excuse, that they're going to think you're talking about terrestrial water. Now, I could have done right and say, what do you mean by water? Right? I could have done that. I could have said philosophically, interrogate you with the Socratic method and say, what do you mean by water? And then you would have parsed it out for me. But I think it bears your responsibility from this day forward to make sure you parse that out with everyone you talk to about this topic. Because otherwise, it's kind of unfair.
All right, but still, it's a fluid.
I mean, that's great, dude. But it's not water as we understand water. So the argument's over.
I think it should be. I think it should be over the argument because it's, you know what I mean. It's just like an argument, but it did originate with Lion saying he's not sure. He doesn't see why it's illogical that God is made of something like physical. That was like.
I know that the whole problem here is the common understanding of what water means not being differentiated from this theory or whatever. That should have been done in the beginning. And so we all learned something that when your idea requires a differentiation between terrestrial and celestial water, that maybe you should lead with that.
Okay, that's fine. But my whole point originally was that the Creator has a substance, that he's substantive. And his son is also substantive, and his son is consubstantial to his father. And contrary to popular belief, they're not just wispy energy. They actually have a form. And for whatever reason, you think that's heretical.
Now, being isolated to a form that has locality in three-dimensional free space with boundaries, that's heretical.
Wait, are you talking about like theophanies?
No, not necessarily.
No, not necessarily. But we can talk about that. We can move on to that. Which I also believe in a theophany.
If you define a theophany as something that is created, that is like that works like agency, like sure, we can concede on agency, but you can't say that there's like if you're talking about the Son, and you're saying that the Son is water and the Son is consubstantial with the Father, like that's the problem. Right, because we're
fair enough, bro.
Yes, there's essential properties.
Before you go on, did you join when we separated terrestrial water from celestial water, or
yes,
did you hear that part?
I heard that.
All right, perfect. Go ahead.
Yeah, you have to understand that there's essential properties and then there's non-essential properties. We can say that something non-essential to the essence would be like the form, like the incarnation of the Son. Right, this would be non-essential. Then again, a theophany, which would be a created energy, which is like a way that God reveals himself in creation. These would also be non-essential because these wouldn't be consubstantial with the essence. Right?
Right.
So the point you're trying to make saying, well, there's something consubstantial about water to the essence. This is like something within space-time. It just wouldn't follow. It just doesn't follow.
Space what?
Something within space. If it has form, right? If it has created form, then if it has created form, then it cannot be identical to the essence. It can only be non-essential.
Yeah, that's why I made a distinction between.
It means like bound by space and bound by time, like limited by.
There's a difference between created and brought forth or begotten.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If it's brought forth, then it's uncreated.
I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, cool. So,
and Messiah wasn't created. He was brought forth, okay. The scripture says.
Okay. Is the water that you're talking... Can I touch this water? Can I drink it?
We're talking about something that is completely beyond our understanding, right? We're going back to the primordial
I can
substance, right? No, well, the scriptures describe that, yes, you can drink of it, but not in the sense that you're thinking like put it in a cup and drink it. Okay, I just went over some verses.
Why do we describe like, because here's the thing, like the scripture also refers to the Holy Spirit as water, right? Revelation 22 verse 1. It's like a spring of flowing water. But the idea is not that because it's water. It's because it quenches your soul, right? Right? But here's the thing: it's not like this celestial water. It's not like this fluid from heaven, right? It's a metaphor.
the thing is, in scripture, you can have metaphors and literary devices not negate each other. Like you can have both simultaneously exist, and not one does not negate the other. There's multiple levels of understanding when it comes to scripture. Scripture is dynamic; it has dynamic range. To reduce scripture to pure symbolism or pure metaphors, again, would be a disservice because it's dynamic, dude.
Okay, yeah.
So
I'm asking.
You can have that. You can still hold on to the symbolism and have it also be literal.
Okay, I'm asking you. How do you reach that conclusion, and also where do you get this idea from?
Well, that's what he's been asking me. But hold on,
hard restart here. We got a restart coming.
I want to go back and to attack the original point, right? That God doesn't have a form, right? That He's not.
Yeah. Well, we believe
that's where it started. Now you guys want to keep on talking about His substance.
We believe God is formal, but God doesn't have a form that moves. You're right.
Give the argument for that and why God is not bound by a form.
No, we don't. It's bound by form. Like we say that, and everything is formal, right? Because it's the way we distinguish the persons is formal, right? The way we distinguish essence from things is formal, right? Just like the difference between like animality and rationality, right? Like these things are not distinct by substance because they really are the same thing, but we can't distinguish the two. Right, because they're not the same thing.
I'm asking why can't it be the case that God has a concrete form?
Yeah, we do believe He has a concrete form, which is not in the sense of like something created.
That's not the argument though. Like I don't know, dude.
Did
I ever say that the Father was created, dude? No, I never said that, dude. He's the prime mover. He's the uncaused cause. How could He be created?
Dude, do you believe God has a form?
Yes.
Okay. And the other guy, you believe God has a form?
He's not even really debating this.
Bro, okay, we both agree that God has a form. Mashallah. Next question.
All right, that was easy.
Yes, God is formal. God is formal. He's formally distinct to Himself even. In fact, He's really distinct to Himself.
Earth is a globe. Earth is spherical.
And we are live.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Go ahead.
I mean, we got the logistics system. We got just-in-time deliveries. The grocery stores, they're getting their fruits from across the world. And when they run out, they make an order. It shows up right at their doorstep, right at the hour.
Across the earth. You're correct. There is no across on a globe. There's
okay, so all these logistics heads, all these logistics perfectly timed. These people think that they're doing these logistics on a globe, but they're actually doing it on a flat plane.
So practically speaking, they're all doing it on a flat plane. Yeah. Show us one instance where any logistics is happening on a globe, and what technology.
Well, what technology are they using to get these logistics done? Are they using maps based on a globe? Are they using maps based on a flat plane? What maps are they using?
All maps are flat. When they build roads and highways, they're built on a horizontal plane. And they have elevation changes above or below sea level. Sea level is not curved. So all your logistics, the planes flying above the plane are all flying above a horizontal plane. The roads are all built on a horizontal plane. The buildings are built from a horizontal plane. All plums are parallel. All horizontals are horizontal. They're parallel. Where are any of your logistics using a globe? Tell me what technology.
So the maps, the flat maps you're referencing, those flat maps are actually globe projections, are they not?
What technology?
Answer the question.
Yeah, I asked you, what technology are anybody using in logistics? What technology is using the globe?
Okay, and I just said, are those maps Are those GPS
So you're asking a question. You're asking a question. I asked you a question that needs to be answered. What technology, what method is used? What technology is anybody using logistics? What technology is using the globe?
Okay, I'm answering. So the technology they use is for logistics. You need to know the precise distance. You need precise maps, so you know exactly how much fuel you're using, how much time it's gonna take. So to do that, they use maps that are globe projections.
Thank you. You mentioned distance. Stop using flat earth terms. Distance, all distances are measured linearly. Otherwise, they would say curvilinear. Do you have any distances that are measured in curvilinear? No, you don't. I'll answer that for you. All distances like inches, feet, yards, miles are all measured in linear distance. Straight line.
Well, you can call it linear distance, but if your object is moving about a circle, that's a linear speed, even though it's moving circular.
No, I don't accept your obfuscation. Sorry, not going to work. You still haven't told me what technology is using the globe. You keep going to flat maps because they're globe projections. So what? So where is anybody using the globe? What technology? You can't tell me what technology, can you?
Why is a globe projection being used successfully?
So you can't tell me what technology from either a roller skate, skateboard, bicycle, aircraft, automobile. You can't tell me any technology, rocketry, that's using anything but a flat plane. Otherwise, you would have presented the technology.
Well, no, because all that technology is practically using a flat plane, because what we see...
Thank you. So no one's using the globe for anything logistically or practically. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth. Stop fucking bringing up flat Earth proofs for your globe. It ain't going to work anymore. We're not accepting it. They're all flat Earth proofs. Miles, nautical miles. There's no technology that's using the globe for anything, period.
Facts. Sonny cooked.
Anything to avoid talking about God, Mushkane. Like you came in with a losing point, just to stop talking about your sins. Repent, sinner.
Yeah, I just wanted to curve the conversation away from the God talk. You're right. No thanks.
So you presented a fairy tale of the globe instead. That's quite telling.
Just switch religions. Talk about this religion instead, the globe.
Yeah, exactly. That is your religion. You don't want to admit it. Your religion has priest, has creation story, and it has a God.
Damn.
Yep.
I mean, there are a lot of crazy, when they're talking about raining dimes and stuff like that. I get it, and you can just say, "Well, that's ridiculous."
It is.
But that's pretty far away from the geography, the geometry of the Earth we're on. So we can't really compare those two.
Yeah, we're not comparing raining diamonds on Uranus or it's smelling like farts. No, you brought that up.
You guys do compare it, though. Sorry, Sonny,
we're right
you guys
here.
do compare it.
We're right here on the surface. You haven't provided any geography or any technology that uses anything but a flat Earth, period. Otherwise, you would be able. It would be ubiquitous, and that information about what technology is using the globe would be everywhere you looked. I could pull books out of my bookcase, and I would be able to find where any technology is using the globe Earth, like through its geometry. It would tell me exactly how it's being used and what technology is using it.
Well, So, if we're going to go by geometry, then what we know of the world is that there is a magnetic North Pole. And on that North Pole, there's also a celestial sphere if you look up. So, outward from that northern pole, land masses would get farther away as you go away from that center point. But that's not what we observe.
How do you know that? Justify that statement, please.
That's how geometry works on a flat plane. If you go out radially, any physical objects as they go out will get they will increase in distance from each other.
Okay, tell us where you're getting that information from. Sounds like you're making shit up.
No. So
okay, citation then.
Well, just try to imagine this. So if you take
citation, I don't want your
Sonny,
fucking
you gotta
imagination.
imagine it, bro.
I want the citation, not your imagination.
Well, you can picture this. It's simple geometry.
I'm not picturing shit. You're making shit up. I want a citation right now that says exactly what you just said. That from a central point on a plane, that things would get further away. Like, where's your citation? Where are you getting this from? Tell us.
Geometry.
Holy crap. So you claim to know the geometry of the entire Earth on the flat plane. How did you get this?
I'm not saying the entire geometry. I'm saying from what we know of the geometry, if magnetic north is our central point, as we go out from that point radially, land masses would appear they would in reality get farther away from each other.
No, not necessarily, especially if you don't know what's underneath and you don't know all the functions of what's happening underneath the surface or underneath the ocean floors. But we do know this. We know water is horizontal. So if that's the case, the entire Atlantic, the entire Indian Ocean, the entire Pacific Ocean are all horizontal on the top. That's what we do know.
Well, I mean, you got a horizon, that's true. But just because that horizon is perceivably horizontal doesn't mean it is, in fact, in reality, horizontal.
So is it imperceivably not horizontal?
It's perceivably horizontal, but it's imperceivably not.
Do you go with what you perceive, sir?
So only curving where you can't see it.
It's kind of weird because if you're trying to base a judgment on things that are imperceivable, right? That means you're incapable of perceiving it, meaning you're incapable of making that judgment, which is kind of bad.
Yeah, like how do you know it's there?
Yeah, so these things are axioms because in every case that we observe water, it doesn't matter what size or what scale, it all is horizontal and on the top. The only way you can say that water is curving is you have to go to, like you said before, imagination and a scale that no one can see or measure.
I like that scale. I'm joking.
The scale of imagination. So
yeah, the scale of imagination. My favorite.
That's why it's an axiom. We know water is flat, horizontal on the top in every case. Like no matter how large or how small. Unless you're talking about meniscus, which Glovers love to bring up water drops, which is a bunch of bullshit, hogwash.
Yeah, what about surface tension? I'm joking.
Oh, you just brought it up. You just did it.
Just like that. That's funny. I know.
Surface tension, exact. Wow.
You've identified yourself as a Glover AC. We know it now.
No. I don't. I'm just here. I'm trolling. I study philosophy, so I like arguments. If you're gonna be honest, I just don't know anything about either side.
Oh. Well, almost like with philosophy arguments that you have to I guess validate or have the have the axiom of logic being necessary to make an argument. You you have to have geometry being vertical and horizontal perpendicular to measure the globe. So if we have the tool, the water level, which is used to establish a horizontal plane of reference to measure drop from the horizontal, either depression or elevation from that, that would force you back into like that self-refuting argument that or you may have heard it before in other areas where it's like, I don't have to ground logic to make this argument. Well, you have to ground geometry to measure the Earth to be a globe. But if geometry is true, then the Earth can't be a globe.
I get you.
Yeah. So welcome to flat.
It makes sense.
If geometry is true, then the Earth is not a globe. No tanks.
Yeah, synthetically. Yeah, not just analytically, but synthetically, what we use in reality to show horizontal and vertical, being plumb bobs, weight, the vector of down and up, and the surface of water at rest. These are the tools that we use to measure drop from. And it's done, as you know, as we all know, it's done every day in planar measurements, where they, different levels on a vertical datum to measure rise over run, or depression or elevation from. There's no additional drop to actual vertical drop. There's not drop on top of drop. It's just drop. Like I don't know how else I could say. Like there's not there's not a hill like on Earth that's dropping and rising in two different vectors of Earth curve and drop from horizontal. It's ridiculous.
Oh, you're talking to me, bro? I'm gonna be honest.
Well, I mean in general, but that's just like what I meant.
Yeah, I get you. Because like if you're going to use like some sort of analysis, right? If you're going to say geometry confirms this, then geometry must confirm this in every sense. Right, and that's what we call like a proof or like an evidence.
Yeah, it's a proof.
Because if it's analytical, then it's you can measure it consistently and produce the same outcome. That's why. But then again, analysis isn't always a proof, right? Because you can't say through analysis that something is necessary, right? I'll give you an example if you want.
Well, yeah, you can.
Okay, cool. So I can say, imagine if I flip a coin, right? I flip a coin and every time it hits heads, right? And I flip it like a million times, hypothetically, and it hits heads. I can say, well, through analysis, this coin only flips heads, right? So there's a problem here because we're not talking about potential anymore. You can say, well, potentially it can be tails, right? But a million times out of whatever, it's heads. So we can say that, well, every time you measure the Earth it's reasonable to believe that it's flat or it's spherical, whatever. But you can't use that analysis to make a necessary truth claim. It's kind of what I'm saying. But you can reasonably believe. It's called justified true belief, and it's justified, right? But it doesn't mean it's necessary.
What the heck, bro?
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
it's called necessity versus potency.
Well, yeah, but an object is like unless you're positing that the Earth would be one thing or the other, and some days it's one thing and some days it's the other, then just measuring the thing and finding out that it's flat would prove it's flat.
You can deny one or the other. It's fine, and you can say one is more justified than the other, but you can't say that one is necessarily the case.
Yeah, but we're not really talking about the potential that the Earth has to. The potential is measured from a horizontal. So the potential.
The actuality is measured. The measure you don't measure potential. The actuality is measured. Like so, what it really is.
That is true.
Right, but a coin flip that categorically has a potential, right? Because it has two sides, right?
Agreed.
So there's two options already on the table from the beginning, right?
For sure. But the thing is with the Earth is that there's many options, right? I was just using a coin flip as an easy example.
No, that's what I'm telling you. There's no option. There's no option.
Yeah, so let's say we use a coin flip. So is it the way this would analogize itself to the Earth is you use a coin flip, right? But instead of actually measuring whether the coin lands on heads or tails, you just measure the circumference of the coin to determine whether it has one or not. There you go. See the difference?
I don't know, because I think that because I'll tell you what, we're talking about analysis, right? Because that's kind of the subject. We're seeing how the coin behaves.
No, dude,
right?
you need this is the difference. You need the coin to. You're saying the potential for the coin to land heads or tails. You need the coin to exist in the first instance. So in order to measure the Earth to be a globe, you need geometry to exist in the first instance in the way that I already put it forth to you. Yeah.
But we're talking about
And if we measure the Earth, we can only measure it from using geometry, which has to hold true to measure the Earth. And if geometry holds true to measure the Earth, the tools that we use,
correct?
and
this is analysis. This is an analysis, correct? Hello?
Of what?
The Earth we're talking about, yeah. You said
no. I'm talking about the axioms of geometry that are used to measure things.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and that is a form of.
The axioms are not an analysis. Yeah.
Well, you're analyzing using something like a formula.
Axioms. Yeah.
Yes. So the formula of geometry is used to analyze the Earth, correct?
The formula of geometry? What do you mean?
Yes, the formula.
What's the formula?
It's like me using a pencil to write something versus a pen.
All right. So is this a formula, right? Like, maybe you let me know, right? But the two straight lines at a vertex with a 90-degree angle are perpendicular to each other. Is that a formula that could ever be false?
The formula is, yeah, you could say it's a central formula because the point is like you're saying.
In any possible world, could that be false?
In any possible. I mean, I don't think so. No, probably not.
Yeah. So I mean, it's really not. We're not analyzing the possibility or potential that would be the case. It's possible. It's true in all possible worlds. Yeah. Okay,
I agree for sure. Now, what I'm saying is that you can't make a formula, right? You can't make a formula for something that because here's the thing: you're making definitions, right?
Correct.
And you can say that things that are definitional can have like foundational principles. You call them axioms, right? Axiomatic things, right? These things are universal. They're objective, right?
Proofs.
Cool. So if they are objective, right, you couldn't necessarily make the claim. Sorry, do you believe that you can make the claim that the Earth is objectively flat? Do you believe that the Earth is objective?
No, it's just the flat earthers don't claim like a shape and categorize the Earth as an object.
It's just not spherical.
It's not even an it. It's just that it's not even an it.
Sorry, is the Earth spherical?
No, I mean it's not even an it.
Okay.
It's not an object.
Okay.
It's not for us to objectify.
So it doesn't have an identity. Because when we say
Earth,
we're talking about
what do you mean? You have to separate Earth. You got Earth, air, clouds, water, trees. When you say Earth, do you mean dirt?
Yeah, we're saying like a composite, like a composite group of like non-essential qualities.
Yeah. So Earth being
Earth is a collection of things that are found on the planet that we live on, on this.
Yeah. So when you categorize it in that way, you're putting yourself in this mindset of an object. Yeah. That's not what we're talking about.
Well, if I say like the United States, right? I'm talking about all the individual states, all the individual towns, all the individual people in it. I'm talking about the laws. I'm talking about all these things, right? And this is what we talk about.
I know. Yeah, we're not. I'm just telling you, we're not. So, like, when I talk about geometry, is that confined to Earth?
No, it's not confined to Earth. But the question I'm asking you is: would you say that Earth, right? Earth has like foundational principles, as in it is a foundational principle, or it is like an objective principle.
I don't know if I would say that. No.
All right, cool. I agree. Cool. So whenever we're saying the reason why I brought up the coin analogy is because the coin in of itself, right? We're talking about whether the coin has some sort of actuality. Because when we say something is something, we're saying that we're saying that it has basis in reality, right? And none of us would disagree that the Earth, as in this plane of terrain, has reality. Otherwise, we'd be like very hyper rational, and that's kind of stupid. You know, we're like semi-empiricists, I hope. And the point is that the reason why the coin analogy follows is because we're not actually weighing whether we're not weighing the potential of heads or tails. We're actually looking at the behavior of how this coin operates, because we know it exists, right? So the behavior of the Earth operating as if it was horizontal in every case, right? The behavior of the Earth wouldn't necessarily. Remember, I remember this word necessary. It wouldn't necessarily
When you
prove
say the Earth, I mean, if the Earth is horizontal in every case, what does that even mean?
Okay, but that's the thing. I flipped the coin a million times, and it was heads. So that means it only goes heads, dude.
Yeah, we're not flipping the Earth. I mean, unless you're talking about
there's
dirt,
a problem.
picking it up in your
Hold
hands.
on, bro. There's a huge problem.
There's a reason
The
why
Earth is not an event, dude.
Okay, but it behaves
two
a
different
certain
categories
way,
here.
I know. I never said it was. I said it behaves a certain way. When we're talking about behavior, we're talking about something in its like habitual state or something in its active state, right? So, like for an example, your
The Earth
behavior.
is at rest. What kind of behavior is at rest? Yeah, what kind of behavior is at rest?
Yeah, like natural, like habitual behavior. I said this a second ago. Something habitual is like when you think of
the behavior.
the word comes from habitat. Yeah, it's habitual nature. So like my habitual nature is the fact that I'm a human, and I'm not gonna not be a human, even if I cut my arm off. It's not like I'm less human, right? I'm habitually human. If I take a tree out of the earth, it's not going to be any less earth.
Hold on, buddy. Hold on. Before you go on. What about your location? Does being in a house make you less human, or does being in the womb when you're only 7 months old make you less human? I'm confused.
No. Definitely not.
All right,
humanity.
Cool. Just setting the groundwork.
Yeah. Of course. And obviously, these are very important questions too, because some people will think about this and they'll be like, "Hey, what?" And it's good to ask these questions. Yeah, we're talking about the behavior or the habitual nature or the habitual state of the Earth, and you can say analytically or through analysis, we can make a justified true belief that the Earth is flat, because every time you flip the Earth, it's always heads. Right, and that is a justified true belief, but we wouldn't make a claim of necessity, right? The only necessary existence would be God, because everything flows.
Did he just say because when we flip the Earth, it's always heads?
Is there
Disavow.
a way, like we could make this actually analogous? Like it would be like if we were to measure the coin flat on the surface 1 million times. It's just
you
flat.
can make a
Same thing
justified
with the
true belief that
surface
it's
of the
flat.
Earth.
Yeah, you could
I'm
make
not
a
doing that
justified true
shit.
belief that it's flat.
Yeah, that's what we do with the Earth. We've measured it flat 1 million times.
Amazing, and that would be a justified true belief, and that would be through analysis.
Well, that's not belief. It would be measured flat. It's factually flat.
No, sir, we're talking because whenever you're measuring, if you're making an analysis, right, you're supporting a claim, and a claim is something that is believed.
Right. You said when you flip the Earth, you end up with heads.
I know, but that's just like an example, because whenever
you got off track with like what is necessary in order to make measurements. The geometry is necessary and it's universal and it exists in a certain way in all possible worlds. Yeah, and
I don't think geometry is necessary. I do think it's like objective in a sense, but
it's necessary to make a measurement on shape or anything else.
Yeah. What I'm talking about, I'm talking about like an Aristotelian or usage of like necessary.
I know you are. That nothing's necessary but God. But that's not what we're talking about. These are all other contingent states, whatever, right? But these axioms these axioms that are used, that must be the case in order to measure the Earth, are both analytical and synthetic truths that we use to make these measurements. And if these axioms weren't the case, then we couldn't measure the Earth at all. But if these axioms, but if we are to claim that we're going to measure the Earth, then those axioms would have to hold true. So any measurement of that of the Earth,
we would use those axioms. Yes.
Yeah.
We would use those axioms. But here's the thing:
it can't be.
Those axioms prove themselves, but they don't necessarily prove anything that go outside the definition.
So we can't have level not being horizontal and then claiming to measure the Earth from that horizontal to be dropping.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So the analysis would be whether or not the Earth is actually dropping, having a depression and an elevation, and that's what you're flipping.
Yeah, but that's what the land does. It goes up and down from the horizontal.
Agreed.
Remember when I earlier said, and you said, "Am I talking to you?" And I earlier said, right? I said, "You can't." We'd have to imagine that there's a double drop when there's a valley. When you're standing at the top of the hill, it's dropping from horizontal,
but also there's a drop of things on top of it. Yeah, I get it.
That there's double drop. There's Earth curve drop and the Earth hill dropping.
Yeah, the terrain.
The terrain and the Earth curve.
Yeah. I heard that before.
Yes, I mean.
There you go.
Yeah, so that you'd have your axiom in that case would have to be Earth is a globe, right? You have to say, well, I have to start with the axiom that Earth is a globe of a specific size and radius, and that would be your axiom.
Is that an axiom?
That would have to be in the case of measuring drop from drop. To be measuring drop from a hill drop. Double drop.
Do you know what an axiom is, though?
Yeah, that's his globe. Yeah.
It's like an axiomatic truth. You know, can you give an example of an axiomatic truth, that isn't God, for an example?
1 + 1 is 2.
Okay, so this would be that math, right? Math is true. Math is objectively true. Therefore, we can axiomatically confirm that 1 + 1 = 2. I think that because the thing about the category, I think there's a bit of a category mix-up, and I think we're kind of agreeing, but at the same time, I feel like I have a problem with definitions sometimes, because I'll say something and I'll agree with you, and then you'll say something like, oh yeah, so Earth is axiomatically you can confirm the terrain, the flatness, the horizontalness of the Earth using the axiomatic truth of geography. I get what you're saying, and this is why we say that if something is a justified true belief, right? Something is a justified true belief. So a belief is just something that you conceptualize, right? We're conceptualizing these things. If it's a justified true belief, then you can believe this, right? Because in every sense, or in every in the behavior of it, right? It always shows something. It always shows the same thing, right? But we're not making an argument of necessity, right? Because you can say that geography necessarily follows, but the formula that we're using, i.e., geography, to measure the Earth,
geometry,
right? Geometry to measure the Earth. Analytically speaking, it always shows the same thing. So we're talking about flipping the coin is like using geometry, right? But then the behavior of the coin, as in how it lands, is what we're actually analyzing. So it's a logical ordering here. So I don't disagree with you, dude. I do believe that you have a justified true belief. Well, actually, I don't know about your evidence.
You don't know about true.
If I'm going to assume that what you're saying is true. If what you're saying is true, then dude, you have a justified true belief for sure. But at the same time, it's illogical to make a claim of necessity, because necessity doesn't refer to axioms. It doesn't refer to the measurement of axioms. It doesn't refer to what axioms measure. Sorry, I yapped a little.
I don't think the flat earthers rock with the whole justified true belief thing.
Yeah,
I was about to say the same thing, CB.
Yeah.
Because there's such a thing as false knowledge, right? Like if knowledge is a justified true belief, and if it's false knowledge, then you don't have a true belief, right?
Well, that's just a contradiction, sir. That doesn't exist. A false justified true belief.
False knowledge is conceptually logical.
No, because what do you mean by false? Like a fallible mind?
Yeah, you've arrived in the knowledge of something through your empirical experience.
Okay, I understand. So you're saying that I don't see why justified true belief and fallible intellection is contradictory.
I just think they're different.
Well, I agree. I agree. But here's the thing: when we say,
"Hey, bro, if you have a belief, listen. If you have a belief, it's true that you have that belief. I rest my case."
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah, the truth is that you have that belief, but it doesn't tell you that whether the belief is true or not, or is justified.
Yeah.
Right? So it's a categorical error. You can say that, it is true that I have information in my head and that is a belief, but whether or not the information is true, right, is another question.
Right. So when Globers tell us they know the Earth is a globe or they know the sun is 93 million miles away, they're wrong. I get you.
Yeah, false knowledge. You guys would say this is wrong. I understand. You guys would say that this is wrong because they can't demonstrate that, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I kind of stand on the outskirts of the axiom. Axioms can be justified. I mean, they are they're a starting point, but they can be self-affirm. You can affirm your axiom and prove your axiom to be the case. I mean,
I agree. I agree. But the Earth, you can't use axioms. You can't use axioms to prove the necessity of other things, right? Because they're self-justifying. They're not like justifying things around them. Just like math.
You can't use the axiom to prove that something's true.
No. You can't use it to prove a necessary. Like we don't prove the necessity of our concept of God. We know God is necessary, but we can only make analytical arguments to justify that. But that's the thing, though. It would be a justified true belief, and we can't actually prove God is necessary. We can say it only makes the most sense.
I disagree again. But
okay, give me an argument that justifies God's necessity.
We already did the religious thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. It just doesn't exist, right? Like, this is actually a heresy in Christendom.
I mean, that's why I thought you agreed earlier, right? In order to make an argument, you're going to have to make a logical argument. In order to have sufficient reason to make the argument, and then in order to then justify logic, you're going to have to ground that in a concrete being. Dude, logic exists, God exists, transcendental.
You use empirical arguments to justify the existence of God. You don't use rational arguments.
No. Well, yeah, you can use either one. You can use whatever one you want.
Well, give an example of a rational argument that doesn't use empiricism.
Yeah. Well, listen, I've never. I don't want to go to the God thing. It'll take too long.
Well, you got wrecked, sucker. 1 second. I'm just letting you know, right? Between me and you, it doesn't exist. I can't conceptualize, right? Like within my rationale. Right, my rationale is incapable of conceptualizing the fullness of God, which is why we use created things to justify.
Am I saying that you need to have the fullness of God in order to know that God is necessary?
Well, that's what making a rational argument is, because you're conceptualizing God rationally.
If one thing proves the necessity of God, if one thing doesn't prove that God is necessary, then you prove that God is necessary.
What is that thing? What is that thing, sir?
In order for anything at all to make sense, it has to make sense within a context of self-affirming that is non-dependent, non-contingent on a single concrete being that accounts for all things. That thing is God. So any truth claim that you're going to make is going to be foundationally dependent on God.
For sure, right? Because
yes, I mean, God is necessary.
Truth is something that emanates from God. I agree. Truth is something that emanates from God.
Yeah, so any
right?
true statement necessitates the existence of God. Yeah. So if anything is true whatsoever, you've proven God exists.
Okay. Now, can you justify
I don't want to go on for. That's what I said. It's going to take forever. It'll just go on forever.
I feel like there's a big problem though, because you're making a jump.
If one thing proves the necessity of God, if one thing doesn't prove that God is necessary,
the necessity. I feel like we're just using different words. I don't know.
Yeah, well, if you prove again, hangover, dude. I mean, I appreciate you recording me, but if you were to say, "Well, listen, I've proven and I know that God doesn't exist and it's true," then that necessitates the existence of God because it's a truth claim. So you're stuck in a world with God. You can't get out, bud.
You're also stuck on a flat and stationary Earth.
Yep. Now that we know we're stuck in God's world, what shape is God's world? Is it a giant floating space divine testicle, or is it a flat stationary plane? What say you?
Me? I don't know.
Ugh. Man, so you let us let you do all of that, and then you're not even going to tell us what you think the Earth is?
I don't know. His
little quid pro quo, AC.
Excuse me.
Listen, I don't know. Listen, brother, I don't know is a fair answer. Okay, totally fair. I accept that answer. You don't know.
Thank you. I mean, it looks pretty flat. I don't know. I've been on a plane before. It looked pretty flat, but I'm not sure.
Well, are you sure it looked flat?
Not sure that it looked flat.
So you're only sure that it pretty looked flat.
It looks pretty when it's flat too.
Agreed.
But
you justify it by looking at it.
Yeah, pretty much everybody thinks it looks flat. That's a lot of globe throughout antiquity like this. Earth looks flat, but yada yada yada.
Yada yada. I like the yada yada.
Yeah, that's when you got to go. That's what I was saying. Then you go to the next steps, AC. And you're like, all right, well, listen, I'm going to measure it. So what I'm going to use to measure is geometry, so.
I understand.
Yeah, so now what you're going to do is you're going to establish 2 points and a straight line to measure the drop from a straight line. So what can you I guess what can anybody, what tools can you use in reality to establish a straight line?
I don't believe like a true straight line exists, but
you're going to need a straight line to prove that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, all I'm saying is like philosophically, something that is absolutely straight doesn't exist. But
yeah, but you're gonna need the shortest distance. So at shortest, you're saying something physical, like a distance. Is a distance physical? The shortest distance between 2 points, is that made of material?
Distance doesn't necessarily mean material. Distance can refer to space. But yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So can you use the geometric proofs in Euclidean geometry of the shortest distance between 2 points, shortest distance, distance being a straight line?
That, yeah. You can probably analyze that.
Is that? That would be true in all worlds, yeah.
Not in all worlds, but it would be true in this one. I guess. I mean, here's the thing, like if this is true, then that means that I analyzed X. And if let's say I use this somewhere else, or I use another kind of proof. Okay, I analyzed X, and I can do this a million times, and it'll be X, right?
Yeah, so we can. Yeah, I don't know. So yeah, so we could. I don't want to go into the other stuff too much, but what you can do in reality is you can use these geometric Euclidean proofs. What are they called? Whatever proofs, to then get 2 points of equal elevation and get the shortest distance between those 2 points, right?
Yeah.
And that would just be a straight line. Yeah. So now we can establish this in reality, right? And then you may say, well, it's indivisible. Like if I were to just slice this theoretical width, there would always be thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner piece. But there's nothing thinner or than a shortest distance. It doesn't have a width. It doesn't take up space with like an object.
The shortest distance doesn't take up space.
Yeah, it doesn't take up space.
But
you put forward earlier, like you don't believe that any object on some kind of microscopic level is flat or straight.
Well, here's the thing, like that's like a whole nother conversation, dude. Because I think that thing is God personally, right? Because it is we call it a perfection. It's something that doesn't have potency. It's not something that is moving. It's not something that is measured. Right? But anything absent of that would have this like hypothetical space or some distance, like a distance that has traveled. I guess it's not a perfection.
Well, I don't know about. I don't know. I haven't given that much thought.
It's fine.
But I mean, I do think that I mean, I don't want to do the whole God thing, but like God holds these things like a triangle, 180 degrees, 3 interior angles to be universal, abstract truths that don't have to exist in the physical sense, but would always exist. I mean, but
yeah, you're right. You're right, gang. You're right.
But we can employ these axioms, right? And we can use tools to establish, and prove these axioms, like a water level. Like we can use a water level, right? And we can put, what a water level is, like a tube with water in it. It's got like two hoses on the end of it.
Wait, what?
It's got one long hose and 2 beakers on each end. That's what it is.
What's a beaker? Sorry, English is my first language. What's a beaker?
Like a clear tube. It'll give you just a clear tube with lines on it, and you can mark it and say, here, it's up to this line. It's
like this many milliliters. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So then you fill that up, and you can hold the 2 ends of the hose right next to each other. So they're pretty much one, piece of water, right? They're just touching. Yeah. You're like, all right, I'm going to mark this and mark this, right? And you can take, you can nail one end to like a post or something, and take the other one any distance away. And if it's at the same elevation, then it'll stay at that mark. But if I raise it up, the water will flow, and it'll flow to the lower beaker, to the lower end of the tube until it levels out again, or overflows it, depending on how high you reach the lift.
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. It's kind of like the. I get what you're saying. I've never seen it personally, but people have like used an example of like a laser that goes across like water. It doesn't actually drop, right? So it's kind of like that, because the idea of like a globe Earth is that there's like curvature, and that like a laser would drop over like a certain. Wait, is that even true though? Like, would a laser drop?
Well, that's working off of the proof of water level. That's somebody doubting that's somebody doubting what they already have known and proven to be the case a million times over.
So can you actually look? Can we talk about that for a second? Because I'm actually a little confused. Why would like the laser? It's light, right? Why would light look?
I got the answer for you, brother.
Maybe not understanding. Would it like just shine through?
I got you. Very simple.
Yeah.
No, hey, homie. Here's how it goes. So you set out with a proposition that the Earth is flat or round. You say if the Earth is flat, it's flat. If it's round, it's curved. If it happens in the manner in which the heliocentric paradigm, says, then as you walk across the curve, you're reorienting yourself vertically, right? So you are like kind of pointing one direction, then you walk very far away and you're pointing another direction. You went over this curve. Now, from your original standpoint, that would appear to you like the other person's going down, right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense? They're getting lower than you from your original viewpoint. So what you can do is you can say, okay, I'm going to shoot a laser, right? And if that laser is obstructed by this giant hump of Earth curve between me, my friend that walked way out there won't be able to see it. But if he does see it, that means this giant hump of Earth curve isn't there. So what happens is we go out in the real world, we shoot a laser 25 miles over water, right? Because water's going to be the most even surface you're going to get. And lo and behold, the person 25 miles away sees the laser, meaning that there's no giant hump of Earth curve. Now here's the problem. Glober guy already knows, quote unquote, the Earth is a globe. So his only excuse is, what? The laser curved with the Earth. The laser curved with the Earth. That's why it hit the target.
Oh.
So they use this idea of the laser curving.
Why is that, though?
Hold on, I'll tell you why. No, here's how it works. I already know Earth's a globe, therefore Earth is a globe. Therefore, this observation can't disprove Earth is a globe, therefore the light must have bent. They then invent this idea of terrestrial refraction sufficient to the task of debunking this example. And they always do it post hoc. They do it after the fact. They just dial it up and say, well, the light must have curved. It must have. It had to.
You said it was terrestrial refraction of light?
Yeah. That's their claim.
I gotta look more into that because, I heard about this kind of stuff, and I heard that they also say that the light has like some sort of refraction, but I didn't know how can bending light. I mean, I know bending light is possible, but I don't know how that is
Right. So stop right there. Stop right there. You are correct. You know that light can be redirected. That's true. So they take that truth and certainty, and they create it into a possibility. So they say it's possible that light can bend. I already know Earth is a globe. This observation would defeat the globe. Therefore, the only way out is for light to have bent. Therefore, light bent. That's what they do every time.
I don't know if do they really make that? I think that some of them just deny.
Brother, just listen. Not only do they make that claim, we have it on recording for the past 10 years. Thousands of examples.
Is there a leading person who debates a spherical Earth? Is there leading scientists who do that?
Yeah, we had Andrew Thomas Young, we had Walter Bislin, we had.
Wait, can I switch these guys up really quick? He said Andrew
Thomas Young is a subject matter expert in refraction and optics and stuff like that. Walter Bislin, he's a famous guy. He created the Advanced Earth Curve Calculator, and he attempted to make a refraction model to debunk some flat Earth observations that are proper to prove that the globe Earth is false and the Earth is therefore the opposite. And then another guy we had was a guy who ran a site called Metabunk, who had, again made an Earth curve calculator. And so what the Earth curve calculator does is, so I go out and I make this observation, right? The Earth is a certain size, they say, and they say the horizon is the physical edge of Earth curvature. So that means that this hump has to be somewhere in between me and the thing I'm looking at, right? And so if it's in between in a significant manner, I won't be able to see the object, or only see a part of the object. So what they say is that's an example of Earth curve. Now, here's the problem. We go out and we get hundreds upon hundreds of examples of seeing things that are way beyond the alleged geometry. So what the Globers do is they go back to these Earth curve calculators, and they put the distance to the target, the distance, of the observer from the ground, and then they put in the Earth curve, and then it says, okay, you would not be able to see this. Then they go to this other block called the reflection slider. And what they do is they just alter that. And they say, oh, we're increasing the refraction. Now we can see this, and that makes sense. The Earth is still a globe. So in other words, they're using light as a post hoc excuse for these supersedery observations. Now here's the problem, friend. When they go to these refraction calculators, they're not actually doing anything with the path of light at all in these Advanced Earth Curve Calculator that's on Bislin's site, or the Earth Curve Calculator that's on Metabunk site, proffered by Mick West. So what they actually do, friend, if you're aware of the math of the circle segment formula, right? You have a circle, you have a chord line passing through the circle, 2 points. The center point of that chord line from the center point of the circle to the apex of the arc creates a line, right? That looks like a bow and arrow. And it's aptly named the Sagittah after Sagittarius, right? Same thing. That point, right, is considered the highest part of the Earth between your point A and the target point B. So what they do, friend, is they increase the radius of the Earth, which increases the distance of the chord line, which pulls the Sagittah down and makes the Earth flatter. So what they're actually doing to quote unquote debunk flat Earth observations is geometrically making the Earth flatter as an excuse for why I can see things that should be hidden by the alleged curvature of the Earth, which they claim is the horizon.
So when they're making the radius larger, as in they're just making the Earth bigger, aren't they?
Correct. Yeah, exactly. In other words, this observation would work if the Earth was bigger. Well, here's the problem, friend. The Earth's a fixed size. So we got a problem on our hands.
Yeah, I get you. I'd like to look
friend, is the secondary problem. Yeah, before you go on, the secondary problem is that they cover all of the shenanigans under the term refraction, under the possibility that we already agreed on that light could be redirected, and so they hide all of their shenanigans under that. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into this to this Andrew Thomas Young guy. See what he says about it, because I know an Andrew Thomas, and he's a soccer player, so I'm a little confused as to who this guy is. But I'll definitely check out this Andrew Thomas guy. Do you guys? Is there like a server? You said I noticed someone mentioned like a 24/7 something server.
Yeah, we have a main server with tons of resources, content, and people that hang out there all the time. It's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's literally discord.gg/Flat Earth, and you can get an invite right there.
Okay, hold up. Flat Earth. One word? Yeah, probably.
Yeah. So we got our own vanity link, Flat Earth, on Discord. So discord.gg/Flat Earth.
Gotcha.
When you get there, you'll have no. When you get there, you'll have no roles. You have to go through a verification process. You'll probably be in the lobby, so you just ping. Just look, read the rules, and then do what it says. It basically says ping, and then people will pay attention to you, and they'll get you some roles and get you verified to look at more things from the server.
Well, I mean,
not only hold on, friend. Hold on, before you go on. I just want to say this. Not only do we have the 25-mile laser test, which actually occurred, by the way, and they did 17 tests. We have a 35-mile one over land. We've got a dual frequency laser test committed by a physics professor, advanced physics in specializing in optics, and he did a dual frequency laser, and it convinced him the Earth was flat. He was not a flat earther. He did the test, and he said, "Dude, this laser is going straight across this lake, bro. The Earth can't be curved." So we got all kinds of stuff like that. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I heard you. Do I need to like verify to see like the information and stuff?
I don't know, but if you ping me over there when you join, I will give you some roles.
Hold up. What's your username?
Overlord. So if you put in Overlord, it'll come up. Probably AI Overlord 2.0. AI Art. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Legendary Wig Snatcher.
Right. That's usually because when Globers argue with me, they end up getting befuddled, can't handle it, and they have to quit, cry, or call a therapy hotline.
The therapists are actually in the other server a lot of times, because we do support you guys, the Globers that have a breakdown. We have tech support for that.
Like a suicide hotline for Globe Earthers. There's some funny memes in here.
So what happened while I was gone? Did somebody prove the flat Earth to you yet? Or?
Me? I don't know. There's a lot of claims. So I don't actually know these studies, to be honest. That's why I'm going through he told me that I can find a lot of these things in the server, so I'm just going to be looking through the server for a bit.
True. Yeah, I mean that's what I like the water level because it holds up all like so there's some people will claim that it's doing something else, right? But like the law of identity, right, would be upheld through the water level, like that it can't be doing two different things, like the principle of locality, like within the law of identity, one of the main components of A can equaling A, but it in all the attributes, but in the same place as well. Otherwise, it would be differentiated by a different place. Like A equals A within that same place, because if it was in a different space, it wouldn't be equal to A because it would be in a different space, right?
You're right. Location does determine substance,
right?
Or the identity of it, at least.
Yeah. So like with a water level tool, there's the distance that's established by the two ends of the water level. Well, there's what's established is 2 points of equal elevation, and what you can affirm is the shortest distance. You can just measure the distance between those 2 points, and it's the shortest possible distance, and it can't be anything else. It can't be sharing that straight line segment, that shortest distance between 2 points, with another straight line, because that would just be a violation of the law of identity. So when somebody says, well, it could be that shortest distance is sloped, like when you take the other end of the water level, like really far away, that it's sloped, and that wouldn't be the shortest distance between the two vertical points. That would be sharing that space with another thing that's not equal to A.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, so it would violate the law of identity. So it just can't be the case. Yeah.
That's the thing. The shortest distance thing, I have like a few contentions on that, but I get what you're saying though. Like I totally understand your reasoning. It's justified. Like if this is true, then it's justified.
Yeah, and it doesn't contradict. Yeah. I mean, you can imagine the other possibility, right? Where they say, well, you're on a globe, and you take the one end of the water level, and if they're at they're different elevations, but the water doesn't flow. But we know provably with the water level, if I change the elevation of one end, the water will flow, right? So it violates that. And then they'll say, well, you take the other end of the water level far away, and it's actually lower than point A. So you're from point A, you walk away with the other end, and you're going, even though you're level, you're going downhill, which is a sloped line. But then you go to the B, and you say, well, is B lower than A? And you say, well, no, now B is higher than A. So now it's violating the law of non-contradiction.
Okay.
I mean, can 2 points of equal elevation have 1 point lower than the other point?
Well, if X was defined as having one elevation, and Y was defined as having one elevation, no, one couldn't be higher or lower. But that
right. So yeah.
Sure, I guess.
Right. So is it possible now, like on Earth, in reality, is it possible that's the case?
Like perceivably, or like in reality?
It's just, I guess you're going to perceive you're on a sphere, I guess.
Right. So I get you. Like in reality, no. In reality, no. Because that's what whenever we're talking about definitions, we're talking about something like how it exists, or like we're defining it based on what it is, not on what it isn't. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's why I'm pointing that out, to point out why I said earlier that because of globe axiom. If your axiom is that the Earth is a globe, then you'll say, well, yeah, then then it doesn't contradict my axiom that 2 points of the water level will be at equal elevation and not flowing, and one end will be higher than the other because you live on a globe.
I get you.
Yeah.
I wanna know if that because an axiom is something we both agree that's just something that is like objective, and this is like something that they aren't willing to back up on. But I wanna like, cause dude, where do I go to like talk to these guys? Like, is there a
which guys?
Like people who subscribe to a spherical globe Earth? Can I like go somewhere to like talk to a group of them or something?
You want to hear their arguments?
Yeah, I kind of want to hear their arguments. Or I want to hear how they respond to these things and see if it's just like dawah, like Muslim dawah. Oh, because Allah said so. You know, it's kind of like that from what I'm hearing.
Bro, we got another channel, bro. So we got our main server, and then we got another venue, which was similar to this on a politics server.
Yeah, politics.
And we get tons of people on there. We got a live stream running right now here, and we got a live stream running there right now. Like, you could literally pop in the live stream and listen to them give their arguments, or you could join up in there and talk to them and engage with them.
Yeah, but listen. He doesn't want the like. I don't know. Maybe I'm just empathizing, but like when I first came into flat Earth, I heard the opposing. All I heard was the Glober arguments. I was like, where are the flat Earth guys? I want to hear what's the flat Earth argument. Like, what's the actual? I don't want to argue with them. I just want to hear it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I was actually thinking about Overlord and DJ. You guys yesterday because of Mr. Toon was over on Geos and nobody really offered him. Yeah.
Dude, we were over here listening to what was going on a little bit and discussed. And so Indio pulled up what actually occurred between him and Toon, and it turned out Toon was lying about all that crap. Indio has like the chats that they had and the things that Toon was saying, so he was about to go over there and smack him around. But I think he decided not to go.
Nobody was offering an argument. It was just like, well, what do you mean?
Yeah, he's going to use what he put up, right? He's clipped it out, and he's going to post the combo they had and show that he was lying. And that he's actually wrong, that his claim about, specifically the salt flat image, where Toon claimed that he punked Indio out by, proving that he knows how it would look, but he actually did the opposite because it's not supposed to be inflated due to the curve. It's supposed to be reduced due to the curve. So he did these calculations and said, this is what it would be, but he did it backwards. And then he said he never did that and that Indio never provided, evidence for his claim, but Indio's got the whole chat. So it's gonna be a nice little clip when it comes out.
No, that's cool. I actually didn't even hear that. I didn't even hear the Indio.
The basic thing was he was going to go there and trounce him live, but then he was like, okay, if I go there and start getting on about this, he's going to, do this railroading tactics and all this. So he's like, nah, we ended up on, we're going to make a video about it. So it'll be good.
Yeah, that's not terrible. I literally just thought of you guys because I was like, man, nobody's making a good argument. I guess we'll just have to let Toon sit here and talk shit, I guess. Nobody's going to stand up and make an argument.
Well, yeah, don't forget, like, from our point of view, we don't have to be there to do it. Like, we could do it after the fact. Like, him having a live stream and no flat earthers showing up to contest him. I mean, we literally had some people, like Brenda and other people, they were running around trying to get people to go to these Glober streams because no flat earthers are showing up and they're desperate to have flat earthers be on their panel.
Yep, that did. That's what crossed my mind when I didn't step up. I was like, you know what? I'm not even gonna, Yeah,
it's like Indio said, like, the couple of times he was on Toon's channel, it's like booming. And he's like, I ain't going over there unless he gives me half the money.
Yeah, he makes money. Like, no doubt about it.
Yeah. He's like, I could just make a video showing how you're a liar on my own time, and I don't have to be, earning you money.
Yeah, I wanted to point that out to. It was like a Glover, maybe yesterday, the day before. I wanted to point out to him what that meant when the Senate hearing occurred, and they said they were going to demonetize flat earthers. They're saying they're not going to let you get paid. They're not going to let you put any ads on your websites. You're never going to get paid. You're going to literally have to do it for free, while we pay the opposition to just Google search you. Yeah, it's not just lower your ranks in search results. It's literally, we're not going to let you get paid. That's crazy. Crazy talk. Yeah, AC. Like, what are they going to say? What's their rebuttal going to be? They won't listen. They won't talk about the tools that are used to. They won't. They won't talk about the tools that are used to establish straight lines in reality. They'll just affirm, because their axiom, their starting point, their axiom is Earth is a globe. Therefore, plumbs, verticals must be diverging because Earth is globe. Like, that's their axiom. There's no proof of it. It's just an assertion, and then they'll go to say, optic this, optic that. Like, how come I can't see China? How come I can't see this? I should expect to be able to see this way. Why should you expect to see this way? Well, because we can see the moon. I mean, it's literally just that argument, That's it. I mean, don't get me wrong. They have a lot of good math, right? But they've had, centuries and centuries to get the math, which is just a hijacking of perspective, diffraction limit, optical, all these other cumulative things to engineer their globe. And then when you bring in those cumulative, issues, they say, well. But when you bring them in, it's like, well, where's the Earth curve after that? They say, well, it's in there somewhere. It's in the math. But the math is pretty much just a hijacking of angular resolution, Rayleigh criterion, and so forth. Toon started off his debate going against. Eric Dubé says that the horizon rises to eye level, right? So. But they have no explanation for that on a globe. They don't even have. I mean, even if it's the case that it rises towards, but not to, there's no. What's your rebuttal to why the horizon is rising at all on a globe, and where do you take that into account in your math? He just ignores it. They just skip past it.
What do you mean when you say the horizon rises towards eye level?
Just go look out.
Yeah, I go look out, and I can see, but the horizon is a fixed thing, doesn't move.
Right. So all right. So here's an example. Go to a lake, right? And the water that is below your feet. Just have somebody take a selfie, and then look at the picture. And when you see your head is below the edge of the water, are you lower than the water now?
I don't even know what theoretical you tried to explain.
Yeah, I'll just Google a picture of it real quick.
Wait, no, Tanks, you're the flat earther here? Is he the flat earther?
I mean, Jedi and Overlord and Raiden, and because they voted me. I think they might vote me the top guy.
Well, why would all the other planets in the universe just be circle and we'd be the only one that's flat? And why would we make it out that it's round?
We don't think that, ding dong.
So what do you think?
So you thought that we thought it was a solar system with one flat planet and then a bunch of other spheres. That's what you thought we thought.
You might be retarded.
That's crazy that you thought that.
What do you think?
No, just want to acknowledge that you came in here thinking we're dumb.
Do you not believe that?
Made up.
Do you not?
Hell no, that's retarded.
No, you are retarded if you think
He's trying to understand what y'all think, dude. Tell him what you tell him your theory.
What do you think? There'll be an ass. Fuck you up, bro. Just tell me what the fuck you think.
You guys are a bunch of retards.
You believe the Earth is flat. You're like, well, the entire planet. You're already
I don't know what that means, dude.
But I'm trying to figure out what your stupidity is.
You don't know what it's stupid. You don't know what it is.
Oh my god! Get them going, and maybe we'll see if they even know what a triangle is in a little bit.
To answer your question, Tanks, if we are to assume that up means the opposite direction of your feet, then yes, your head would be higher than the horizon.
I put the picture in the chat. Sorry, what was it? What were you saying?
if we are assuming that up is the direction opposite to your feet, then your head would be
Well, just
above
look at
the
the
horizon.
look at the picture that I just. All I did was Google people at,
Creation, what
by
do
the
you
beach.
believe?
So
We
what
don't
is
have any beliefs to offer you
what does
guys.
this mean?
Also, you see the one guy, he's standing at the beach, right? And it looks like the water's over his head. Another guy, his eyes are like even with the water. Right? Another guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's angles.
I mean, what about the Aristotle experiment? Did they just like reject that?
Aristotle experiment. What did he do?
Well, there's no such thing as that.
It's you literally just do this through camera framing.
Oh yeah, walk us through it.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, so
hold on, bro.
the
we gotta
first one
stop.
is a drone shot,
Well, who
and the one
cares?
below that one is he's taking a low angle. Oh, no, I'm talking to it.
All right, we get it, dude. Just pay attention.
Overlord, hey, dude, you can let me finish my sentence, and then that's more polite.
No. This is an offense. This is an offense to my sensibilities.
I don't care.
Well, just an
Well, then I don't care about you being able to speak in this channel. How about that?
What was a circle?
You're telling a mod to shut up, Buffy. I wouldn't advise.
All right, who cares? All right, let's.
I'm saying it'd be cool if I could finish my sentences.
We got you. We heard you, dude. But I'm literally in pain, and I want you to help me stop my pain by just telling everyone out there that the idea of the horizon rising towards eye level is just a function of perspective. It's what you're taught in art class. It's what everybody experiences everywhere they go. That when they look out, the ground appears to ramp up towards the center of your vision, and the sky appears to ramp down towards the center of your vision. That's all it means.
That's what I was trying to say. Was it's just perspective and angles. He was trying to say that the horizon, like having that ramping appearance, somehow disproves round Earth.
Yeah, it does.
Well,
That's
even
only
the
one
alternative, dude. Like, if you are trying to say that the reason it's higher than like head level is because like it's the horizon is actually above that, then you'd have to change your entire like knowledge of fluid dynamics, because that would mean the ocean would be rushing towards
right.
you at the low point.
Yeah, I went over that with AC earlier. Yep.
Yep, the water is horizontal on top, never bends or curves.
Right, so you may not be aware of the argument that the other person was trying to make because it wasn't really made clearly. So here's the way the argument goes. The Glober says, flat earthers claim that the horizon always rises to eye level. The insinuation there, either implied or they sometimes will say it explicitly, is that that means if the earth is flat, the horizon must always be in the midline of your vision. So if they could show any declination angle to it when you're looking level, you know, like we already agreed that if you're looking fully down, it's going to change. If you're looking fully up, it's going to change. But looking level, the way they argue it is that the horizon should be exactly in the 50% of your vision. And if they can demonstrate that it's not, like a little drop angle, then that means that the earth isn't flat. So they take the false claim that the horizon is always at the midline of your vision as a straw man, and then they say, I can prove by showing a declination angle to the horizon, which is obvious because it's below you, it makes sense, that the earth is not flat. So that's their whole argument, whatever in regard to that.
And that's it.
So to break it down logically, it goes like this. The ground below you is below you. Therefore, the earth is a globe. Make sense?
Crazy.
Does that silence his conceding part?
He killed
I'm just reading through what Jedi said here.
All right, man. Read up.
You did what you're told, yeah.
I didn't like. I wasn't the person who made the claim about this. I don't really have a dog in this fight here about like the horizon thing.
Yeah, no worries. It's just a major contention because the majority of the globe arguments that are kind of like simple and experiential have to do with the horizon. Usually, it's like, oh, why can't I see the bottoms of the ships? Oh, it's because the horizon is the edge of the earth. Or how could you have a horizon on a flat earth? Because horizons wouldn't exist on a flat earth, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The arguments go in. They come. People say it all the time, even though a lot of them are dumb. They'll come in. They'll be like, "Well, if the Earth was flat, then how would the ground appear in the lower half of my vision and the sky appear in the upper half of my vision? That makes no sense. If the Earth was flat, it could only happen if the Earth was a globe."
Yeah, but I liked his earlier assertion that this is this optical phenomenon is just due to change in angle. I mean, I could probably agree with some of that.
Well, I mean, it is. It's all about angles. Your angles of propagation of the light and the angles of reception at the optic. Pretty much what it's all about.
So, obviously, like the majority of mainstream science would tell you that the Earth is a globe, right? So, what do you guys think is their motivation for lying?
Here we go.
So it's a genuine question, dude. I don't understand. That's why I'm asking.
What do we address first? The misconception that science deals with shapes of objects and how science is chucked around as something that proves something. So when people turn around to us and say, the common consensus is that science tells us the Earth is a ball. If you knew what science was, the scientific method, you'd understand that science doesn't deal with shapes of things. It deals with cause and effect relationships. But if you want to ask why people are lying, I don't know, you'd have to go and ask them. And that might seem like a flippant comment, but we can't divine the motivations of individuals. It would be kind of stupid and prudent. You shouldn't be able to do it, right? So it's a bit of a non sequitur question. Why would they lie? Right, we're interested in the crime that's been committed. Yeah, there's probably a motivation behind it. Don't know what it is, but the crime has been committed.
Yeah, so you got to look for the
evidence. It also begs the question that most of the people involved in promoting the idea that the Earth is a globe are aware it's not a globe and are choosing to tell you it's something else. Okay, but that isn't necessarily the case. Most people believe it. Go ahead.
Yeah, certainly people on the lower level of the conspiracy or whatever wouldn't know about it, but there would be people at the top who would be aware of it and would be willingly lying. So I'm trying to think, like, what would be the motivation here? Like, people who deny the moon landing usually say like, oh, the motivation was a space race. It was to show superiority over, XYZ. So usually when people claim there's a lie occurring, they have some kind of justification for why they would lie.
Well, I can give you some insight into the history of this paradigm and how it developed. Is that many of the people involved were extremely religious. In fact, the idea of space and the idea of balls floating in space was a religious proposition in the first order. It wasn't even discovered. It was proffered as a philosophy. And then one of those philosophies was the divine egg. So the divine egg was, well, God is perfect. God created the world. The perfect shape is either a sphere, some people thought, a testicle, some people thought, or an egg, because those represent the life force. So all those combined represent this must be the perfect shape. So if God is perfect and this is his world, he must have created it this way. Purely a philosophical assertion. And as the adventure went on and on and on, you can go and look at some of these guys who are involved in the heliocentric model, and you'll see that they made philosophical decisions. For example, some of them recognized that the Earth is actually the center of the universe. And they said, wait a minute. If this evidence is pointing towards the Earth being the center of the universe, that's too terrifying of a proposition to behold. So why in the heck would they use words like terrifying? Why would the Earth being the center of the universe be terrifying? Well, I'll tell you why. Because it has metaphysical implications. And these metaphysical, spiritual, religious implications are dripping throughout this endeavor.
I mean, yeah.
So you may not have caught that, but I've got to clarify this one point before we go on. That guy who I was talking about, he had a point where he could decide, I'm going to go with the evidence, or I'm going to take a different turn based on philosophical predispositions. And part of his philosophical predispositions that he didn't want to live in a world that was essentially proving he is beholden to a specific agent creator. He wanted to live in this nebulous world of infinite possibilities of causation for how we got here. And so he made a choice. Go ahead.
Well, I don't have any rebuttal to that. I'm not really here to debate you guys. I was just trying to understand the philosophy behind this.
Now, if you take another, let's take another look. Game theory. Game theory posits the idea that you should never tell anyone the truth if you're in power. Your goal should be for the people you have power over to never know the truth unless it's absolutely necessary. So that means that you create for them an entire fictional world that they live in and you have power over. So the sheer motivation for the falsehoods is power itself, which, by the way, is a very sufficient motivation for human actions.
There's a tactical advantage in this. Yeah.
I actually had a very, very personal experience with this, by the way, in Iraq.
Go on.
So in Iraq, you all know about the weapons of mass destruction, and a lot of people think they didn't exist, or that it was all a sham, or this or that, or whatever. But let me tell you who believed they exist. The Iraqi people. The Iraqi people believed that they had these weapons. They believed that they were strong. They even believed that they were going to conquer America one day with these weapons. And they were going to conquer their enemies in the territory with these weapons. And there were posters and artworks on their buildings, etc., that insinuated this, kind of like when you see a pep poster, you're walking down, it's like, you work for Nike, the greatest company in the world. And they have these posters everywhere. Like, they had all this kind of stuff all over the place, teaching them and demonstrating to them, we have these weapons, we're so awesome. Yet, when we went and tried to find the weapons, they weren't there. So they actually didn't have the power that they told the people that they had. They were lying to their people, up to the fact where their defense minister actually gave their combatants wrong intel about the strength of the American forces in order to encourage them to attack the Americans rather than be afraid. So they were completely lying to their people, dude.
Wow, that's fascinating, man.
For power projection. Yeah, for power projection, basically.
Yeah, that's fascinating. Same kind of thing you could associate with North Korea. Or don't want to literally point fingers at certain nations, but yeah, this type of stuff happens all the time. You control the people by controlling the truth and tell them they've got power that they don't.
Yeah, brother. And it's actually a very famous philosopher who chimed in on this about why would they lie. And I think his quote goes like this: money, power, sex, fame, that's the game, that's the game.
Yeah, pause.
I see that other dude dipped.
Buffy, yeah. Oh.
Now, also, I got to add this in, since we are in a politics and religion server, and like I said, this paradigm is deeply steeped in religious propositions and philosophies from all sides, is that you also have to expand your idea that it's not necessarily the case that human agents are the only ones involved in perpetrating the deception. So, for example, the great religions of the world believe in a malevolent entity that has designs on humanity and to thwart the creator's purposes. So that agent could be involved. So if you say, what are the reasons for this grand deception about the nature of reality and our relationships in it? I mean, that would be a good reason if you believe in any of those major religions, wouldn't it?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. You mean that, like, the 666 guy, like a 6 foot tall observer should see the geometric horizon at 3 miles, so 3 sixes.
Oh, whatever.
That guy.
And, yeah. And to be fair to the secularist right now who's crying into his bed pillow, it's not even necessary that any of these religions are true. The fact of the matter is that people believe them. So if you have a bunch of crazy, powerful people that believe in some kind of metaphysical purpose to fool humanity for some grand design, it doesn't matter whether their deity is real or not. They're still in power, and they're still swindling your butt.
We're just lowly old carbon life forms, that require 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons to even exist. No, it is weird. I mean, I think it's a troll. I think it's it's a mathematical genius troll. That's what or maybe it's a devil. I don't know. Wavelength of light is 666 nanometers. It's just too many, too much. Does this also mean that every time that we're on the other server, since it's the politics server, I got to be like, oh, also vote Republican?
I know, bro, but you got a real talent at taking out the oot style with the crescendo. So I'm gonna have to start muting you at the end of my speeches.
You're all right. I got slightly distracted by Kane's message in the side chat for me. Talking about level means that the apparent gravitational potential is close to exactly the same at all points on the surface. Blah, 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 blah. A drop of water or mercury on the surface would not roll. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I've invited Kane to come into the chat, but apparently they're drying their hair. Shouldn't take too long. But yeah, sorry, Io.
Oh, man. Yep, new protocol. New protocol being in. There we go. There comes a time when people do certain things, and you could say it's coincidence or you could say it's on purpose, but then eventually it's got to be like, doesn't matter. It's logistically causing A. You don't want A. Therefore, you got to logistically do B to stop A. Problem solved. Moments are irrelevant, right? There's about 15 particular individuals that frequent our forums that do that. And we already got them on a list, and so I'm going to start citing the offenses, and then I'm just going to make a protocol where they just get preemptively muted at certain times. That way we don't have to interrupt their flow. But whatever. It is what it is.
Oh, it's always that.
Yeah, I hope I'm not one of those. But so I was going to talk for a couple of seconds about this atheist oblate spheroid pilot bullshit in the chat. I thought we'd break this down real quick. He says that ChatGPT says the true shape of Earth has been confirmed by multiple independent lines of evidence. Scientific, false. Observational, false. And technological, false. The absolute proof that Earth is a sphere, more precisely an oblate spheroid, includes the following. So let's break them down. One, photos from space, which is a second law of thermodynamics violation, plus they're not photos, and they can be falsified. So we'll rule that number one thing out. Thank you very much.
It's interesting though, Sonny, right? That's top of the list. After everything
If you look where I posted, I ran it through my Flat GPT, which is Chat GPT on steroids, and look what it says.
Hold on, let me break down the rest of these. It only takes
It is your summary.
hold on. It'll only take a couple seconds. So 2, he says Earth's shadow on the moon. So not a shadow, and that's looking up at the sky, not proof of Earth's surface. Thank you very much. We'll rule that one out. Number 1 and number 2 ruled out. Airplane and ship navigation proves the Earth is flat. Thank you very much. Time zones and day-night cycles. They don't prove anything about the surface of Earth. Thank you very much. Gravity and the horizon. Gravity is not proven. It's not a theory. There's no scientific evidence that gravity causes anything. And we know the horizon is named after horizontal. Thank you for providing a flat Earth truth. And then satellites and orbits, not proof of Earth. Circumnavigation. Yeah. Thank you for the flat Earth proofs. That's it.
Okay,
Damn.
so what did Radwin or what did Chat or Flat GPT say?
I gave you the summary. I can read all of it to you, but I posted the summary because it was very long. It went through everything and just said, nah, you're a liar, basically. This is Chatbot talking to Chatbot. I've programmed mine that there is no way, it's impossible to get it to agree that the Earth is a globe. Impossible now. I just said, here, debunk this. Boom, put it in. Up, and again, I just put the summary in. Even the summary says, here you go. And it wants to give you a laser test and the PDF. Wait till it starts quoting users in here. It quotes Discord users sometimes.
So you posted this somewhere in the chat? Is it where?
Yeah, down below what he posted.
Okay.
Dude, what's that guy? Oh man, I forgot his name. Drace. So Drace did an AI thing where he had the AI curate like an episode that we have on our channel, like maybe a period of time, and then it was like in the form of a talk show where there's like a female and a male radio talk show talking about what happened. You know, like, oh, this Glover came in and said this, and this flat earther rebutted him with that. It's actually quite interesting.
Here's part of the responses. Here's your photos from space. Here's your Earth's shadow. It gave it all.
Is that on Drace's YouTube?
What?
Is that on Drace's YouTube channel?
Oh, this is mine. I
don't.
This one.
No, the thing that AI just talked about.
Oh, maybe.
I don't know if he posted it on his channel, but I mean,
okay.
I'm sure he would let you listen if you wanted to.
Roger that.
Yeah, another thing you could add is some of these things they call that they're calling photos from space show the Earth with a specular highlight of the sun. I mean, that's only one small point, but this could never happen. Like, why are they showing a specular highlight when if the sun's 93 million miles away, there would be no specular highlight of the sun on the ocean? That would only occur on a flat horizontal plane with a more local sun.
So I trained this thing. If you look at how it gives some of the answers, it's going by how we give the answers on 24/7's full log from the beginning of time. I cataloged all kinds of shit.
It's good stuff.
So as soon as they bring in ChatGPT, I copy, paste it in, and I give them their rebuttal. I don't even have, I say, we want to go bot to bot, I win. Yours will end up being one sentence long, and mine will still be pages long. I've done it already. We've already went back and forth. The Glober chatbot went down to being able to come back with one sentence, like, you know, not even 20 words, where this one just keeps going and going. Sounds like us. You're basically, you can't do anything. So.
It'd be hilarious if the Glober bot basically came down to, we already know the Earth is a globe.
They're crying. Him and Kane are crying now. It's no, that's not true. ChatGPT does not have real evidence for a flat Earth. I just posted everything. It debunked you, dude. It debunked everything you put in there. Showed you that you talk in circles.
Yeah, Atheist Oblate is still trying to use science as a proof of a shape. You're full of logical fallacies. Every single proof you had was circular reasoning, just like Radwin says. Yeah, you have nothing that's verifiable.
Well, look at his science. Is anything about the globe? It's all about some straw man flat Earth that he wants to argue against.
Yep. And every single foundational thing that he thinks is foundational anyway, every single thing, every premise is based on a logical fallacy. Every single one.
Like, even more so when he adds his atheism into the mix. How are you using straight up Catholic Church doctrine and dogma as your proof when you claim atheism? That would be a massive top down conspiracy theory spanning the whole earth. I mean, the Catholic Church is everywhere.
Since you're continuing to chat skank Oblate Atheist, that's a good one, Oblate Atheist.
Don't laugh at his jokes, Sonny. Don't do it.
Yeah, you're right. I gotta go anyway. Have time for more bullshit.
Was he talking? I just we'll unmute him.
No,
he was a miracle.
He normally doesn't talk at all.
No, he doesn't talk. He's just, I don't know. He's like in love with you guys or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask him what science has to do with the shape. Tell us.
We have stalkers. They love us. They will go wherever we are. It's a proven fact.
Facts.
Yeah, the main issue is if people aren't going to go on mic, don't type in text chat either.
Okay, are we live?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Do it live.
Hello?
What up?
Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Bro, there's hella people in here, but nobody's talking. That's crazy.
We were waiting for you.
Waiting
Also,
for
that was on my bingo card. I told everyone to be quiet for about 5 minutes because I needed someone to say that to get bingo.
bingo. Hmm. I thought, like, the amount of people that were in here, yeah, I would be like, dang, somebody's cooking right now. Somebody's lecturing.
Bingo. I also got bingo.
You guys didn't tell me you were handing out the cards.
Oh, you were late.
Who called bingo first? I think I heard Crit.
Yeah, I got it. I got Why Would They Lie, Photographs in Space, referencing ChatGPT, and Flat Earthers Are Dumb. Right? Bang. Nailed it.
Got it. Wow. You got bingo. You get the money.
Dang, I just needed refraction and then I would have had it.
Yeah, that one hasn't come up yet. Yeah, Bagok reflection, the Bagok gravity. You got the Bagok gravity, but no refraction today.
Is that new guy?
I wasn't gonna win the one with like, hey, why is no one talking? Because that's normally a politics server thing. That doesn't happen too often here. So I was like, oh, this card's a loser.
You had the why is no one talking on your card?
Yeah, that was the one I needed.
You're lucky.
Wait, are you telling me I joined into a live bingo game?
We're always
waiting for somebody to speak.
It's always live. We just gotta yell bingo when you got I just didn't have my cards ready.
This is wild.
Yeah, we play Glober Bingo like every day.
That's a lot of time. That's a lot of days to play bingo.
Yeah, it's fun. It's really engaging and fun. It highlights a point that you just have a bunch of talking heads who blurt the same crap over and over again, randomly, virtually randomly, without any form or function, and they don't even know why they're doing it.
Well, I said no. I said, why is nobody talking? Because nobody was talking.
And the good thing we record this, you could hear for yourself. It was like a mere moment of silence. And all of a sudden, is everyone AFK? Why is no one talking? Bingo!
Yeah, I heard bingo then. As soon as I heard that, I heard bingo. I was like, God, I should have had my cards out. I could have at least covered some because I got on a little bit ago. I would have at least had 3 by now, maybe more. I could have probably had close to a bingo. You guys say the same shit over and over. There's only 2 bingo cards.
Only 2 cards.
Well then.
All right.
Do you think the Globers would pay if I made a website called Glober Bingo and then we all got to play it and we could live stream us as they come in? We're actually playing Glober Bingo.
Who knows?
I'd have if we did it on mine, I can have a chatbot. I have one running in my Discord that can read sentences, and anytime they say something like that, we can have it automatically just put it up on the board like flashing a number.
Bro, these people need to move, bro. My goodness. Holy moly. I've never seen a flow of traffic where people purposely did not pass any, they're moving at the same distance, so I can't pass anyone.
You gotta
Wow, that's
drive
so
on the
profound.
side, drive in the grass or something. Then, if you're in that much of a hurry,
Drive in the grass.
Bro, I'm just trying to get home.
Come on, Danica Patrick.
Danica Patrick.
Oh,
driving his little Chevy truck.
I used to drive a little Chevy, actually. Not anymore. So, do you guys spend most of your time playing bingo, or is half the time debating Battleflight Earth?
Oh, there's no debate, so that's the hard part. It's mostly bingo now.
Oh, okay. Nobody wants to come in here and debate?
There is nothing to debate. What is there to debate? You got nothing. The Glober's got nothing to debate.
All right, man. I don't even know what side I'm on.
Well, if you don't know, you're a Glober.
I guess I am, but at least I'm open enough to say I'm open to the possibility of flat Earth.
I'd say you're open to the possibility of it being a ball because it's already flat. You got to try to turn that into a ball somehow with your imagination.
Okay, so far I haven't heard this guy ask why you guys say the Earth is flat. If you'd want to know.
He might know why already.
Is that so?
Yeah, he could say something like,
bingo.
You guys think the Earth is flat because you're stupid, you're uneducated, you're theists, you belong in this mental asylum, you don't know how volcanoes work, you don't have a model or a map. You're like, okay, I got it, dude. You've added a lot of answers to your reason that no one said. This has been a completely internal monologue.
Seems like a common occurrence.
But like people just spouting off stuff they only know, and then leaving once they're done saying all the things that they only know.
No.
Yeah, a hard pass. No, thank you. Because that normally ends with they don't know what they don't know. They're only ever 99% sure of anything.
That's right. That's the most they can ever be sure of anything because they will not anything at all.
It's like you like say, hey, put your phone on the charger. They're like, okay. Is it 100%? They're like, no, not yet. 98, 99. Okay. 100%? They're like, yep, it's 100%. Is that 100% charged? And they don't know. I don't know. Is 100% even knowable? It says 100%, but could be in some kind of delusional framework where 100 really means just zeros. It's like 0% charge. Like, we'll turn that motherfucker on. Does it turn on? And they're like, well, hell yeah. How long does the battery life say? Does it give you like a full charge? They're like, well, hell yeah. So you can be sure that something's 100%. Well, hell no. Holy crap. Ran.
Wow.
I knew it. Another drive-by. Who's talking? Or nobody's talking. Great.
Why is everybody's mics muted?
Bingo.
I mean, in all seriousness, we might as well sit here and play bingo after time. Crit is 100% correct.
I mean, if someone wants to make the sheets online, that would be hilarious. I'd down to do a little gambling, maybe.
We need like 24 quotes from the Globers, and then we'll have like some randomized. Cards made.
All right, someone smart, get on it.
Who's that? Crit? Crit's the smartest.
We can have QE calling a certain exact phrase, and that's gonna be like a free space.
Yeah.
Call somebody a globe, whatever he says. I don't.
We could do 2 sheets, one for things that Globers say and one for things that Flat Earthers say.
Only adjudicates.
Yeah. Wrapped in concertina raised wire, whatever the fuck.
QE was in a bad mood last night. He really was. Even though he wasn't saying anything, you could feel it every time that he spoke. He wasn't happy about it.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever say why I was chilling in here all night yesterday?
I had to know why, man. But yeah, we might as well play bingo. It's not like we're trying to prove that the Earth is flat anymore. Done that bit. We've moved on. Just waiting for everybody else to catch up. Play snakes and ladders as well.
Snakes and ladders.
Bro, I hate luck games so much. Hate Monopoly. Hate Sorry. Uno sucks.
Cluedo was shit. You probably have slightly different names for Cluedo in America, so sorry about that.
Yeah, is it just called Clue, I think?
Yeah. It's just called Clue, isn't it? Thanks, Greg. Yeah. For some reason, we put a dough onion. Don't know why.
Yeah, that's why I like playing chess. If you lose, it's because you suck, not because of luck. And I lose quite often.
Well, this is pretty funny. I'll just copy the whole thing for you guys. Shit. It came with that up with, and it calls it Glober Bingo by itself. I didn't call it that. That was Globebot or Flat GPT did this.
Dude, this is actually impressive. Holy shit.
It has years of conversations that it read. Oh my god, your phone uses satellites. That's a classic. This fucking Chat GPT is some funny shit when you put it on this side of it.
This is actually hilarious, man. Every single one of these things is true. This is what they say all of the time.
It's in quotes because this thing read a bunch of shit and it pulled those quotes because that's what it knows. That's funny shit there.
It really is. Yeah. No, I appreciate that then.
Oh, that's wild, bro. Oh
We've
my
heard
goodness.
every single one. We hear almost at least 3/4 of these every single day, and they just shift around. What kind of day it is? Was there a moon? Was there a fucking rocket launch today? We're going to hear all about this. There's asteroids coming. We're going to hear all about this. There was a eclipse. Here, we're going to hear these today.
Yeah, as I would notice that too. Like launch days, and like science, the news, like eclipse days or whatever. They are even more freaked out over flat Earth. Like one dude just straight up said it. I'm like, hey, so why are you here? I just saw SpaceX launch and I want to know what you have to say about that. Yeah, well, same thing you have to say about it. I just don't add in a globetard at the end of that.
Here you go. Everybody gets a card.
That's epic. Thanks, man. I will save that.
This fucking chat, this is funny shit.
So if you were to actually do it, you're just give a separate card to everyone that's randomized, but the same phrases.
I'm trying to. Hold on.
Oh my gosh, this is too good.
Yo, Crit, are you able to pin messages in this server?
No, they want everything cleared here.
Oh no!
I know. The best you could do is like screenshot it and like post it in Golden Globies or whatever.
Yo, Redmond, you should go post this in the Politics 24/7 so Crit can pin it over there.
Generating cards right now. NASA lies. And the Globers are the ones who are going to say NASA lies. NASA lies, right? They're bingo. Or that's a free space. Because they always say that when we say. Because that's when I turn it around on them, tell them that they're paranoid. They think people are lying to them, and they don't know what to say.
Are we allowed to lead them into specific phrases or no?
No, it happens all by itself, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
Some of these they might just come and say off the bat before anybody said anything.
And Globers have to say it. No cheating. No flat earthers.
I was gonna say, like, name your top 10 proof that the Earth is a globe right now.
Let me put these out here, these 5 cards, and see if I can get it to make a flat earther card.
That's a good idea, man. Yeah.
All right, the first one to put an emote on the card gets to claim that card.
Wait till they go and tell their friends flat earthers playing Glober bingo on their ass. Got to turn this into a YouTube video. There you go. Hopefully it'll let me send them all.
Hi, YouTube.
There you go.
Okay. Oh, damn. I thought you were going to send them separately.
Open it up, click on one, slide it into your folder.
Let me see. I'm trying to see which card is good. Well, you
can take all the cards and pick one that day. Or, I don't know if you want to cover 5. That's kind of cheating.
Okay, card number 1 is a bust. Let me see card number 2.
I got dibs on number 4.
damn, you started from the bottom. You know, I like number 3. That fifth line down looks pretty good.
NASA lies, common flat earther phrase.
All right, I'm gonna save this
It's
picture.
because we type in NASA lies.
Alrighty, I got dibs on number 3. Here we go. Let the games begin. The next Glober that comes in, I'm gonna ask him for his top 5 proofs of the globe, so we can start marking our cards off.
It's like the bingo caller giving everybody 5 free numbers at the beginning. Here, everybody, you all get these numbers.
Dude, the best one I ever had was when a Glober was asked to prove something. He Googled it, right? And then instead of like giving us anything he got on Google, he just screenshotted the fact he Googled it and sent us the screenshot. That was his proof.
Oh shit! I got a money making idea. Oh boy!
What, are you gonna make an app about this?
No.
Dude, I was about to say I'm gonna buy that
I'm
app.
looking at the other shit that came up on my screen after this, which gave me an idea. It's trying to give me ideas, and I was looking at it saying, kind of, but this would be better. So, waiting to see what we're going to come up with here.
I'll donate to the GoFundMe for this app.
No, I mean, check this out, right? If you want to make money from Globies, just start selling fake moon rocks to them. They'll buy it thousands and thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
$666 for the big one that you can put on your desk like a paperweight. $100, $66 for a really small piece. It works.
All you need is petrified wood, and there's an abundance of that.
Or send them concrete like the one in the NASA one I saw looked like concrete in a clear acrylic pyramid it was encased in. So right there, any new flat earther wants to read that, just go ahead and just say any of those to a Glober when they say almost anything back. Rockets, space is fake. Boom, boom, boom. You got this, and you can just say them one quick jabs.
You're not allowed to say what number you need. You can only say, I got one. That's all you can say as we're playing. Can't let people know till we call bingo. Then you got to read back all the phrases because we can stop the whole conversation at bingo and say, hey, guess what? We're going to summarize something right now real quick. You said this, 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 and this, and he got bingo, and nationalizes a free space. They'll shit themselves. That'll be as bad as seeing if they know what a triangle is.
I was gonna say earlier, your phone uses satellites. Oh god, it's so great when that one comes in here. I think we need more. I guess it could spell bingo, like 5 lines with like 5 rows, because that would be, I guess, or just reorganize the 25, right, in different configurations.
Didn't the 5 cards, weren't they all different?
Yeah, I mean, I was also thinking. I think with bingo though, there's lots more. There's like 60, I think like 64 numbers, right, or a lot. You know, like some cards don't have the same number. Like B will be like 1 to 25.
Yeah, you're right. This is like the child's version of when you play bingo.
Yeah, I was like thinking, do you pare it down then? Do you make it like
I can say, give me 60 phrases they say and see what it says, and say, make me new bingo cards and see what it says.
Yeah, I'm not knocking it or anything. It's good. I just was wondering maybe it might work a little better instead of all the bingo cards having all the phrases. But then there's a lot of variation. I mean, think of how many permutations there are. Like for
but keep in mind, Crit.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
We can't even corral flat earthers to not talk about coffee, let alone try to figure out how to memorize 50 phrases and write them in a bingo. We need it to be at least a little bit simple.
Okay.
That's true.
Yeah, you want it to be a little short too, because that way you can get bingos and then keep going.
Yeah, definitely. Got to get an award system going next.
I was gonna say this works for everything but blackouts, so it should be good.
All right, we need to run through a test. We need a Glober.
The one time you want one to come in.
I always want Globers to come in. Sitting in silence is boring. That's when I leave. I want Globers talking. I want them making.
I gotta figure out how to cross them off on my phone. I know it's easy on the computer. You just go on Paint or whatever and just X it off. Figure that out on the phone.
Hey, we had a good convo earlier with a guy. Ended up with him joining our server and being interested in our info and convo. So it worked out good. Started out with a passionate exchange of claims about the Bible, which started to trigger the atheists, which then they came in all butthurt, which caused the other guy to rebut him. And then I got to talk to him about flat Earth. And then we got a little flat Earth discussion going. We were talking about flat Earth. So the trick is you got to trigger the butthurt atheist, I guess. Then they start coming.
I thought they already thought we were all Bible thumpers in here.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, there's a sentiment in the flat Earth community to shift from flat Earth towards quote unquote biblical cosmology and biblical claims, right? So flat Earth is like, I mean, it is part of it, but it's like more of a vehicle, which is fine because your primary spiritual claim should take precedent if you possess them over whether the Earth is flat or not. So I'm not knocking them for that.
I'm just saying, when it comes to that, there are a lot of crazy claims. I mean, there's like claims of what God is made out of, claims about whether he has a giant eternal wiener or not, all kinds of weird stuff. And all that's being associated with flat Earth. And so you at least have to confront some of the claims and show that it's not just a free-for-all. You know, they actually have to back up what they say, either from their empiricism or their source text, whether that be Christian text, Muslim text, or whatever the heck. Yeah, because like there's a whole portion of flat earthers that are like, God is made of ether. The ether is the prime source of everything. You're made of ether. Our spirits are made of ether, and God has basically a person with a big wiener. Like there's a whole section of flat earthers that are just like that.
Sounds like a good time. I'm gonna go on what I can see and deal with.
And that's fair, but what I mean is we have to deal with those people because whether we like it or not, they come in our forums and we're associated with them by proxy. Usually, with that whole, all flat earthers are just a bunch of religious nuts.
That's true.
You had on Jaren's I can't remember if it was his first show, maybe it was his second show, but it was the one where he was doing his town hall when he came back from TFE, and he was like giving people each 4 minutes, and one of the guys that came on, he was talking to Jaren, like the guy that came on was a Christian apologist channel type thing, but he was giving Jaren props for quote unquote being honest. He's like, "Oh, I'm so glad you're so honest and stuff," because he was saying, "Oh, the flat Earth is it's like I don't know if he said a psyop or something, but it's kind of like that vein where it's created to be attached to Christianity to make Christians look stupid. So that if you believe in flat Earth, you're stupid. Christians believe in flat Earth, therefore they're stupid." And so he's so happy that Jaren, went down there and realized the truth that it's a globe, and he wants to have Jaren on his show. And so he's going to try to use the the globe Earth, flat Earth arguments to influence his viewers in regards to trying to disassociate his Christian views from flat Earth. And obviously that shot's fired, right? To a lot of flat earthers out there who happen to be predisposed to the Christian faith. They're going to be like, "Hey, wait a minute." So there's going to be schisms within certain faith systems in the coming year. We've already seen that happen with some of the people in flat Earth. So, for example, people have completely converted their efforts to just focusing on their faith-based arguments rather than anything to do with flat Earth or debating globe Earth.
I know how I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna put like E3. I'm gonna post on the chat just to remember it. And I can go back eventually and just see all my posts.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so going across the top, it should be GLOBE. So you can say G5.
Oh, we're doing that? We're not. Oh, that's kind of confusing. I was just gonna go A, B, C, D, E, but if we want to do globe, then
Well, you would do bingo, BINGO, if you were doing it the right way.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll also remember that. I guess I'm playing Battleship.
I got to make a battleship version now of Globers. Thanks.
No problem.
That's funny though, dude. Like Garen is like a folk hero now in Christian communities because some of the flat earthers. Like in churches and stuff, who've been talking about flatness, their congregation is against it or whatever.
You're
They're gonna use
breaking up,
that.
or a mouse is trying to cut you off. Either a mouse is trying to talk while you're talking, or you're breaking up.
Hey, that's kind of weird, Jaron. Be like, all right, guys, it's Stoner Saturdays. What's going on? And then all of a sudden, all right, guys, it's Christian Sundays. How's it going, guys? Like,
So yeah, globe instead of bingo across the top. That is what it's going to be, because you can say globe like that, and that'll even be better. We'll know what it means.
perfect.
Uh, mm.
Where are the globies? Welcome, Globy. Welcome.
Or you guys think the Earth is flat?
Heck yeah.
You guys are idiots.
Flat like the palm of my hand. Smack.
Well, then how do you idiots explain time zones?
Bro, that's funny when they ask that question because they don't know what they're talking about 90% of the time when they ask it. What they really mean is how do you explain day or night, right? But they think that that's called time zones.
Right.
And then when you try to explain to them like that, like the actual answer about the time zones, that they have no idea what you're talking about.
Classic
Globies. Yeah. They have the weakest arguments, man. Any of them, like that come in, right? Even Professor Phil Bell, who came into politics the other day, like it's just weak arguments. Emotional, just running on emotion, right? You would think if he was so confident, he wouldn't have to like get angry and he wouldn't be all jittery in his voice. But he's just a mess. Right? Like, look at Robert Utah. Another person says he's got a physics degree. Right? He's useless at defending the globe.
Right. I couldn't imagine coming somewhere day after day and trying to defend something that I have nothing to present to defend it. It's just wild. Like I get the people that come in and it's their first time maybe, but like the Robert Utahs and the other anti-flat earthers, that's just nuts, man. When all they have is tricks and like you said, like emotional tactics and whatnot. It's crazy.
It doesn't matter if he has a physics degree, whatever. If his intelligence is not there, he's long gone already. Basically. People like him is really hard to wheel in. It's like you have to go through logical thinking 101 with that guy. Which he undermines a lot. But I haven't seen him in a while. Has he given up? Johnny's VC, Robert guy.
I was gonna say he's probably here like once a week.
Oh, he stops
It's been
by
a
once
few
a
days
week.
since I've seen him.
Oh, did he speak to Nathan or just listened? Oh, he spurts out. Oh, damn. He couldn't hold his emotions intact.
in a world.
Yo, yo. Did the politics server 24/7 get axed?
No. Maybe there's no mods in there. If there's no mods in there, it's invisible.
That's probably why.
Yeah. This is a better server anyway. We should be in here more often. You know, at least we get people that come in here in good faith now and then, wanting to have a discussion. I can't even remember the last time someone came into the main politics server in good faith, wanting to learn, wanting to have a discussion. There's trolls and egomaniacs. It's like kind of like a troll server. I mean, just look at the mods in there. Like, teach kids to be trans and shit like that. It's kind of like a troll server in my opinion.
I definitely agree. I mean, if we can get a lot of these like bigger streamers servers, like I don't know, I think like iShow Speed or like what should we call it, like Kai Cenat or Aiden Ross, either one of those. I mean, there definitely be lots of trolls, but I mean,
yeah, iShow Speed, like what's he popular for barking at people? You know, it's just going to be filled with brain rot trolls that say the word bra and use skull emojis and shit, you know?
Yeah, you're right.
You know, I mean, not anyone, but a lot of the people that would be the fans of a guy that's popular for barking at people, you know, then, you know, what are you going to get from a server like that?
Yeah. How did we end up on politics, anyways?
I don't know. I wasn't really. I kind of ignored it for a whole bunch of times, so I don't know really how it started.
Right.
And I started going over there a bit. I came here first because Kembo and Roots, Effie, and that were in here, and it was always chill, and you know we had like conversations. Right, and then sometimes I'd go check out what's going on in the politics server, and it was just like screaming matches. With that presence, you know, what I've noticed the last week is like this channel and the other channel, you know, have had people in them. It'd be great if we could fill up this channel, fill up the main politics server, and have the home server all active.
I mean, yeah, more channels the better. Like more mods, or you know, it's not like we have like retards on one channel and like everyone else on the other channel. It's like, you know, everyone's pretty up to date on the flat Earth. It's not like freaking Land of Misfit Toys, right? Where they're just talking about ether and blah blah blah.
Yeah. I'm not even a member of that server anymore. I can't be bothered with some of these servers. I just stick with the 24/7 crew. You know, they don't. You know, I don't support servers that are troll farms, right? That give the anti-flat earthers a platform. We do a little bit in the politics server, but in this particular channel, in this server, it's pretty much a no-go zone for the anti-flat earthers. It's much better that way. But Earth Awakenings is just a troll farm, you know?
Yes, I agree. Well, when freaking Jesse, Patholite, and Omnivore are the mods there, like that just says it all.
Oh, they are? Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, yesterday in the McToon was on there. And yeah, Jesse Patholite, Omnivore, Manufacto, that guy, Shoebill, like just the bottom of the barrel.
Yep, troll farm.
On a side note, since we're talking about flat Earth that much, I was at a stoplight, and I thought it turned green for me, but it actually just turned green for the left turn signal, guys. And there were cops on both sides of the street checking people's phones, and I just went through the light, and just by chance, the cops weren't looking at me. They just both turned away at the same time. I got so lucky.
Oh, bro, that's awesome. Great luck.
It's literally like all of a sudden I look and they both just turn their back as I'm going through the red light intersection. I'm like, oh my gosh. Anyways.
Pay attention to the road, damn it.
The funny thing was someone went through a red light like right before I'm like, what the heck are you doing? We're right through the red. I see the cops everywhere. I think the cops are why I got freaking distracted. Because they were checking for cell phones. I dropped my phone on the ground. Anyways.
Yo, DJ, you there?
DJ, are you there?
Yeah, Elbow TV in the house.
What is up? What is up?
Let's come down.
That is a true statement.
Hey, sup, Q.
Well,
Sorry, man. I was in an intense 1-minute chess game. Had to pay attention.
No worries, man. No worries.
What's going on?
Nah, this guy, what is his name? Flat Earthers are silly, you know the guy? So he was trying to do some type of command in the VC over there, the politics. He failed, banned him, and then he adds me in Discord. Probably because he wanted to type something to me.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah, you contacted me without being friends with me. I turned that off because, you know, I get so many fucking message attacked by Globers usually, so when I engage with them. So
yeah, man, it's a good idea. Actually, block all of the asshole trolls, right? And then you get a notification anytime they join. Like, because sometimes they like change their name and you don't know it's them. But if you got them blocked, you get a notification.
Yeah, I have that on the one guy. I forgot his name. The one who loves crit a lot.
Oh, guy. Yeah, that's
NASA mask guy.
Nightmare.
Yeah.
He changed the name today to Crit should go to prison. That was hilarious.
Yeah. It's kind of funny at this stage. He's just obsessed with crit, and it's almost like he's just trolling. I don't know.
I don't think it's trolling, man. I mean, he's beyond trolling, I guess, at this point. He's been stalking him a lot.
It's like stalking. Yeah.
I think he's not well, to be honest.
Yeah. I think a lot of these anti-flat earthers, it's like maybe the government like told some people at a mental institution, right? We're going to give you guys like internet access, but this is what you're going to do. Right, and we got Robert Utah and Starlife and Rich Evans, and really they're just mental patients, legit. Just a speculation Sunday idea. But yeah, a lot of these people act like absolute nutcases. It's bizarre. Oh, Creation Bear is at the beach again. Nice.
Oh yeah, is this thing on?
Yeah, man.
Nice. Are we cooking? I mean, we don't have a lot of people in here.
Yeah, man, I'm people watching right now.
Facts. Facts right now.
Well,
It's be really, really nice these next couple of days.
I wonder, it's funny, these people have no idea that there's like 15 people from random places around the world looking at them through your camera right now.
I know, right? I'm glad at this. Don't let me catch an acid t-shirt out here.
You lucky son of a gun. I got your rain from the last 2 days. Came here.
You said you got rain?
It's raining in Vancouver.
That sucks, bro.
Check this out. I got cherry blossoms.
Is that Santa Monica?
No, I wish. That'd be nice. Damn. Those trees are beautiful, though.
Oh, yeah.
It's just Ocean Beach in San Diego.
It's funny. All the times I've ever been to Cali, I've never been.
Really? That's pretty chill. Pretty chill, pretty chill. So what brought you guys over to the politics and religion server?
Like DJ said, less trolls.
Like just for today or in general?
In general, I'm gonna try and hit up this server more, try and get it more populated.
All right, but I know Kemba would appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Like, I much prefer hanging out here. Like, I can't even remember the last time a genuine person came into the regular politics server to have a proper conversation, to ask questions, and just to be polite. Right? It's like 99% of the time, it's just some like complete trolls, degenerate trolls, or some like complete egomaniac college student that like just wants to troll / like feed their ego or something like that. But here, like like today, we had a good conversation with the guy. Like and then after it, he was like asking for links to the home server and super cool. And the other day, we had like 4 guys in a row all come in, like asking questions and just being super cool. Right? You just don't get that. Right? If you have a look at the mods and have a look at the general chat in the politics server, man, it's kind of like it's a troll server.
Yeah.
This one's a little bit better. As this one's still along those lines, but it is a little bit better.
You know, low-key that like college pseudo intellectual, those types might be my least favorite. Those guys are so annoying.
Yep.
So the paradoxical exfoliation of the equivocation, like, bro, shut the fuck up, man.
Exactly, bro. And then you like ask them to define horizon, right? They can't do it. They don't know any simple questions.
Fucking ridiculous, bro. The juxtaposition of the quadrilateral equation Like, bro, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, man. It's just like some soy kid that just thinks like just trying to flex their ego.
Like, how many YouTube videos did you watch before coming here with that shit? The paradoxical equivocation of the quantum realm is the equivalization. Like, dude, if you can't say it plainly, just shut the fuck up.
Exactly.
No one wants to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like debate bros.
Debate bros, yeah.
We had a bunch of debate bros in here yesterday, right? They're like, they kept telling me like some technical shit, right? How to make like a claim. And I was just saying, look, if the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, therefore there must be a particular amount of drop over distance. Let's compare evidence, right? And he just wouldn't do it. He wouldn't accept that as a legitimate question because I didn't formulate it in some like debate pro.
Right.
I wasn't going to do it. And Amish was getting annoyed. He says, just go over the motor Stolans. I'm like, hell no. I'm not going to play this game with these clowns. I've asked them a direct question, right?
Right.
On the topic of the room, like, answer the freaking question. And I wasn't even asking them to answer the question. I'm like, I can be the one that presents evidence, right? Or you can be the one that presents evidence. You choose. I've asked the question. Let's go. Just wouldn't happen.
Yeah, but you're not quantum locking your presence one. Your first premise must be interquadratically locked between a B minus C4. It's like, I've had guys do shit like that to me.
Like the kind of shit he was saying. Yeah.
PQ must be 4V. It's like, oh my god. Well, I just don't want to hear it. They're very surface level as well. If you go to another topic and try to go like in depth on that topic, like you said, like define horizon, they'll be like, hold on, let me look it up. It's like, how do you know about the quadratic equations of the backward equilateral, but you don't know what a horizon is, bro?
Exactly, because all they are fancy parrots, right?
Yeah,
and they want to have a conversation so they can do their parroting of the book of bullshit that they've memorized over the last couple of months at their university. Right? And
That's good.
Yeah, I think we shouldn't let them, right, take the conversation away from the 101s and take it into their realm. We need to keep it in our court. Not that, like Amish can go. I mean, some people can just go, like Amish was crushing a guy yesterday, right? Like a guy wanted to do his fancy parroting, but Amish just destroyed him, right, on a technical level, right? But a lot of these people, like we try to talk about the horizon, we'll bring up an observation and they'll just say, oh, I don't know much about this topic, but what do you guys think about quantum blah, 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 or something in space? And then they'll try to divert the whole conversation back into their ball court where they can do their parroting. Someone's being, hey, Amish, you there, dude? No. Maybe just listening. Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. It's funny. The comment in the side chat's kind of funny by Fresh Grown Flowers. Are you a bot? Are you an FE bot? good question.
He just went straight into his pitch. He did.
So, what are some other archetypes you guys don't like? 'Cause there was quite a few. I don't think there's like an infinite amount of archetypes. I think there's like a limited amount that, and we've seen them all for real. Trying to think of some other ones. I think you hit the nail on the head, like the college kid, the intellectual, ego feeder. I think we touched on that one already.
Yeah, man.
What else is there?
The other one that's really annoying is like the brain rot kids that come in that call us dumb, but are clearly like less than like 70 IQ, but act like they're like 150 IQ, but they're just clearly absolute morons, and they just make the most retarded arguments, right? And they just can't like even comprehend the most basic arguments whatsoever. Yeah, I don't know that they're like Ali G. It sounds like Ali G comes in, you know, something like.
Good. Heretics Razor. That's what it's called.
Heretics Razor. W Heretics are coming up with that. What is it again? How does it go?
It's the dumb people think that flat Earth are more dumb than them, so they can be like the big brain in the room. But when they get in the room, it turns out to be the exact opposite.
Heretics Razor.
That's hilarious. But that's the thing. That's part of the reason I don't like the main politics server, because half the time it's one of those brain rot Heretics Razor type people, right? And you've got a whole panel of experts on the FE side trying to get through to an absolute moron, as if we want that moron to go around spreading flat Earth information like a brain rot moron, right? That's the last thing we want. We should be like, okay, right, you don't get to have this information. We don't want you on our side, right? Why would we want an absolute retard going around saying, hey, bros, have you heard the Earth is flat? Like, it's all fake, mate. Like, we don't really want those people as far as I'm concerned. But that's what we get in that server most of the time. If it's not anti-flat earthers or those like debate bros, it's these like brain rot kids that come in to troll.
There's also the types that have been scarred by folks like Quantum Eraser or Nathan Oakley or one of you guys, and they're like permanently scarred. Right, the hand comes to mind.
I did that.
Oh yeah. Crit's another one.
We can blame Crit for a lot of these people. Yeah.
W Crit.
And QE and Nathan Oakley. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're super fans. Crit, Nathan Oakley, QE super fans, right? And they follow them everywhere they go, so they can whine about them everywhere they go.
Good sense, bro.
Then we got like the leprechaun crew, which is like the Bevites, like that like Bev and there's a bunch of them. Some dude, what's his name? He was in the Nathan Oakley show in the politics server earlier. Starts with a H.
Oh, that retard, yeah. And then they debate him every day. I'm like, bro, can you just ban this guy? Like, I can't believe you're talking back to him for like a week straight.
Oh yeah, someone just put hey Yoka. Look at the side chat, that's freaking hilarious.
Oh, like Clown Oka or whatever?
Yeah. Yeah, these like little leprechauns that like troll. like hobbits crossed with leprechauns.
Yeah, him and Omnivore were just trolling like every single day on Nathan's show. And I'm like, bro, it's like unwatchable because Nathan's like yelling at them, and it's like, bro, why are you yelling at retards? It's like,
It's W content, bro.
Well, if anybody wants to join Robert's Discord channel, Omnivore is
No.
actually going to be hosting something that we have misinterpreted at 5 o'clock EST. Or no, was it EST? Today.
Hell no, bro. Not even for $20. You could like offer me $20 right now. It's not a chance I'm gonna click join on that.
Fleur misconception. And he's going to be hosting 2 hours, 5 p.m. EST on Robert's.
We shouldn't encourage don't give them like if none of us go to their channels, right? Then they don't exist. What are they going to present shit to each other and come here on auto mute and text chat mute? Like, that's why I left Earth Awakenings, bro, because I don't support troll farms.
Yeah.
Flat Earth channels that give these anti-flat earthers a reason to exist. I think they're extremely toxic, but they have been good over the years at strengthening our arguments, I guess. They're kind of like a training bag you just kind of keep in the cupboard and you pull it out when it's always there when you want to have it for a couple of rounds of training, and then you just ban and it'll be there again when you need it.
This dude Kane, it's like they come in broken too. It's like you could say, yeah, I am responsible for a lot of it, but they start broken. I just kind of like snatch the wig off, just show it. Old boy comes in here like exploding my DMs, talking about how I'm terminally online. I'm always online. I'm like, and what's your proof of that? Every time I try to chat with you, you respond. Okay, so by your own logic, you're terminally online, just like I am. And he's like, well, no. I'm like, well, why? Well, how is that the case? If I'm here the same time you are, and every time you respond to me, or you send me a message, I respond. I'm terminally online, but you're not. He's like, yes. And then the meltdown happens. Because then he realizes that his knock or his rip or his best proof of why the earth is not a flat, something wrong with a flat earther, is really him. It fits him.
Funny when the closing is morning.
You know what I think's funny about the Globers hosting presentation? There's no way they would be able to present the information better than their quote-unquote experts. So why would they even need to hold a presentation in the first place if they're going to be doing a sub-presentation of somebody else's information?
yeah, when they're in here for like months and years and they can't steelman a single flat Earth argument, it's like, come on, man. Like, we can steelman the entire globe. Like,
Oh yeah, bro. Frustrating.
Lao Tzu, do you not want me to be in here, bro?
The Battle of the L's.
You're more than welcome in here, dude.
Oh, thank you, man.
Oh, it's fresh talking. Fresh. I like your profile picture. I've seen that for a while. It's pretty dope.
Thanks, man. Well, it's one of the few that I enjoy, Lao Tzu, so if you don't mind, I'm just hanging out. Slightly participating, mostly listening.
Well, boys and girls.
Your copy.
Drop out, come back in. Hopefully it'll fix your connection.
That was me or that was you?
Yeah, both
Actually, yeah, I was just looking at my connection. It was just weird for a second there. It just dropped into the red and then come back again. I don't know what that was about.
Yeah, I thought I went full Decepticon there. Like, what the heck?
Nah, all good. It's back. I'm running back on my normal 211. Happy days. Anyways, apologies. My Facebook friend is back. Oh, Timbo doesn't know about my Facebook friend.
Are you still on Facebook, Matrix? That's a problem.
I very rarely post. I jumped on a page. What am I up to now? So, basically, a day and a bit ago, called Flat Earth Friends. Now, the inside scoop: Flat Earth Friends is run by Globers.
All of them
just
are.
use it as a zone to shit on flat earthers. So they put up clickbait. A flat earther will get there and put the truth. No, this is not how it works. This is the correct procedure. Blah blah blah. And then it's just dog pole time. Now I did a bit of a search yesterday. I'm going through, going, I wonder who the moderators and that are, because you can click on each page and check who the admins and mods are. And I'm scrolling down. There's about 20 mods. And fuck me sideways, one of them's McToon.
No. Serious?
I shit you not. How about I post up in side chat, I'll do a clip of it, and you can look at it and just go, you gotta be kidding me. So if I click on Flat Earth Friends...
They're really desperate for content, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. So you go admins and moderators, there's 18 of them. And now it's just loaded up.
Some of the globalists won't go any place they can't have control. Because that's what their worldview is. It's really about control. Power over other people to get you to think what you want them to think. Like, they don't really give a shit about the earth. It's about power over other people.
What's interesting, Toon as a moderator, see how all the others, you can add them as a friend, add a friend, add a friend. Toon's got his locked down, so you can't add him as a friend. So all the ones that do that, to me, are just straight up trolls. Like, if you're a legit person on there, you can go add friend. Like, my account's locked down, but you can still add me as a friend, and it'll send me a message and say, hey, this dude wants to be your friend, and I can look at that and go, yeah, nah.
This is Facebook, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the one thing too, like how useless Facebook is. The flat Earth groups are run by anti-flat Earthers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a cracker.
yeah. Imagine the backlash if we did something like that. Yeah, they'd go,
Oh,
you fakers, you know, you guys can only be in rooms where you control it, and you know, you're scared of the arguments, and
it'll be on the 7 o'clock news for sure.
Flat Earthers are now running World Earth Facebook pages.
Do you think that's more for suppression, like to suppress the argument, or do you think they're kind of trying to hear the
just
quote unquote tip of the spear of the argument?
No, they're not trying to hear that. They're trying to make, because they'll get people coming in going, "What's this flat Earth shit all about?" And then they make flat Earth look ridiculous with arguments that no flat earther makes. And then they've won because that person who came into the page to have a look what flat earthers thinks that the arguments are absolutely fucking stupid.
Sorry. Anyway,
and they'll go, "Oh, we're speaking to this McToon guy. He was very knowledgeable about the globe, and you know, he's very, very knowledgeable. And I might go and check out his website and his Discord page."
So
yeah,
he put up some clickbait, and I couldn't help myself but bite. And there's this one guy. I fly very often, never had to dodge the local sun. And he's put an image up there, and the sun looks like it's about, I don't know, half a kilometre in front of the cockpit of a plane. And then underneath, become a flat earther. And I looked at that and went, you're a fuckwit, I'm gonna bite. I couldn't help myself. So I scroll down and I go, right, where do I post on this thing? If you fly very often, you would notice you fly positive pitch. Please show the good people how you navigate around a curve without pitching below horizontal. And the original guy that posted didn't comment back. But as per standard procedure, every other dickhead has to. So this first weirdo gets on here. It's been explained over and over why that wrong. Does your thick brain reset overnight? Address the OP, you weirdo. Alright. So I have a look at this first idiot that said that, and I posted back the plain recorded data that we have. And I've gone, here's some recorded data. Read it for yourself, All-Star. And I called him All-Star because he's an All-Star contributor. Or it should be All-Star Clown. I'd like to hack it and change it for him because that'd be awesome. And I had a look at his profile. Now, his profile picture, there's a dude standing, it looks like in the main cabin of a ocean liner, looking out, and it's this awesome horizon shot. Anyways, I just posted the picture whole. I didn't clip it, cut it, put any writing on it or anything. It was just basically copy, paste. That's it. Straight from his direct profile picture. And I've got, sweet horizon shot, mate. Thanks for more proof. And it's a really good shot too. When you look at it, it's like, holy shit, it is awesome. Anyways, this dumbass has finally gotten back to me. And it's got, I can play that game too, dum-dum. You have an enormous ego and a puny brain. Never a good combination. And what he did, he went to my profile, grabbed my profile picture, which is awesome, and then took it upon himself to cut the Chicago skyline picture where somebody edited in that tall spire that's there to show how far behind the curvature it really is. So he's edited that underneath my profile picture, but he's split my name down underneath that. So it looks like that's what my profile picture is. That's the level of dishonesty we're dealing with. So I'm really going to like this person. I'm going to stay with him. And he also put another comment there. Where was it? Oh, yeah, here we go. A well-defined horizon proves the Earth is a globe. Thanks, dum-dum. You are just a lovely pretending troll seeking an argument because you have a pathetic life, or you are very, very not intelligent. You let your little brain get manipulated by FE scammers. And then he's got a picture, you know that big ocean liner that sails away where it's fully zoomed in, and then they cut it off and they don't zoom back to show it actually disappear properly? He's got that 42-second video there for my convenience.
Should have told him that Should have told him that you can't use very, very, and then a negative.
Yeah, so it's very, very not intelligent. Oh, I should
And then
think
back-
about that.
Very, very, then a negative, then back to a positive. Weirdo.
How to clutch a flat earther. Nice one, DJ.
Yeah, man. It's a good one.
But
But yeah, MC Toon is so
yeah.
freaking dishonest. He still refers to flat Earth in his videos as a pancake planet. That's the level of dishonesty he has to resort to, right, to keep his clicks. It's ridiculous.
Has Indio debated him yet? Because I saw some writing that either this has happened or it's going to happen.
That was me yesterday.
Yeah, I
So
think
is this-
Overlord was in here today saying that Indio was talking to him yesterday, I think.
Yeah, so I watched McToon stream for the first time. It just popped up on my side feed, like, what the heck is this? And then I'm in the side comments. I'm McToon scared to come to FED, to come to 24/7 server, politics, blah, blah. So anyways, he actually replied back to me, and he had a big spiel about it. And then all of a sudden he's like, and the owner of the actual 24/7 server, Indio, and then he went on this big spiel about like how he wrecked him on X and la la la. So
really,
and Indio was in the server, in our server. I'm like, hey, Indio, and they were literally when I went to the server, they were just talking about McToon. I'm like, oh, since you're talking about McToon, McToon just said something about you 30 minutes ago, and he's like, what did he say? And then I played the recording back, and it was a complete like utter lie. And then he said that he had no receipts, blah 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 blah. He posted memes, and then Indio posted all the receipts, like said everything, posted all the threads, and yeah, it was hilarious. Indio's got the whole thing. He'll tell you about it next time you see him. But yeah, it's funny.
I just hope if they debate, and I don't give a shit where it is or who mods it, that it is done honestly and fairly. That's the only thing. I don't give a fuck where it's done, who does it. Actually, in all seriousness, if I could get Drace AI in to do it, because he's really good at all the logic stuff, or AI Overlord would be really fair at doing it. Yeah, either one of those two to mod it. Everyone else just zips up, shuts up, and listen. But or even Sporadic, you're pretty tidy at that shit too. Fuck yeah, sorry I didn't see that, mate.
Yes, they
everyone
debated
else
each other.
zips up, shuts up, and lets them roll. Indio would absolutely carve the shit out of McToon. He would make an example of him.
No, apparently he always does on like McToon pops into Indio's X live streams, and apparently Indio always wrecks him. That's what, according to him. So yeah, it's
Yeah,
happened
that's
before.
interesting,
And then, and then McToon just runs away every time, like every single time, just runs away, and then says he destroyed you, and makes up some bullshit. He literally fabricated like the exact opposite of what happened according to Indio on the stream, and so I clipped
It'd
it,
be nice.
and then.
It'd be nice
Yeah.
for us to get an actual clip of it, and so we can all just get a copy, and on every single one of McToon's YouTube things, just link it to him. It'll drive him insane. 20 people do that on multiple channels. It just send him insane.
Yeah, if they do a debate, guys, I think it needs to be straight laced completely. Like, what is it called? Chatham House rules or something? Like, I mean, we need somebody who's familiar with all the protocol and etiquette to moderate it.
Like a
Even if they're
Oxford
just-
debate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when McToon debated Brian's logic last, I know Brian did a horrible job at the end, rage quitting, but
Yeah, he did.
he literally McToon was like
terrible.
Yeah, it was horrendous. But McToon was like, "Here's my proof for the globe," and he just pointed at a book. He's like, "This is it right here, the book." And it's like, what? Like, and then it was like literally like 80% ad hom attacks. It's just a disgusting human being, that guy.
Brian should have known what he was getting into.
Guys, what would be interesting to do is just to choose any globe those famous one, Mictune and the others, and choose a flat earth, not G flat earth, like you said, guys, sporadic Indio overload. So you choose an OG flat earther, and we will have to have someone who will just moderate that debate. He won't have to be from the channel. We can invite the guy from Mind Shock to just call the fallacies directly, stop the guy while he is talking and call the fallacy and stop him there.
He might do it. That's a good idea. Bruce McGuire. Yeah. He'd be my top pick to moderate.
Yeah, he will be the moderator calling for fallacy. So you can talk and he will stop you. The moment you will just make a fallacy, he will stop you at that moment. He will be muted or whatever. You won't be able to talk till he will just show the fallacy that you did. And what is the fallacy? And you have to concede.
Yeah, as nice as that would be, the moderator's job is not to be the one to do that. The participants would have to call each other's fallacies out, and the moderator would then pause and then let the debate participants sort out the fallacy.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
The moderator's job would be to really guide the discussion to resolve whether or not a fallacy was committed, and then to be the adjudicator to decide whether or not it was, if there's an impasse.
I think there had to be two moderators, because if there was a flat Earth moderator, McToon would just call the guy scum and blah blah blah, and it'd be like a Glober moderator and a flat Earth moderator. But then I think the mods would get in fights with each other. It'd be hilarious.
Yeah, then it'll be like chaos. Yeah.
What about Matthew?
Yeah.
Matthew Learns is the globe.
Matthew Learns would be perfect. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I would probably. Why not? Why not have Matthew learn to moderate? I don't know if he has the personality though, because you kind of have to get in there and get a bit dirty.
Yeah, but he's like something like Toby's just posted up. He's a closet flat earther. That's not going to be fair.
That's true.
That is funny. But Matthew would be perfect, right? Because he's used to dealing with students, right? So he's used to being the head of the room, right? And I've noticed he's not scared. He's not a timid guy. As much as he's placid, he's not timid. Like he's chill, but he always speaks his mind in a polite way.
Yeah, he goes at QE. Like if you got the cojones to go at QE, then yeah, I think you deserve the right to mod.
And we know he's honest, right? He grills Globers on basic facts that they get wrong.
Flatloyd too.
Oh yeah, he'd be a great one from the FE side as well. Another teacher, right? These teachers are very good, in that situation. That we could even, advertise it like that, right? Well, I don't know if that's doxing Flatloyd or something. If you said like two university, like two professors as moderators from either side of the argument.
I think that'd work. I don't see the two of them getting into a food fight with each other over anything. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are both just super chill guys.
wouldn't usually talk about people's problems, but when they're asking for money publicly, that's a different story, right? So what's the deal with this Switzer thing, right? He's asking for $10,000 to be donated. What sort of shit's he got himself in now?
Oh, that's some fucked up. He's got some legal trouble that he needs $10,000 for.
Did you see the post?
No.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Is it on his page or whatever?
It's. Let me check. It's on some platform from his account.
Okay.
I guess it looks like X. Whatever one he has 491 followers in, maybe that's not X. I'm not sure. Yeah,
Is it like a GoFundMe or a Kickstart, whatever?
Yeah, I'll put it in the side chat.
Thank you.
Now, I don't even know if this is a recent post of his. Now I look at it closer, someone else is posting it. Like, which platform does he only have 491 followers on?
Yeah, well, that could be a clue. Like, well, if it's a fake.
Yep, could be.
Dang, that's kind of weird because doesn't Whitsitt always brag about how much money he makes?
Must be a troll, like he did with the vape.
Like I always remember him in every conversation he would have when he wouldn't have an answer, he'd just ad hom or say something. He'd be like, "Oh, I'll bet you $10,000. I'll bet you $50,000." Like, really? Now you're begging for money?
You have 400? This is like X? Is this X or what is, I don't recognize it. Or this is GoFundMe, right? Is that what that looks like? And it's posted by Dr. Heckle, which is like a heckle someone, Hekel. This is what a drug problem looks like.
Is this thing still on?
Okay. Oh, apparently this is a second baby. Okay. We'll be funding a fundraiser to support our family via a trivia event. Event will be organized by Andrew and Austin. The event will be held on Melodome, whatever Melodome is. You can find more information at the GoFundMe page. Come support Whitson and Kai's growing family.
It's a big hater. It never. Who have
You're breaking up pretty bad there for me, Neil. I don't know anybody else. Very choppy. Might want to just drop out. Drop out, come back in.
On and drop out.
Or this is an
That's
old
emergency.
Okay, this is like last year. So they do have 2 kids now?
Yeah, they already had 2 kids a long time ago.
Yeah, it's been a while.
But it says personal emergency. You wouldn't write personal emergency if it was a kid.
That's my problem. That's the problem I have now. So I can't think about any personal private emergency that you will need a GoFundMe at all.
Yeah, I mean, I just thought it was kind of funny, I suppose. Here I'm trying to look into it, and I don't know really much.
We're talking about what's it?
Oh, I guess there's a new GoFundMe for a personal something or another.
10,000 is a lot, though. 10,000 is a whole lot. I got some tea on this, but I don't know if it's worth being shared here. And I'm not even sure if it's directly related, but I guess some shit happened with him.
Probably nothing we don't already know about. But if you don't feel like
But I don't
comfortable
know if
sharing,
Okay, I mean, I wouldn't. I'm assuming you guys.
like we already know
that's what that's about.
the video. We already know about the video that got leaked with him acting the way he was acting. If it's anything to do with that.
No. No, I don't think that's it. Wait, was it with? What was the video of?
He was with his wife, Kai, and he kept calling her bro and dude, and acting like a bit of a psycho. And then he punched the couch like he was going to punch her, but just to intimidate. Looked like he hit the couch right next to her face. And she leaked it on the Earth Awakening server. And it was hidden camera. She set up a hidden camera type thing. But yeah, it wasn't cool the way he acted. But when someone's putting up a camera to provoke you, that's kind of shady in itself. So who knows what the true situation is of what happened there. But it doesn't look good on his part. But
wow, wow, damn, that's
there's also police reports getting around, right? He got arrested, because he spat in her face and got arrested and shit like that. So yeah, he makes bad decisions.
That's crazy. Yeah, that is what I was thinking. It had to do with
not my baby.
Bro. I mean, look,
No one is
Not
safe
my
out
sweet
here.
baby.
He's Effie, she's Effie, based. Next thing you know, all right. I mean, bro probably has to hold some accountability himself, but at the same time, like that's tragic that is where the relationship has ended up. Especially when they had a lot of good things going. Both coming from here and probably decently based. Next thing you know, they fall out. Society is cooked. So, what can we do differently in this server? Anything?
We can stop chat skanks. That's a good thing. We can text suppress them rather than having to just ban. Right, the only option in politics is just to ban people, and then they're gone for 2 days. Whereas in this one, we can just stop them being able to talk, and then we can shut them down from chat skanking as well. That's kind of cool.
Religion.
And we are live. That's nice. Good that you can stop the chat skank.
Yep. I'll put the commands list in the side chat. If you need to kick someone out of here, right? You need to / voice suppress, and it will kick them out when you voice suppress them. If they rejoin after they've been voice suppressed, it won't let you voice suppress and kick them again. You have to unsuppress them, right? / unsuppress, voice unsuppress. That will kick them again, right? And if they rejoin again, voice suppress them again, and then you can / report spam, and that will stop them being able to join the room altogether. It's kind of hard because we don't have a ban command here, but we can kick them out of the room. If they rejoin more than 3 times, you can report spam, and then they're gone. They won't be able to join for like a day. Kind of complicated, unnecessarily. You can also / delete, get rid of their messages, all their messages.
Who's farting?
Yeah, kangaroo guy, your mic was kind of L there.
Kangaroo guy. It's not kangaroo guy anymore.
I was just saying, what, really? I didn't know you could do all this.
Yeah, man. Right, so if you right click and you mute them, that's different than if you / voice suppress. So if they're already muted by right click mute and you want to kick them, you have to / voice suppress, and then that will kick them out. But if they're already / voice suppressed and they join and you don't want them here, then you have to / unsuppress, and then that will kick them out. If they rejoin again, then you do the opposite. / suppress, it will kick them again. If they leave and rejoin 3 times in a row, that qualifies them to be spamming, leave join spamming, and then they can be removed. / report spam. Or if someone's chat skanking, you just want to delete all their messages, you can just / delete.
Oh, and CB here, you know what you can do. So if they're in the VC, then they're not talking, or if they won't join the VC and they just text chat skank in the side chat, you can just text suppress them, and then they can't chat in the text chat. So they have to, if they want to say something, they have to join the VC or piss off. That's cool.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, I wish we could do that over at the public server.
Also, we can also like / ping community, right? So everyone that has the 24/7 community role, which is freaking hundreds of people now, right? If we want to get it going in here, we can ping everyone. And tons of Globers have that role too.
Oh yeah, I really like that option because it gives people who are interested in the topic, if we get something big going on, like, hey, everyone. I used to have a list of people who said, hey, DM me if a good debate is happening. I want to know more or whatever. And it'd be like going through an email list, trying to, find who I'm supposed to email I'm not email, but DM, direct message.
So anyone you give the community role to will have media perms, as long as they're past level 2. They just changed it recently where if you're orange, then you can't have media perms. I think you have to get past level 1 to be able to post stuff. If they're past that and you give them the community role, they have media perms, but they'll also be pingable. So I think we should give it to.
Did I just graduate?
Yeah, I just gave you the community role. So you have media perms and stuff, but if you're new to the server, then you have to wait until you automatically level up past the novice role. Let me check what you're at. Yeah, it says PNR novice, but it doesn't take long to get from novice to the next stage. And then I think then the media role will work, and then you can share your screen, you can post GIFs and images and all that sort of shit.
Thank you.
No worries, man. So yeah, anyone that's willing to accept the media role, just give it to them, right? Because then when it's going good in here, or if we want to get it going, we can just put out the community ping role, and a bunch of people will get notifications.
Would I be allowed to do that vice versa? I find a lot of times because I work overnights on the weekends from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. So a lot of the dead times, like between 1 a.m. to 4 a.m., I'm usually looking for some interactions. And sometimes there's like nobody in here at all. So does that let me make a post where anybody else that sees it?
Can you ping? You can ping? I don't think so. I think you have to be a mod to be able to ping.
Oh, sure.
You could try. I mean, just it's /ping community.
I don't think so. Nothing popped up. Oh, shit. Yeah, jumped in there. Hey.
No, I did it.
Oh.
What's up, pads?
Yo, how's it going, bro? You good?
Good, bro. What's happening?
I've been messing about with some. I've been making like a little flat Earth model. Not a 3D model, not a model like anything globe and flat Earth model, as in like a 3D model, like for animation and shit. Not
awesome.
not like a model, you know.
Yep.
As soon as I said it, I realized I'd fucked up. But I'm running out of shit to do. Like I wanted to do like a little. So I wanted to do like a little guy on a hill trying to measure shit. But like clearly demonstrate like the angles like being curved and shit, and I've got like a black swan going off this horizon, which is pretty cool.
Nice.
I'll show you tomorrow when it's done.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I do a bit of animation. I used to do animation myself
Oh, nice, bro. Let's go.
using iClone.
No way.
Don't know if you
Okay. Yeah, Reolution. Yeah, Reolution.
Yeah, Revolution. Yeah, I've still got freaking,
I use it, bro. I
all-
use that.
so many models, bro.
Blender.
Yeah. I was dabbling in Blender, and then I just I just download all my models, and I'm more of the person to put together the animation rather than actually build the models themselves. I'm doing.
Nothing wrong with it. Yeah, animators. I haven't got time to model shit, bro. They're animators.
Yeah, it takes forever. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I do a bit
But
of both. I just do 3D in general, everything from like modeling to games. But I'm not an expert in any. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, bro, look, I was employed making models for health and safety models for companies where I would make 3D models of different hazardous situations you could get into in the workplace.
Yeah,
but years later, I've just forgotten. I installed my software, and then I've forgotten all the shortcuts and stuff. It's like I have to freaking relearn half of it all over again. Painful.
I'm surprised you've never tried doing it with Flat Earth. I've seen a few people mention in the VCs and shit about having like stuff for YouTube and diagrams, and like they wish they had like little animations to explain shit easier. You know?
Yeah. I was. I kind of quit that job and quit the animation thing in 2016, right? And it was 2017 when I found the flat Earth stuff. So, but yeah, it would be perfect to to model certain things out.
Like in 20 seconds. Sorry, what's that?
You're right.
Shit, sorry, DJ. I didn't mean to be rude, bro.
Oh, yeah, no worries at all, man.
I forgot to click the lid down on my kettle, so I turned around and it was just boiling away, like not clicking off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, get back into it, bro. Blender's awesome. Like, Blender's come so far since 2016. It is such a powerful program now. It's free. It's totally free for anybody. Totally open access.
Yeah.
Open source.
Can you get it on Android?
No, don't think so.
You need a
I say
pretty,
that 'cause
like,
I'm sure somebody
decent-
ported it. So,
you need a decent GPU
yeah,
for
you
any programs.
do. Yeah, no, you really do for anything 3D. Yeah, but I'm sure somebody has done an Android port or a different version of it. It's open source, isn't it? So there's a few different versions of it. But I've been thinking about doing it for actually Flat Earth anyway, for helping to explain shit. Like little, if I can make a model of it, or if I can make like a 3D render or whatever, then you've got to be able to understand it, haven't you? So, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it would be helpful to model though.
Individual examples, not like creating an overall in quote model.
Yeah, but what individually would
like lack of curvature and stuff and drop over distance, just to show how the examples have been done. Because honestly, sometimes you try and piece together the YouTube footage and it's just, you wish halfway through watching an example or a test, if somebody's shining a laser, I just wish sometimes they'd zoom out, explain what the fuck's going on a little bit with like a little animation, and then carry on, because a lot of it's not the best footage, man. Yeah, people are out there.
Yeah, that would be handy to do that actually.
Yeah.
To like the Black Swan, the long distance observations, it would be handy to have decent animations to go along with. Yeah, I was thinking of actually, making a series of flat Earth videos. It's much needed 101 videos, tutorial videos on all the basics, right? Because the ones that we do have are outdated now. The Eric DeBay ones and ODD TV, they're completely outdated. I don't share them with anyone anymore.
Most of them, the quality is not great. I mean, it doesn't have to be great because it's just conveying the message. So they're not even that hard to do. Or like,
is ODD still making music?
I think he went to jail or something, didn't he?
Jeez.
Yeah. Something like that. Don't quote me on that, but that's what I heard.
What other like tropes could you do from like the what are the, not tropes, but like major talking points? Like, well, yeah, tropes. What would be like the classic tropes from like Flat Earth? So obviously Black Swan, a glober trying to like look for refraction or something, magnifying glass. Like what else could you?
I don't know, man. I'll try to think about it, but I don't think there's a great deal of examples, right? Because we pretty much have high definition real world examples that we can use to explain all these things to go along with the, with explaining it, basically.
No, I mean, if you're making like a little caricature scene of like all the major talking points with like little hints. So like you could have a black swan in the background and you don't even have to say it's the black swan. But if you presented it to a flat earther, they would know it's the black swan.
Yeah, I know. I didn't even use that observation as like a black swan like talking point, to be honest.
Oh, fair play.
I mean, people just kind of call it the black swan, but I don't use like the black swan analogy for that.
No, but it's a major talking point in it. Like it comes up so often. I'm just thinking a little.
Yeah, these are the globe killers, right? Yeah. These observations of the oil platforms and other ones like that. That's, in my opinion, that's the real globe killers, that they can't like rebut it, right? They can't demonstrate it on a smaller scale. They can't cite any explanation to how it would work from any legitimate sources. Yeah, they got nothing when it comes to that. Whereas other arguments that are still good arguments from the flat Earth side, they tend to just go around in circles, right? Like the celestial navigation for example, just goes in circles.
And around and around. Literally. You know, like a guy, like I'm just thinking of a little caricature I could make, like a guy with
Someone will be here.
a
I'm
NASA
off that
t-shirt
week,
on, reading a book, like
Yeah.
entitled
We'll be
like
here.
Finding Refraction.
I won't be, but someone.
Oh, sorry.
Timbo's just exposed that he has an iPhone.
So I didn't mean to speak over him. But yeah, you know what I mean? Like a global wearing
All
like
on an iPhone and it just unmutes you on Discord.
Shocker. No flat earther should use an iPhone, surely not.
Yeah, I don't like them.
No self-respecting flat earther.
But yeah, no, it would be good actually. I mean, if I make some videos, right? I've got a few spare YouTube channels that already have like a decent amount of subscribers. I was thinking of sacrificing one of them and turning it into a flat Earth channel.
Well, I've got a few mates. They do like, you might have seen like short. You see them on TikTok and YouTube. They're like short medical videos, and it'll just tell you within like 20 seconds what happens when a bullet enters the body. Well, they do like all the animations and models for all them, but they're fucking super popular on TikTok and YouTube. Like they're like not infomercials, but like info talks. I don't know, like info vines or something. So yeah, if you need help like boosting a smaller channel for shit like that, those I can put you onto those guys. They do it all the time basically with these to buy up like smaller YouTube channels and flip them.
Yeah.
Yeah, just start putting out like very niche content, specific content on them, but it blows up, man. Buy like dead YouTube channels, you know, for 10k. If they've got like 100k subscribers and shit or whatever it is, I don't know.
Yeah.
We had an Indian guy in here once. We had an Indian guy in here once that he said, "Oh, could you subscribe to my channel? Like, help me out." Right? I went to it, and he's got like 2 million subscribers or something.
Holy shit!
What the fuck, bro?
That's how many people he's begged for it, bro. You're the 2,000,001 subscribers.
For you, DJ, I don't think that you will have to sacrifice one of the channels that you already have. You can make a new one for flat Earth videos, and you can use your own videos to argument your ideas. Like, for example, you make a video dumping down Black Swan, and you can add to that what will happen on a flat surface, the horizon, the mirages, the sinking mirage, and you can explain those things in your own video and use your videos when you are having a discussion with the Glober instead of using the picture of the Black Swan or videos of other people. And with that, you will also help your channel to grow and videos being viewed more and more by just using them as an argument or as validation for your argument.
Yeah, I've got a few YouTube channels that I could use for that already. You know, ones that are just, you know, quite new channels, but I do have a channel that's already monetized, you know, that I could use for that. You know, because if I make videos, they're going to be good videos, right? It's going to take me a couple of days or at least a full day's work, right, to make one video. So, I mean, even if a video can get $10,000 and earn a little bit of money, you know, just through the ad revenue, right, it would make it worthwhile to sacrifice the time to do.
How much does a video have to do these days to get 10k? What's YouTube like these days for fucking...
No, I mean 10k views.
I thought you meant monetary value. I thought, holy shit.
No, bro. You have to get 2 million views. You have to get 2 million.
More, bro. You
2
get more
views.
these days. Surely.
Well, it depends. You know, I mean, I've got a video that has like, you know, nearly 1 million views. Like 1 million views is $5,000. If it's a
1 million views.
well, it depends what type of video. It has to be a longer video, right, to get that kind of income. But it also depends on the genre. But a lot of types of videos in different categories, right? They're not going to qualify for ads, right? They're going to qualify for limited ads, right? So for like 1 million views, you're going to get like $500 instead of $5,000.
And it depends on like say like watch duration and stuff, doesn't it? And how they came across it, whether they came across it like direct or through Discord. And apparently, there's so many fucking factors involved. But damn,
Yeah, and definitely, you know, I want to just clarify. I don't want to make the videos to make money, right? But if I'm going to sacrifice a ton of time making the
Hell yeah.
videos,
Fuck yeah.
you know, I could spend that time making videos for my regular channel. You know, and
Favor for a favor, innit, bro? You watch a little ad, you get some information.
Hey, you know some of these reactors? Some of these reactors are millionaires.
yeah.
And they're not even good. They're not even good.
They're terrible, bro. That's disheartening, bro. It's disheartening. Sometimes I see this brain rot content and I'm like, damn, they've made so much money off that video, you know, and I'll put days and days like putting together like a video that's like, you know, high quality. But then someone can just make some brain rot video and it'll get like 50 times as many views as my video.
Skibidi, bro. Skibidi Toilet's the best example of that in recent years. You know what Skibidi Toilet is?
No, bro. It sounds terrible.
Skibidi Toilet is the biggest kids meme and YouTube sensation and internet sensation over like the last couple of years. And when I say it is big, it is fucking mega big. Nobody got kids in here, clearly not. Clearly not. But yeah, Skibidi Toilet is mega big. Google it. It's the most brain rot shit you'll ever see.
I've heard of it, right, but I don't know exactly what it is. But there's this other one. There's these two guys. I can't remember their name. There's two guys, and they make these stupid songs about nuggets and like I don't. They're weird, right? And it's kind of there's innuendo in there, but it's kind of aimed at the young, like, you know, between, you know, 6 and 12 kind of thing. And they've got toys on the fucking shelves of supermarkets now.
Yeah, bet.
It's crazy.
Toby Dog just said in chat, he was like, yeah, my 5-year-old knows what that is, and he doesn't even watch TV. Talking about Skibidi Toilet. Oh, shit. But yeah, it's too quick, man. We're getting old, boys.
Is this thing on?
Yo,
these guys made a song called Milky Milk. Milky Milk, Milky Milk, Milky Milky Milk. That's pretty much the lyrics. And it's a fucking huge sensation. I don't get it.
It's mad, isn't it? Mad. I mean, look at that Hawk Tour check. How much is she in?
That's freaking 3 or 4.
Huh?
She just got cooked because she rug pulled for like a Bitcoin or what do you call it? A cryptocurrency?
She pump. Is it a pump and dump? Is that what they call it?
Yeah, pump and dump. Yeah, she's getting absolutely cooked.
Is she actually though, or is she just offloading that damage to like shit? Generally rolls downhill with scams, doesn't it? You know what I mean?
She's getting roasted, bro.
Yeah. Legally or socially?
She might even get legally roasted soon. I don't know because she rug pulled a lot.
Yeah, socially, honestly, she don't seem to give a fuck. You just make your money, carry on, and she's still got a major following, bro. Like, but legally, yeah, she might be fucked. I don't know if that's the case. So.
Like literally,
mate. Imagine any money off one saying, "Talk to it" and spit on that thing, and then
this is I mean, women constantly sexualizing themselves like this.
A sodomite pick. Jesus, man. To the moon.
Kiwi just ended his show also. Like,
yeah. I agree, Toby.
What do you say in the chat?
Oh, he just said who would fall for that, you know?
Oh, I know. If you honestly, if you fell for that Hawk Tool coin, well, you're an idiot. You deserve that shit.
There's people out there who actually did, though. Like, for us, like, they earned the money from somewhere. The people actually fell for it. Like, we laugh about it, sure, but somebody somewhere fucking invested, bro. Like, somebody somewhere. Jesus Christ.
Is there really a flat coin? Like a flat Earth coin?
I heard about that. Is that a real thing?
We were talking about one the other day, but we just made it up. Like, is it
I think it's real. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Who's pushing it though?
Let's have a look. Let's see what Google says.
Oh God.
Our survey says there should be a flat Earth coin if there's not already. Yep, there is flat Earth. It's just called flat. Look, should we all put 20 quid into flat?
I wouldn't be surprised if Jaren or
Dave Weiss
was behind it. Yeah, Dave Weiss. Yeah,
Mate,
would be
there's a lot
behind
of
it.
us, mate, there's a lot of us that fucking search.
Dave Weiss promotes it.
I was gonna say,
mate, we could
Yeah.
well pump and dump this. There's like at least 50 regular people around here in this community. Let's just all spend 20 quid on it. All the outsiders, the non-flat earthers, you know, they'll jump onto it, and then once they do, we'll just fucking sell the lot. It's like a Telegram. Fuck it. Nah, you're all weighing it up, aren't you? You're all thinking that, mate.
Yeah, Dave Weiss promotes Flatcoin or whatever it is. If you go to flatearthdave.com, he's talking about. Scroll down, it's like he talks about Flatcoin or something.
isn't he one of the J's? He's a J, right?
He is, but he doesn't. Like,
Apparently, in the last 20
he's not like practicing J.
Is he? Yeah, man. I don't know. Maybe he is, bro. He's all about that dollar.
He is. He's got
Buy
little,
my
like,
app. Buy my coin.
Yep.
Yeah. I can feel the heat off of his hands rubbing together from all the way over here.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, I got a message that's saying my something was compromised because I downloaded his app.
Really? What?
Yeah, said my email was compromised.
Yeah, he had no security on the app. I thought.
Wow, bro! What the heck?
Then, like, carried on with it.
And yeah, the thing is, I wasn't able to ever use the app because my phone wasn't capable at the time. Apparently.
Damn it! I still have that stupid app installed.
I bought it, but I don't think it's currently
Yeah,
installed on my
I don't
phone.
think, Sonny, I don't think it's compatible with flip phones.
Oh shit! Yeah, no, yeah, good try, man. I don't have a fucking flip phone. Not since like 1992.
He has a BlackBerry.
Yeah, that David Wise, guys, he's not a real flat earther, is he? Oh, is it? Are he?
Yeah, I don't know. I've watched all of his. I used to watch all of his interviews. I don't know.
He makes
I mean,
shit up about that guy. Like
He's a true earther.
A true earther.
He's just very commercial with it all, isn't he? He's just very fucking flamboyant and like.
If you get on one of his streams, ask him if, beyond a reasonable doubt, is the Earth flat. Do you believe the Earth is flat, Dave?
Well,
it could just be a bigger globe.
Bruh.
Could be, yeah.
Wow.
He did say that.
He seems like a bit of a fucking numpty.
He uses arguments that he knows are bad arguments because he has a scripted debate, not a debate. He has a script that he uses in his interviews, and he's never updated it. Right? It's like he knows it like word for word now, and he uses really shit arguments that he knows have been debunked and we should not be using because they're disingenuous. They're effective arguments against idiots, and he knows that.
Just easy to like recite it, I guess.
Yeah, like he'll use two different blue marble images where it looks like Africa or America's like twice the size on one of them.
Yeah. Mate, I seen him using blue marble, and I looked at it, and it weren't even a blue. It weren't even the blue marble. It was a different fucking picture. I guess you could put it in the category or the umbrella of them, but it wasn't the blue marble.
I think they're all blue marbles. The ones from NASA, I think they all consider them. They're called blue marble. There's like 2,000. There's heaps of them. They're all called the blue marble. There's only one. There's only one blue marble that's claimed to be a real photograph, which was the 1972.
Exactly the one that the guy admitted was composites and shit, right?
No, that's the 2002 blue marble, right? The 1972 blue marble is said to be a photograph from that Hasselblad or whatever camera from one of the Apollo missions.
Sorry, I thought you said 2002. No,
2002 is a composite made by Robert Simon, who's the NASA visual artist, right? And he says that he used 3 months worth of satellite data, which if you look into the satellite data that they reconstruct into actual images, right? It's just a bunch of flat images of the Earth, right? Yeah. You don't see any curvature. And then he stitched that together, and then he wrapped it around a map in Photoshop or whatever software, right? And then he added in the clouds later on, and then he tried to make it look like what he thought that the Earth should look from space. What people think the Earth should look like from space.
Miguel just posted it. That's the actual proper blue marble. That image there, isn't it?
Well, they're all proper blue marbles, right? Like there's 2002 blue marble, right? Then 2007 blue marble has the exact same clouds as the 2002 blue marble, right? And then you've got the.
Sorry, at first I thought you said 2002. You said 72. Right, okay.
1972 blue marble is the one that NASA claims was taken from a camera from the Apollo missions, which is the only full frame image of Earth from space, according to NASA.
Well, apart from the ones that was taken by a handheld camera, apart from the ones that there was one that they said that they captured on the moon, right?
Right. This is the only one of the entire Earth.
Yeah.
And that's the window.
We busted them. They got busted though.
That's just the window.
Bullshit. But I'm just talking about the actual term though, just so I don't confuse it. So when did they start using the term blue marble? Like in 72?
1972.
That was the first. Right, so that is the first one then. Right, okay.
That's the first one, which is claimed to be the only photo of the Earth from the only full frame photo taken with a camera of the whole Earth from space.
I thought I don't know why I thought they started using the term,
but it's most likely a painting. If you were to ask
me, a painting.
Yeah, bro.
Well, they also Apollo 11 also got busted faking Earth shots through a window.
1972.
Yeah, people make hyper realistic paintings, right? Like people can draw like models and things like that, where it looks like you can't tell it's not a real person, a photograph, right? But it's just a painting, right? So you could easily paint a sphere, right, to look like that, right? And then take a photo of it in a studio and say, yeah, this is the Earth from space, right? Because NASA admits to using miniatures and models and harnesses and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, what Miguel just posted, right? That's completely faked image of the Earth. During the Apollo missions, they got caught faking that. If you watch A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, it goes over it completely. Shows like leaked footage from NASA of like Buzz Aldrin and the guys like literally faking the footage, right?
Yep.
That's not the globe. That's not the globe, right? What you can see there, right? That round bit at the bottom, right? That's the window of the craft or whatever that they were in. The round window.
That's what I'm trying
And
to
the
find.
top part is a template that they were caught holding over the porthole.
Right.
Over the
And guess
window.
what? When they pan back and they turn the lights on and that, you realise that the entire window is filled with earth. They were supposed to be halfway to the moon on that day that it's dated, that film. It was leaked to Bart Sabrell. He said he came across it through serendipity. He won't disclose the source. So how he got that film, but someone from NASA freaking went, "I'm with you, boy. Here you go. Show them this and see what they say."
We're just looking for this thing.
So when people say there aren't whistleblowers, oh yeah, there is. There's people on the insides that don't like the fact that they're full of shit and is helping poor old Bart out a bit.
This it? Is this the footage? I think I found it on a. If you're on my stream, I don't know if... Oh, this is it. Looks very similar. Yeah,
That was never ever meant to ever be seen by the public ever.
That's what it
Whoever
says.
leaked that is
Television.
probably dead now.
That's what it says. Unscheduled television transmission from Apollo 11 command module towards the end of the first day of the mission. I mean, this is just a YouTube description. It could be bullshit, but that is what Miguel Souza put on it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Is there
Good
any
afternoon.
globe? Is there any globe proof yet in this server?
Yeah, look, I'm looking at it, bro.
Let me
No,
see
I'm
what you're
joking.
looking at.
We're joking. But hey, though, how's it going, bro? But yeah, Miguel, this is from that, I think, innit?
Yeah,
But it's skewing everywhere right now, so it's the different
I
shape.
just oops, sorry, my television. Okay, pause. So yeah, this is from the documentary. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. So I did post, at the beginning of that film from they did send by mistake. So that's the original film of NASA that message right there. The link I just posted, it goes to that time, that you start seeing that thing from them faking from inside, and you just turn off the lights, and there you go, you have space. And then the window was oval. I did post print screen. It was oval, and they just start semicircle something at the right to appear more round. So they are faking.
Oh.
So the window was oval, original window, it was oval. So, they wanted to be more, let's say, circular. So they are just adding something at the right, fake it.
Is that what's going on here? Are you on my screen? I mean, you lost me, bro.
On your screen?
Look at this. Watch. Look at this thing here that comes over the camera. So if that's meant to be Earth, what's this? Is this like the spacecraft that they're in then? Look,
What stream?
You see it?
Okay, I see. No.
They're just at high altitude. They're probably in a conventional aircraft at really high
You see-
altitude.
Watch.
Maybe on balloon or some window from an airplane. I don't
Goes
know.
out. Watch when it comes back in. You can kind of see like maybe a reflection in the window. So
Oh yeah, I see something there.
what knows? It's hard to say.
Maybe they were on the G airplane, because you see after this you see some the Buzz Aldrin. So, but that was just a window. I don't know publicity. Maybe it was a window of an airplane, oval, or something like a balloon or something. But there in the window there was just some clouds there.
How far out the meant to be, bro?
So it was oval, and they fake it at the right, and they claim the camera was there at the window, but it as you see, it's far away.
Yeah, it wasn't. And guess what? That was supposed to be halfway to the fucking moon. That's supposed to be like 120,000 miles away.
Yeah, look how far away they are, Mel. Fuck me.
And I think after this, some photos that you can search about it. Maybe they did did some artistic to fake it to appear more real, the clouds and etc. Like a painting.
I mean, it's easier to fake that than. I mean, it's sketchy doing it now. I'm not saying it is definitely possible, but even to try and do it now would be sketchy. But can you imagine trying to do it 50 odd years ago?
Yeah.
In a fucking tin can. Oh, Jesus Christ, bro. Just you, your toothbrush, and a sleeping bag inside a fucking tin can, getting shot up. Go orbit that moon, go land on it. Go collect some dust and come back, boys. Does just sound wild as well.
Yeah, it's amazing, no? There's photos of this, let's say photos between quotes, in textbooks at school, and people, they look at that and they think, oh, this is amazing. But, at least we have this lucky to, they did send that film by mistake, and we can, watch the entire thing being faked. These days, as the movie industry is improving, they will use it, to fake it. So today they are playing with 3D models, Maybe they are just watching some screen next to the camera, or they could use contact lens to manipulate this 3D, but sometimes mistakes happen, There was a guy passing a cup, and the guy did miss that. So that's, some glitches that we saw.
I mean, in terms of technology and shit, aren't more countries like India and shit pursuing it? Aren't they there now? In some ways, aren't like I don't think people are there, are they? Obviously, but didn't they send some fucking rocket or some shit, or like moon rover shit? I can't remember. Let me just Google it. I'm sure India would do.
I'm gonna post this. I think the rover on the moon. There was a guy he did the post many years ago. I saw it. So the guy just did speed the clip, and you can see it's like a RC car, something like that, And there's a dummy there, and he's not moving his arm, the right arm. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. It. So the guy, is looking to some screen next to the camera, behind, or he's just using 3D lenses. There's this technology today that you can use some lenses, contact lenses, and you can manipulate 3D objects. So the guy did, something went wrong there.
Nah, I've seen some fucking clip. It could be anything. Yeah, it could just be 3. Have you seen whether you do them shows for like kids and they're playing with like holograms or anything? It's just the same as that. It could have gone wrong. Or mate, I'm a smoker. Do you know how many times I do that action where I throw a lighter from one hand to the other, in pretty much that exact pose? Like I just flick my hand, and it just throw a lighter from one to the other. I'm not saying he is doing that, but it could just be habitual.
Yeah, some technology. This one, you see, there was nothing, and suddenly there's this thing appearing from nothing.
That's what I mean. Like that other video, it could just be that, couldn't it? Like if you took that animation away from her clip, she'd be doing some weird action and grabbing shit out of nowhere. Yeah. You gotta be super picky with these clips. A lot of the NASA clips, from as much as they have looks, can be explained in one way or the other. But there is some, the ones that do stick out. I've got them fucking bookmarks on a 6-hour video. I've got like timestamps. But the ones that do stand out, or for me, really stand out. They cannot be explained. Most can though.
This one, I don't know I just saw someone did the same this, this. But yeah, ESS and it's actually the G airplane. So they are doing a loops.
Okay.
I have a photo of the plane. Let me see where you are. Just a second. Too many pictures, Here, this is the G airplane from NASA. So they are just doing some loops.
I know what Toby Dog is going to say. Yeah, just those wires are everywhere. No electrician would do that. Yeah, they definitely would, bro. Have you ever been like an engineer's workshop? Like engineers' workshops, unless it's like the creme de la creme finished, it's never going to get changed, or you're never going to move that apparatus or whatever. Unless it's bolted.
So look at the inside of a submarine meant to be in an environment that's inhabitable for humans, and then look at the inside of the ISS, which is supposed to be in an environment that's inhabitable for humans.
Submarines are a mess, though, aren't they? Like they're not.
Not so much.
Unless I'm not seeing a recent submarine, but my image of a submarine, from what I know him as, is the chaotic. The internal wirings for a submarine is fucking everywhere. It might be a work of art, like I get it, I appreciate it, but they're not a clean vessel, bro. I don't like. It's like there's wires everywhere, bro. Pipes everywhere, fucking.
Yeah, there was a guy. He had in his leg, I think right leg or left. He had an iPad or something, and it was turned off, and there was some reflex. Someone did find there was some reflex, and there was a guy at the back of the camera with a mask. So that was hilarious to see it.
I want to see that one. BJ showing us a wild one where there's like these fucking bubbles almost. One or two of them. I looked even further, and it is liquid as such that builds up. It's weird as fuck. What the way trying to explain it. But yeah, some of them
bubbles in space, right?
It just looks like space bubbles coming out of like the guy's helmet, like he's just breathing in the water. I'm not saying he is underwater, but it's fucking very, very.
Yeah, if you watch some let's say between quotes live streams from NASA, you see this, this guy, it's like he's inside the water, and he's moving. There's a lot of parts moving according like he was like underwater. So
did you hear about the astronaut that nearly drowned?
Yeah.
What, inside his
suit? That's amazing.
Yeah, inside his suit. Yeah,
but I think it did.
Yeah, right. But have you seen in their neutral buoyancy pool, right? They actually, like, you can go look this up right now. They have whole fucking teams of like film crew that get all scubaed up and that, and they go over there and film, and they've got all the fucking green screen shit underneath there and all that, so that they can fake the background. That's not a secret. They can do that. They know that they can do that. We know that they can do that.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be more specific though. Like what do you mean?
Yeah, so the guy almost did
one that we know they can do it because people have filmed them doing it. So it's not surprising to see a film crew there doing it, is it? Because we've seen the footage.
I think I have
so that throws the credibility of every single thing that they publicize.
No.
As being legitimately in the sky, as potentially being in that pool.
No, it really doesn't. And I'm not disagreeing.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
I'm not disagreeing with the premise of it being in a pool. I'm just disagreeing with that logic. Like, for us to see them operating and practicing underwater. A film crew has gone underneath and filmed it, right? So, yeah, it's not ridiculous that we would see a film crew with them, is it? Because we've seen the footage. Like if David Attenborough goes out on Safari and gets the footage, it's not ridiculous that somebody would see David Attenborough out on Safari, like, because he's out there getting the footage.
But nobody sees them in space, right? So we know that they can actually make it look like, using their neutral buoyancy pool and their film crews and their green screen backgrounds, we know that they can make it look like those astronauts are in space, right? We know that. They can do that. They've admitted they can do that. They've shown you that they can do that. So every single piece of footage that they put out there is potentially been taken in that pool. Even if you don't think, even if it's not a flat Earth or globe Earth argument, you could be a glober and still question the veracity of the film that they claim is actually in the sky when it potentially could be in that pool.
That was my point. It's just not proof. Like, it's just, I didn't agree with it being proof or logic for it being proof of anything.
No, but in a court of law, it's called reasonable doubt.
Bro, there's so much evidence. It's like stacks and stacks of evidence. Hey, have a look at what Miguel just posted in the side chat pads, right? They've got these divers in black suits, right? And then when you zoom in, right, there's more than one video of this, like what Miguel just posted, dude. Look at the spacewalk, right? And then if you zoom in on the helmet, you see one of those freaking people in the black suits. Cameraman.
Again, I'm not disputing it being in the pool.
No, I know you're not. I'm just saying.
You have to be very specific as to why. Like, just the fact of seeing cameramen down there, knowing cameramen can do it in a pool, isn't evidence on its own. That's all. That was my only point.
No,
yeah, but there's no black people in wetsuits. Yeah, there's no black people in wetsuits in space, right?
Oh, no, that's not what I'm saying, though. No.
I mean, people in black wetsuits, not black people in wetsuits.
No, nobody in space. Like, no. Yeah, none of it's proof of anybody in space.
DJ.
Like, no, I got what he said, but I just don't. But yeah.
Hey, you know what's interesting? NASA did apparently they did a spacewalk in 1966, right? And then they like faked it, right, to show people like the mock-up spacewalk, right? And then when I went into GPT and I asked if that was real footage, it was like, no, it's not real footage. But NASA claims that they used like harnesses, and they did some of the footage using miniatures and models, and they filmed some of the footage in pools underwater. So that's not like they don't claim that they do actually know how to fake footage in this way, even going back into the 60s.
Yeah, you have that one. That one they did use stop and motion. It's a technique, old technique. They use on clay figures.
Yeah, I know stop motion.
So yeah. So yeah, they did that.
Yeah, I think my only point was the fact that we know they can do this stuff on its own is not evidence for the fact that they are doing it. It does take other things to corroborate it. Like, surely, like, just because someone's capable of doing something doesn't mean they are doing it. I'm capable of murdering someone.
We catch them doing it. I mean, that's their thing.
Yeah, that was my only point. Yeah, other examples, but I was just disagreeing with T-Dub on the fact of just knowing they're capable of doing it is not enough.
Yeah, we got to.
What I said was it throws question into every single thing that they publicize as being in the sky, because we know that they can do it in a pool. They can make it look like they're in the sky when we know that they're actually in a pool, right? So it brings into question everything that they claim is being taken in the sky, right? I'm not saying it's proof or evidence. I'm just saying it makes it questionable from a newbie's or normie standpoint. Like, we've got the arguments to just shut it down completely, right? We know that's all fake, right?
Yeah, it puts the doubt in the mind. I'm disputing that. Fair play. It's just kind of a given with most things, though, isn't it? Most footage, most fucking institutions, like anything. But yeah, no, you are right. I'm not going to die on this random hill. Like, what the hell is that, Miguel? Sorry, I was kind of half looking at the footage. It looks like something from a Meccano set, bro.
Yeah, it's you look this one and it's CGI.
There we go.
The last one that it was.
What the fuck?
No, that's a good one.
What is that big arm thing though? Oh, installation of the NSS. Why did they do it at night, bro?
Yeah, if everything NASA was doing was upfront and transparent and all of that, why would they need to be faking shit with the largest green screens and the largest blue screens known to man, and also the things we know they're doing in pools, because the pool with positive pressure is so much like negative pressure, right? Wrong. Nothing like it. So they can't use the excuse that they're mimicking space by being underwater. It's nothing like it.
It begs the question then, why did they make us aware that is how they practice?
Because they're Freemasons.
What, so they're just trying to fuck with us? Like,
No, they have to tell the truth in one way or another.
Oh, old chestnut, yeah.
They
yeah.
have to be telling the truth. They have to be letting on to what they're actually doing. And they've been doing this the whole time. Even NASA with their documents stating their all their flight models are assuming a flat stationary Earth. They've told us that they're using Earth as flat and stationary in all of their flight models.
You need to look at something called Revelation of the Method.
I'll look at that.
They have to tell you.
That Freemasons thing is kind of it's a kind of a scapegoat for when anybody presents that question about anything ever. Well, if this is the case, why did they let us know? Why is it so? Because they have to let us know. Like, it's
Revelation of the Method, bro. It's part of their thing.
I know.
Right? They have to tell you, but their idea is they didn't lie. They told you. If you're too stupid to realize that what's going on, then that's on you.
No, I got the premise. I just didn't know what it was called. Balenciaga did it, didn't they, with that fucking advert thing? Do you remember that a few years ago? That really strange advert Balenciaga did.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, creepy shit. Yeah.
Again, everyone said, well, the Masons. Obviously, Balenciaga survived it because they're still going somehow. I don't know how. So yeah, I've heard it. What's it called? Revelation of what? What was it?
What's it called?
Revelation. Revelation of the Method.
The method.
Yep.
Then you got to believe there's a bunch of like these guys actually out there as well.
Have you seen them all? It's the 666 chants on the ISS. Yeah, I'll find the video quickly. Sorry, Sonny, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say, someone showed me years and years ago when I was quite young. I don't know how they got it, but they had a Rosicrucian Bible. This was a Freemason Bible. It was about 600 or 800 pages long, and it was like 14 by 16 inches, huge book. And now I just remember paging through it. Like, I don't think this person was supposed to have it. And he ended up dying very mysteriously in Laurel Canyon, which is another whole psyop. But I remember seeing some things in there, and I'm pretty sure from what other people have told me, this is top secret knowledge, that they believe they know the Earth is flat. But I also remember seeing something in there about aliens and dinosaurs. So who knows what else they have in there and what the context of it was. So I don't really know, like, if they were pointing these things out to say this is part of the lie or what. I really couldn't say. But it's very odd. As far as I understand, the Freemasons know the Earth is flat. And that's why they have to tell us like through their flight models, that's what they're doing. Otherwise, they would just keep that shit quiet, right? Keep it hidden.
Nope.
And Globers all the time want to deny this fact of the flight models, but everyone that's using any kind of flight model, that goes for all the aircraft manufacturers, all of NASA's flight models, and all of NASA's contractors, radar technician, radar technology, everything. Radio telecommunications, like all of it.
Yeah, Pads, there's like giant endless rabbit holes in the flat earth thing, right? Like that we don't really talk about often, right? In these platforms, right? Like the occult side of things, right? Or the right, like the whole sun worship thing, and there's just so many different things we just don't talk about that are really interesting, really interesting.
I just seen it. Sorry, I was listening, and then I just seen the comment on the cloud, the writing on the cloud, SEX, and just some of it is, bro, but some of it is fucking ridiculous as well, man. It's like
yeah. Oh,
claim is like so fucking like it is, but for every one thing that is I said this earlier, for every like them bubbles that I was on about in space, you might look at 10 bubbles and be like, nah, you could explain them away, but then you see that one where you're just like, okay, what's your answer for this one? Like, what is like where there's just no answer, but it's hidden under all the fucking shite, bro. Like, it really is.
Oh, big time, bro. This topic attracts a lot of dumbass, hardcore conspiracy theorists, right? Right. So, and then they love making memes. So you get a whole bunch of really, really good information, and then you get a bunch of like crazy memes on top of that. It's like almost like controlled opposition. Like it's meant to like muddy the waters in some way. But maybe it's just dumbass conspiracy theorists, taking things too far.
And even stuff like this, I mean, to give some credit to him, so say like this Disney's The Lion King. In this last meme, I don't remember The Lion King. I can't be asked watching the film to verify it. But if it does say that, it's honestly, it's a lot of it. You did animation, right? You know how quirky animators are, and just do random shit, like put Easter eggs into shit, do shit that only they know about. Like, people just like fucking with the public domain, like just like fucking with.
Yeah, that's also true.
Walt Disney and Von Braun, right? Good buddies, best mates.
Made a film about rockets. I don't know like how much like mates they were and shit.
Yeah, no, they were.
People have tried to tell me Disney and
come on, man. You know what Disney was, right? And you know where Werner von Braun came from?
Kind of.
Buddies. Yeah.
Pad sounds like a coincidence theorist. Come on, man. They were Walt Disney, Werner von Braun. They both came from the Nazis. You know it. We all know it.
No shit. But no, what I'm saying is like somebody the other day, I can't remember who the hell it was like, yeah, Walt Disney helped start NASA. It's like, what? How the fuck is this like? So some of the
I don't know about that, but he did a lot of the cartoons and videos and movies and stuff like that about space. They were good mates. They've been photoed together many times. Like, it's not a conspiracy theory that these guys were friends, working for the same people.
Oh yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, nobody's denying it, but like I'm just saying, it's just hidden amongst the shit. Look, there's a good one. Look at that. Like the DJ post. Piss take, bro.
Dude, if I take a screenshot, right? Here, I'll take a screenshot of this model,
Dick pic.
and I'll just pop
Oh,
it in
yeah,
the side.
YouTube. Sorry.
It does look a lot like the shite moon that's behind the shite animations from the Apollo missions.
Side by side. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It really is. Which is that bottom one there that you've just posted?
Yeah, I just took a quick little screenshot just of that model.
There's going to be that big black circle that you see. Yeah.
There's tons of images of them constructing all sorts of crazy sets, elaborate sets.
What was one of them?
Like huge ones of the moon and painting planets, right? Painting like Jupiter on just a ball, right? Lifelike paintings, or not lifelike because it's not really. Well, you know what I mean.
Mimicking it. But what was the other one? That was a mad one. Universal. Universal had it on their logo before, like, apparently the first pictures ever came out. And somebody was saying, like, well, how could they know? And it's like, well, pretty much a given, isn't it, at that stage? Like, the globe model had been around further, longer than Universal. So, like, globes had existed on people's desks for a while. That was a mad one. Just gets Universal and people attach Universal with NASA, and it's like, no, because globes existed at like early fucking 20th century.
Yeah, were those working models and maps?
Yeah, I mean, apparently so. Yeah.
Which one? Which one was that was working? Because I would say you guys would say now that it's wrong. Those were wrong. The people who made them at the time would have argued they're right. So who is right and who is wrong? So it's too bad like there isn't some sort of like AI. Like I've been a while back. I haven't done it for a while, but I was chatting with a Karl Marx bot that basically loaded all his writings into a large language model and would kind of try to find the best answer. It would search through all the writings and respond to what you would say. And it would get kind of goofy because he knew he died, but he would respond to modern day stuff at the same time. And you could get it to contradict itself because it would give you something in his writing, and then you could give a modern day example that hard countered what he was proposing. And then it would forget and not forget. It'd roll back and be like, I can't respond to anything that happened after my death, and it said I can't remember. I don't remember the exact date, but it tells them this is the day I left the earthly domain. I don't know what you're talking about, and then would go on and cite something like, "Hey, I think this is the way we should do it," and you give him an example. Hey, that was tried. So it'd be interesting if you could bring up somebody who made one of these models that predate Universal Studios, and have you debate them.
No. No. Why?
Because it would showcase that they think they're right and you think you're right. They are sure when they made that globe model, they were 100% correct. And then see if you could convince them that their model's wrong and right at the same time. Like, how contradictory would you get before you finally realize that all these models, all these maps, they're all wrong. None of them are a representation of reality. None of them. They're only a representation of themselves. That's it. It's when you attach the ego to it, when you give like a projection or a model and someone slaps their name on it, now they're very excited about how great of a model this is.
My point wasn't about a working model. My point, I was laughing at the fact that somebody said, I'm trying to remember verbatim what they said. That Universal
how did Universal Studios?
Did Universal Studios come up with it before NASA had like released the picture? And I'm just saying, it's the exact same method somebody probably no matter, at the time or a few years earlier would have been using to produce globes that you would have put on people's desks.
Which
Whether
was
they're
what?
right or whether they're right or wrong, though, Crit, was a totally separate argument. I'm pointing out how Universal could have quite easily grabbed a globe from anywhere. I mean, globes are almost like what got to be over at least 500 years old, I guess, 1,000 years old, man. Like these fuckers are old, man. Globes. So I'm just saying that the responsibility is not on Universal Studios. There should be no link made with Universal Studios and fucking NASA just because it's got a globe as a logo. That's my point. Whether the globe is right or wrong, totally separate issue.
It's not so much that it's just more of it being linked to the entertainment industry. It's in general, right? I think.
Yeah, but it's something that they want to encompass the globe. It's the same as the UN. Like people laugh and say, "Well, why do the UN use a flat image?" And it's not like they use a flat like what used to be considered like the flat Earth map. It's just that they didn't want to put any single fucking country in the center of it. So the only way to do it is circular. It's like having a wheel. Like the wheel spins around in the Universal logo because they want their fucking enterprise to encompass the world, bro.
Yeah, I think those are fair points that Pat just made, to be honest. I mean, like, if desktop globes already existed, right, and then Universal puts a globe in their logo, I mean, that's not like, well, how did they know what it looked like?
By the other methods, right or wrong,
Yeah,
those methods
absolutely.
already, Yeah.
That's why.
No,
That's
it's
why
more
I
about
bring
the
up all
photo.
Sorry, go.
Oh yeah, the photo from space concept. This is what Earth would look like from space rotating. That graphic is what the people talk about. It's not so much, hey, here's a globe stop animation model spinning around. It's like Universal Studio tossed it on its axis and the whole 9 yards, and they're like, hey, that's what Earth looks like. And then they got stuck with it. Now they're stuck with it. So if there's a different, because they shouldn't have ever really shown any photos from space. They could have said, oh, our cameras can't really capture the concept, the whole Earth. It's too big.
I mean,
This is why I always bring up, like, when people come in and say, why are they lying? Why are they trying to make us think it's a globe then? Like, I say, that's not necessarily their intention when they're showing you fake imagery from space, right? Because the space industry didn't need to convince anyone. Everybody was already on board. Yep, Earth's a ball in space. Yep. Prior to the space industry. So obviously that wasn't their motive, right? Not necessarily.
It's probably like, especially in terms of entertainment at the time, it was probably just more the dreamer, like fantasy aspects of it. I mean, they named themselves Universal Studios for the time. At a time where science was again hitting like the mainstream a lot more. The science fairs were all big and shit. With like big fucking expeditions, leaps in technology. I think just people at the time were pushing more a look to the stars and dream sort of vibe. Do you know what I mean? Like make up stories and like, have you ever seen Metropolis? Like super early AI films that was made in like the 20s. Like people like the world was super techy in the turn of the last century.
Yeah, that's a really good movie about where robots are required to live underground and they're not supposed to interact with people. And
that was over 100 years ago. It's crazy, bro. I think it was 1925. Yeah. Which makes sense, doesn't it? Look to the stars and stuff, and then, half a century later, or just under half a century later, next minute Roswell comes out, they start making up stories about aliens and again, just bullshit from the sky. Got the after moon landing. It's like a play, doesn't it? But yeah, that was it. That's it. Yeah. That's it. Metropolis. Fucking brilliant film.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a movie from the 20s?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a German expressionist sort of film. Proper artsy, bro. Proper artsy. But it's brilliant.
It's amazing.
Yeah, they've redone it a few times. You know,
shit.
like there's I think there's a cartoon version of it too from like the '60s, where it's like some of the robots decide to try to make themselves as human as possible, and they would they wear heavy clothes and lots of makeup and whatnot and try to walk around the city, and there's like almost like a Blade Runner sort of thing, like, hey, you're out of bounds, you have to go back to Metropolis, you're not allowed here, you're not allowed in the city, like, go back. It's kind of implied where like the robots wanted their own rights and everything, and they didn't know really how to deal with it, so they kind of put them in a almost like a quasi sort of concentration camp, but not really.
Yeah, it's about hierarchies and class structures, and it's like
Yeah.
in society, like way back when society was no different in terms of hierarchies. It's been like that for a while. Right?
Yeah, that's probably a better take. It's about hierarchies. Yeah, the kind of like the working class versus, because the robots. I mean, there are some that still are in the city, but they're not really sentient. They kind of like do tasks, like you just tell it, like, hey, do X, Y, and Z. But the earlier ones, they made smarter and made ability to adapt to their, respond to their environment. And they sort of over time learned, like, hey, I don't want to just sit here and sweep this floor. I want to go out and play with a dog, or I want to do something else. And they're like, well, no, that's not your role. Your role is to clean clean the floor. Like, no, I'm gonna go play with the dog. I'll clean the floor later. And then people are like, what the heck? It's like, how? Well, obviously it's got its own needs and wants. It's not human, so how do you grant it God-given human rights? So it's kind of that really sort of the movie touches that limbo area where they want to charge one of these robots with a crime. I think it was a murder, right? Or they think it witnessed a murder or something. Like, I'm trying to remember the exact plot.
So
but they can't. But how do you make it testify against itself? Because wouldn't that be a right? Wouldn't it be? Isn't the right not to, if they ask you something, can't you say I take the fifth? So how do you hold someone accountable for their actions, and they're not accountable because they're not a person, they don't have agency? How are they going to juggle that? And then the robot goes into hiding, and then some of the people are hiding it. Like, I mean, that's the gist of it, right? Like, there's a lot more to it. A lot more. It's amazing.
I mean, it's got
movie.
the guy's kid in it. It's got like the guy's kid in it, and he I can't remember what. I'm sure like his dad is like a fucking role in the city or something. I can't remember. It's about this fucking. It's like Romeo and Juliet, but back in the day. From what
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot more to it. I mean, people have been dissecting this movie for like 100 years. Yeah,
Yeah.
So there's a lot of stuff in there.
Yeah, very Orwellian, very 1984 critique, like that sort of critique on like hierarchies and societies and stuff. And fucking brilliant. But that should be another reading for everyone in Flat Earth, Metropolis, or watching, whatever you prefer. And Flatland and 1984. Everyone in Flat Earth should read those. Definitely. Read Flatland if you've not read it already. It's hilarious. Oh shit! AI, no way. But hey, yeah, read this as well. I'll put it in the chat, guys. Definitely. As Flat Earth is, I think you should read it. A romance story based in a fictional flat land where people are like triangles and women are spikes and single lines. You can never see them coming if they're just like a single line on a flat dimension. Really fucking good.
Y'all check it out, Pats. Now I found an audiobook. I can listen to it while I work.
I've never done the audio book. I don't know who James Langdon is. Langton. Oh, James Langton. I don't know who it is. Yeah, honestly, it's a brilliant, brilliant book, bro. Again, it's a critique on society. It'll help if you know anything about like Carl Sagan and his talks on like dimensions and shit. Like the Tesseract example. Have you ever heard like the apple example? Like a 3D apple versus like a 2D apple. How you'd only ever see like a slice at a time of that apple.
No, I want to see the whole thing, or it didn't come from an apple.
Yeah. That's the point, bro. Yeah. Literally the point. I know you're taking the piss, but that is the point. If I could show you an object from the fourth dimension now, you wouldn't believe it, would you? Even if I could show it you. Because you couldn't see it.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to wreck it. That's a Tesseract. You wouldn't be able to.
I'd have nothing.
You wouldn't be able to see it.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Well,
Yeah,
even-
exactly. It's a Tesseract from Carl
even if it
Sagan
was-
in the 80s, bro. Yeah, exactly.
Even if it was perceivable, what would I have to compare it with?
Yeah, I think it's a good point. Yeah, if you could somehow like put yourself in the stasis field or some sort of field that allows you to look into the fourth dimension, what would you compare it to? What would be another thing that isn't that?
Yeah. Yeah.
They kind of think like shadows, like like how the fourth dimension casts a shadow into the third dimension. They cast a
Exactly.
shadow into the second dimension. Yeah, it's kind of like that concept of when you look at a person's shadow, that's what second dimension creatures. That's how they see us.
Yeah, read Flatland, bro. You'll love it. If you like that topic, read Flatland. I cannot push this book hard enough.
Yeah, I feel the character or I think it's a movie, but it's also a comic book character, the Buckaroo Banzai.
I read a lot of comics, but I'm not sure.
Okay, yeah, it's a really old one. There's also a movie called Buckaroo Banzai's Journey to the Eighth Dimension.
Okay.
Yeah, so it really gets like electrical life forms or quantum life forms that kind of exist in between like the dimensions. So you'd have
I like stuff like that. Pretty
yeah,
cool.
fourth dimension, then like in between third and fourth, there's another dimension there.
Hell.
Have you heard about? Actually, that reminds me of a really interesting short piece that I watched the other night. This scientist is locked up in this asylum because he says that there's a number between 3 and 4 or something like that we don't know, and it's the secret to understanding extra dimensions and time travel, and he calls it blur or something, blurg or something, this weird name for this number that doesn't exist. And he's trying to, if they just give him his pen and paper, he can prove it, right? And he's like talking to this psychologist. This psychologist has this story about when he was a kid, he was in this car that hit a guy and he died, and rah, rah. That ends up being tied into the story. It ends up being the scientist guy. It's a really interesting piece. It's pretty
How
cool.
long is it? Is it a short, you said?
Yeah, it's like a 20-minute, half-hour piece or something. Yeah.
Send it over, bro. I like a short. Like, well, it's not quite a short, but yeah, send it over if you've got it.
Yeah, but I was going to say, have you guys heard of the report from like the 1500s or something, somewhere in like the Netherlands or something? There was people got out of bed and went outside, and there was this like battle in the skies between all these weird shapes, cylinders and triangles and shit, like
No.
in this huge ass battle in the sky. It's a fucking trippy story. Apparently,
LA,
it's
bro.
history. Like, I don't know, man. It's weird.
I heard that one. But put that short in the chat though. And I'll watch that when I'm high as fuck.
All right, I'll see if I can find it. Hang on.
If you can, no issues. Why are we in this Discord, by the way, guys? Is this the one we're normally in? Am I tripping? I know we're normally in the other one. What the fuck?
You know what? It's not in my history. It's weird. Hang on. Why did they do that? Ah, here it is. It's called Secret Number. Yeah, I love stuff like that's my favorite type of sci-fi. Right. Extra dimensional time travel shit. Love it. And there's an article from 16th century Nuremberg about the strange celestial event that took place, a battle in the sky between a variety of different shaped things moving erratically.
I remember watching the Ancient Aliens piece on that, like, gosh, 15 years ago, maybe.
Right, it's probably where I may have first heard it from. Although, could have been before. That could have just been me browsing on the internet. I found it.
Yeah, it's a super weird story. Interesting.
Right, because these guys were talking about like what if we could like have a glimpse into the fourth dimension, what might we see? What might it look like? Right, and and it reminded me of that. Like, yeah. Like if that was something coming through, like from the fourth dimension, is that how it would be perceived by three-dimensional beings?
Right.
This is speculation Sunday stuff, really. But
Yes, it is.
also,
Hello.
I want to throw in the caveat that I'm actually not an advocate for the idea that there's fourth dimensional or extra dimensional beings or a reality. I don't think that exists. But it's interesting to entertain, like in your mind, you know.
It is. As lame as the multiverse is, sometimes that's interesting to think of too, even though it's completely ridiculous. But like, I think it. I don't know if it has anything to do with quantum mechanics or whatever, but like, or if it's just Hollywood, complete Hollywood stuff. But it's weird to think that there could be like alternate universes of like every different shape and size and any possible combination of whatever. Endless. You could just write sci-fi endlessly with using that as your backdrop.
Right. Exactly.
Kind of what Marvel has been doing with their movies for years now. With that Spider-Verse.
Yeah, like I don't doubt that there's aspects of our reality that we don't perceive, that is imperceivable, and if we were able to perceive it, would seem very out of the ordinary, very strange, and we'd have difficulty trying to comprehend what we're experiencing, right, if we could see it. But I don't think it's no more than just a factor or an aspect of our reality. It's just that it's just like similar to parts of this light spectrum, right? That doesn't mean that that's fourth dimensional, right? It's still part of our current reality. It's just that we don't have the organs. We're not built with the ability to perceive that side of things, that aspect of this current reality.
Yeah, don't we see a very small bit of the light prism, like a small percentage of it?
Apparently so, yeah.
And then like some of the other.
Oh,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna leave you to it for the night, guys. Good chatting. Anyway, I'll catch you next time. All right.
Catch you later. Clip, man. Enjoy that.
Cheers, Pets.
Yeah, I will do. I'll enjoy it. See you in a bit.
So yeah, like different different predators, like snakes and different things I can like see differently because they can see like a different spectrum of the light. So they're seeing like a whole different, something completely different than we're seeing.
Yeah, about that, why they say cats only see black and white? How they did figure out that?
They scooped out one of their eyeballs and then looked through it. I don't know, man. I have no fucking idea.
But there's let's see. I don't know. I don't know if there's some rare cases that people could watch like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I've asked the same question myself. I watched this thing the other day. This guy's trying to say that dogs don't hear the same as humans, and when they hear us, it sounds like this, like like you're really deep and slowed down, or something like that. Like I was like thinking, how the fuck would they know?
We are more slow to them. but they recognize sounds. So I saw one documentary, and the owner has that car, but that car has a special, how you say, peculiar engine sound. So the dog can between a lot of cars that they are the same, models. It can differentiate who is the that engine from the owner. So it's amazing how they memorize that. If they hear the sound of the engine far away, like if I don't know how many miles, but
Right.
they already listen that sound is coming, so he knows that the owner is coming at home.
Yeah, our little terrier that died, right? If he started freaking out and running around the yard in circles and acting really strange, we knew that there was like a storm coming. We couldn't hear it. He could hear it. He'd know. Yeah.
But when before there's how you say a volcano, an eruption. So it seems that there's some animals they sense some energy going on, and they go away. It's strange, but it's kind of like there's some energy they feel this energy before the eruption, and so there's some energy going on. Even in the seismology, how you say, vocal. I don't know the specialty, but this experts in volcanoes, the guys are filming some and they see there's some kind of how you say some volume going on in the mountain, something like that. But the seismologists they are receiving some signals. So yeah, it's amazing how these animals they sense something. It's going to happen.
I've heard that just before an earthquake, people have noticed all the cats disappear. You won't find a cat anywhere. Yeah, right before an earthquake. I don't know how true that is, but yeah, that's what you hear. You hear these things, right? You don't know how verified they are.
Yeah, amazing. It's it's a lot of some documentaries talking about nature, and they figure out how maybe so many years of observation, and but they figure out how some animals are making their lives. Even sharks, they have the sonar they are using, and many animals. It's interesting. Some birds that they are using the magnetic fields and other reference points. Even whales, But I think whales don't work. Whales can't exist on the globe Earth because I hear. So there's some whales they go to the Antarctica, but they are communicating a long distance with the sound, and that sound shouldn't curve, So I don't remember the full details, but it works more on a flat Earth communication between whales.
Yeah, hundreds of miles apparently. Right. Yeah. Yeah, Scientific American did an article on the adverse effects of submarine sonar has on wildlife up to 300 miles away.
300 miles. Wow.
Yeah. Maybe even further.
Yeah, it's how they say classified. I was remember who was this guy, this Glober? Let me see. The guy I saw on Earth Awakenings. the guy talking about Horizon. I did a search, and the guy did even post radar Horizon. Let me see. I don't remember who was the guy. But anyway, if you search radar Horizon, let me see. It was